the core city of the Nether clan was transformed into hell. However, this hell is different from the real hell in the past, and it is completely different from Lin Moyu's skeleton hell. It is centered on the Nether Black Pool, which absorbs the power of 2 pieces of hell fragments to evolve. And the Nether Black Dragon in the Nether Black Pool seems to have become the new master of hell at this moment. Seeing everything, Lin Moyu still feels that something is not right. Xiaomei also said at this time, "Teacher, I feel something is wrong." Lin Moyu said, "Tell me." Xiaomei said, "The Nether Black Dragon has no signs of waking up. The teacher just said that doing this will not revive the Nether Black Dragon. And as far as I know, Hell and the Nether Black Pool are actually independent. So I feel that the Nether God Lord these people are calling is not the Nether Black Dragon, but someone else." Since entering the Netherworld clan, all the Netherworld clan members have been shouting the Netherworld God Lord. Lin Moyu and Xiaomei have always believed that the Netherworld God Lord is the Netherworld Black Dragon. After all, the Netherworld clan comes from the Netherworld Black Pool, and the owner of the Netherworld Black Pool is the Netherworld Black Dragon. Subjective thoughts, Xiaomei now suddenly questioned. She has the memory of her past life. As the ancestor of a holy land, the things she can access are naturally not comparable to ordinary people. Many secret materials have been seen. In addition, Lin Moyu's training these days has always allowed Xiaomei to think deeply about the problem and find the root of the problem, so she can see more information. Lin Moyu smiled. Yes, to be able to see this, it shows that Xiaomei's eyesight is already very remarkable. The Netherworld God Clan is indeed not the Netherworld Black Dragon, but it is actually the Netherworld Black Dragon. Xiaomei showed a little surprise. "Please ask the teacher to solve the doubts." Lin Moyu said, "Except for the Lord of Hell, the owner of the Nether Black Pool is naturally the Nether Black Dragon." Based on this, Xiaomei can think about why the Nether Black Pool evolved into the Nether clan after it was broken. Xiaomei thought for a while and said, "The entire Nether Black Pool is full of the will of the Nether Black Dragon, so the evolution of the Nether clan is naturally the will of the Nether Black Dragon." Lin Moyu said, "That's right, the evolution of the Nether clan must be dominated by the will of the Nether Black Dragon, and then borrowed some of the abilities of the Nether Black Pool. But Xiaomei has ever thought about why it evolved into the Nether clan?" Xiaomei said instinctively, "It should be for self-rescue." Lin Moyu smiled even more. Xiaomei's answer was already very good. Yes, it was to save himself. The Nether Black Dragon knew that he was seriously injured and could not recover, so he evolved the Nether clan and wanted to revive in another way. Then there are only 2 ways. One is to choose a suitable one from the evolved Nether clan members to become his host. The second is to evolve the strongest Nether clan with all his strength and make it his host. Xiaomei, if it were you, what would you do? After thinking about it, Xiaomei said, "I would choose the second one." Lin Moyu smiled. It seems that the Nether Black Dragon and Xiaomei have the same idea. Then Xiaomei will think about how he can ensure that he evolves a powerful host. Xiaomei continued to turn her head rapidly, looking for the answer to the question. For so many days, this pattern of Lin Moyu asking and her answering has made Xiaomei develop an instinct. Lin Moyu guided Xiaomei step by step and continuously guided her, making her thinking ability stronger and stronger. Just a few seconds later, Xiaomei's eyes lit up and she had the answer. It uses the fragments of hell. Before, Lin Moyu said that the Nether clan has a piece of hell fragment. Why does the Nether clan have a piece of hell fragment? Naturally, it fell here together with the Nether Black Pool when hell collapsed. It is very likely that the piece of hell fragment was obtained by the Nether Black Dragon. It is not surprising that the Nether Black Dragon uses the fragments of hell and combines them with the power of the Nether Black Pool to evolve a powerful host. Lin Moyu said, "That's right, it should be the power of the fragments of hell that is used for evolution. In this world, if anyone can use the power of the fragments of hell, it may be the Nether Black Dragon except himself. In addition, Lin, you can't think of anyone else. After the Nether Black Dragon uses the fragments of hell to evolve a host, it can abandon its previous body and transfer all its consciousness to the new body. then continued to use the Nether Black Pool to evolve the Nether Clan. So, the Nether God Lord mentioned by the Nether Clan is both the Nether Black Dragon and not the Nether Black Dragon. The broken city flew high into the sky and completely turned into ruins. The earth turned into a sea of fire. Only the area near the crater remained intact. Countless Nether Clan members were surrounding the crater, constantly shouting the Nether God Lord. From the volcano, an abnormally strong heartbeat sound came out. Every time a heartbeat sounded, the crater would erupt with endless flames and a large amount of black gas. Black gas and red fire intersected, and a figure appeared faintly. "The main thing is coming out," Lin Moyu said softly. The heartbeat became faster and faster, and the figure became more solid, and finally people could see his appearance clearly. He stepped on the head of the Nether Black Dragon with both feet, and his whole body was emitting black light. From head to tail, it was black, and the flames shone on him, and countless fine scales appeared in the light. His appearance was like a human, with hands and feet, but his face was the face of the Dragon Clan, and there was a pair of dragon horns on his head. His hands did not look like human hands, but dragon claws. He was half human and half dragon, standing on the body of the Nether Black Dragon. He raised one hand high, and a ball of fire was led by him, and it fell on him with a bang. It was surrounded by flames, burning fiercely, and even the Nether Black Dragon under him was wrapped in flames. At this moment, all the Netherworld people kowtowed to this half-human, half-dragon guy more loudly and more frantically. Including 2 Netherworld people who were in the 9th realm of Dao Zun, they were also kowtowed frantically, with fanaticism in their expressions. Lin Moyu saw it and smiled, so that's what happened. Did Xiaomei see it clearly? Xiaomei nodded. I saw it clearly. The aura of this half-human, half-dragon monster was very strange, different from other Netherworld people. His aura was more noble than that of the Netherworld people. It was not because of his strength, but because he was naturally superior. He had a feeling of being high above. Not only the Netherworld people, but even Xiaomei had a similar feeling when she saw him. Lin Moyu saw clearly that in the flames, this half-human, half-dragon Netherworld Lord was undergoing a transformation. His feet were connected to the Netherworld Black Dragon and seemed unable to be separated. And with the help of the power of the flames, his feet were detaching from the Netherworld Black Dragon. The power of the flames came from the fragments of hell, and he was also a parasite evolved by borrowing the power of the fragments of hell. Obviously, the power of a piece of hell fragment is not enough to make him truly free from the shackles of the Nether Black Dragon, nor is it enough to break free from the constraints of the Nether Black Pool. So for so many years, he has never appeared in the eyes of the world. Now with the second piece of hell fragment, he finally has the opportunity to break away from the Nether Black Dragon, leave the Nether Black Pool, and move freely. Once he succeeds, it is equivalent to a new life. And he can have extraordinary strength just after being born, even if he only has 10% of the combat power of his previous life. It is quite terrifying. Lin Moyu judged that his strength would not be lower than the Dao realm. Lin Moyu suddenly whispered, I can't wait any longer. Under the cover of flames, the undead core could not rush in, and Lin Moyu also wanted to see what was going on and figure out the cause and effect, so he waited until now. Now that he knew what was going on, Lin Moyu also realized that he could not wait any longer. When the Nether God Lord used the fragments of hell to completely break free from the shackles of the Nether Black Dragon and the Nether Black Pool, it would be really difficult to deal with. Lin Moyu took Xiaomei into the rule world. In the next battle, he might have to go on the field himself. He could no longer take care of Xiaomei, so it was better to take her into the rule world. However, Lin Moyu also turned on the projection so that Xiaomei could see the situation outside. Lin Moyu really wanted to cultivate Xiaomei, not just for her luck. As a person who had been reincarnated after being released from the military, there was a high probability that he would be promoted to the Dao realm in the future. Who would not want such a disciple? He took a deep breath. Let's get started. With a thought, he took out the seal from the Divine Talisman core. The seal shone, and the light enveloped all the undead core. The combat power of each member of the Undead Legion was increased again, and at the same time Lin Moyu summoned all the war beasts. Facing an unknown opponent, Lin Moyu did not dare to take it lightly. The Nether Clan would not leave a corpse after death, so the corpse of the Ninth Realm Daozun in his hand could not be used easily. Once it was used, he would have no trump card, unlike facing other enemies, where he could kill one and then make up for it after using one. Go! With a thought, Li Xia rushed over first. It evolved into a true body, turning into a huge eight-tailed celestial fox, and then evolved into a true body of the Great Tao. The golden fire Great Tao dyed the world golden red, echoing the black and red of the Nether Clan. The same fire, but a different fire, collided in the air. The power of the Great Tao exploded in the air like hot oil meeting water. The fragments of hell that were still evolving were trembling constantly, and the blazing flames also weakened a little in the collision. The Lord of the Netherworld suddenly raised his head and looked at Su Pu. An extremely low voice, as unpleasant as the friction of metal, "You are looking for death." As soon as the voice fell, two Netherworld people of the Ninth Realm of Daozun stood up and killed Su Pu. Although there were two people on the other side, Su Pu was not afraid at all. Lin Moyu ejected a drop of ancestral water, and at the same time a large amount of faith power burned fiercely. The Skeleton King handed the 8 bone swords to Su Pu. Su Pu's tail rolled up the bone swords and merged with the golden fire avenue. The 8 swords merged into one and slashed down. A terrifying giant sword appeared between heaven and earth, slashing through the void and destroying everything. The two Netherworld Daozun who had just rushed over were repelled and flew back uncontrollably. The Netherworld God Lord roared, and endless flames spewed out of the crater, turning into a fire dragon to meet the giant sword. With a loud bang, the space was broken, and countless hellfires flowed into the endless void along the broken space gap. The defense originally intertwined with flames was torn open by Su Pu. The Elemental Lich rushed in at the first moment, followed by the Undead Army and the army of war beasts. The Thunder Lich moved the fastest, pointed his finger, and launched an attack on the Nether God. Chain Thunder. A thunder blasted out. If this attack hit, even if it did not cause any damage to the Nether God, most of the Nether people who were bowing would definitely die. The Nether Gods roared, and the roar was like a dragon's roar. The flames and black air intertwined, turning into a group of black gas giants, with flaming fists, killing the Elemental Lich. The Thunder Lich's attack fell on the black gas giant that suddenly appeared, exploding on the spot, and then sparks exploded on all the black gas people. Chain Thunder relied on its magical locking ability to hit all the black gas giants at the same time. Huge holes were blown out of the black gas giants, but the next second, the holes were filled. The black gas giants have no real form at all. They are just a product of the combination of the Nether Black Pool and the Hellfire. It is not easy to destroy them. The Thunder Lich did not linger in the battle and quickly retreated. The 5-element sword demon came up and surrounded the sword. 5-element sword C. With a hum, the sword avenue burst out, and the sea of swords covered most of the black gas giants. The black gas giants were beaten to pieces in the sword sea, but they were still alive and rushed over with their broken bodies. Their bodies were being destroyed and repaired at the same time, and the 5-element sword sea could not kill them. Moreover, the power of the Nether Black Pool is endless, and it can continuously condense black gas giants, not light at all. If the black gas giants could not leave the Nether Black Pool too far, this world would have been turned upside down long ago. Facing the oncoming black gas giant, several liches retreated at the same time, and the army of war beasts passed the liches and collided with the black gas giant. The war beasts of the 7th realm of Daozun were repelled one after another, and the black gas giant punched out, and a large number of war beasts were killed immediately. The attack of the black gas giant exceeded the 7th realm of Daozun and reached the level of the 8th realm of Daozun. The war beasts could not stop it at all. Fortunately, the undead army arrived. Although the undead army was weaker in combat power, they won in large numbers. "I can't beat them," but at least I can delay them, because the elemental monsters create opportunities. 0. Please give me flowers. 0. Besides the flames, Su-Pu fought with 2 Netherworld clan of the 9th realm of Dao Zun again. The 2 sides fought hard, but Su-Pu's combat power was above them and he was gradually gaining the upper hand. It's just that it will take time to kill them. At this time, the Lord of the Netherworld sneered, "You can't stop me. My children, sacrifice yourself. When this Lord of the Netherworld comes out, it will be your death. Not only you will die, but everyone in this world will die. This Lord of the Netherworld is in charge of killing. Everyone will fall into hell and become my slaves." The black gas surged wildly. Outside the crater, a large number of Netherworld people stood up and jumped into the volcano without hesitation. They actually jumped into the Netherworld Black Pool, which was also the place where they were born. In a blink of an eye, some people jumped in. The Netherworld Black Pool erupted with black gas. The more people jumped in, the faster the Netherworld God Clan would break free from the shackles of the Black Dragon. Lin Moyu watched this scene and whispered, "It seems that you evolved the Netherworld clan to share the power of the Netherworld Black Pool, and evolved with the soul of the human race, so that the Netherworld clan will be infected with the breath of the original human land and the fragments of hell. When they come back to sacrifice, they will become your helpers in escaping." The Netherworld Lord laughed, "You are very smart. Since you entered the Netherworld, this Lord has been paying attention to you. You can actually guess all the arrangements of this Lord, which is really good. If you can kneel down and bow your head, this Lord can accept you after escaping and make you my slave." Lin Moyu laughed, "Just you? You are not qualified. Not to mention you, even if the former Lord of Hell comes, he is not qualified to say this to me." The Netherworld Lord laughed wildly, "You are just a human, and you dare to say such big words. Do you know what this Lord is?" He didn't finish his words and Lin Moyu interrupted, "You are just a subordinate of the Lord of Hell, a guy who should have died long ago. Now you want to break free from the shackles of hell. If the Lord of Hell is still here, you probably don't know how many times you have died." When mentioning the Lord of Hell, the Lord of the Netherworld showed obvious fear. It is obvious that it is very afraid of the Lord of Hell. The Lord of the Netherworld gritted his teeth, "He is dead. No one can control this Lord, no one." Lin Moyu said, "That may not be the case. If the Lord of Hell can die, then there will be no fewer people who can kill you." The Lord of the Netherworld roared, "You know shit. You don't even know who killed him. You don't understand history at all." Lin Moyu said, "I may not understand it now, but one day, I will understand it." As he spoke, Lin Moyu's breath rose steadily, and at the same time, a strange breath emerged from his body. The Nether God Lord's eyes glared, "Origin of the magic, how can you have the origin of the magic?" Lin Moyu said, "You can guess." As he spoke, Lin Moyu's breath reached the peak of the 6th realm of the Dao. Then Lin Moyu took the Great Dao Immortal Pill. At the moment when the pill took effect, accompanied by the sound of glass breaking, the breath broke through the boundary between the 6th and 7th realms of the Dao. Then the breath was like a rainbow. In a blink of an eye, Lin Moyu had reached the 9th realm of the Dao, and it was the peak of the 9th realm of the Dao, not weaker than Su-Pu. The true body of the great Dao of power was revealed, and Lin Moyu turned into a 1,000-meter giant, and the great Dao of power controlled the power of his whole body. With a thought, several swords of luck appeared behind him. The sword of luck flashed through the air and instantly appeared in front of the Nether God Lord, stabbing in with a sword. 500. The breath of the Nether God Lord suddenly weakened, and he roared angrily, "You actually cut my luck." Lin Moyu chuckled, took a step forward, and came to the front of the flame like teleportation, and punched out. At this moment, his realm is the 9th realm of Dao Zun, and the avenue he used is the Avenue of Power. The Avenue of Power belongs to the illusory category and has unimaginable destructive power. The realm of the physical body is the 6th realm of Dao Zun, which exceeds the ordinary Dao Zun track realm. And the boxing method he used was the boxing method of the giant power heavenly venerable in the big world. Lin Moyu didn't know how many times he had practiced this set of boxing methods, and every punch could exert his strength to the limit. Boom! The flames like a waterfall were punched out with a huge hole, and the falling fire rain was paused. Lin Moyu strode into the broken city, punched out 2 consecutive punches, and the 2 black gas giants were scattered on the spot. Thunder! Lin Moyu let out a low shout, and the thunder lich that had been prepared long ago flew out with a whoosh. With a small hand raised, a chain of thunders hit the Nether clan outside the crater. At this time, almost 1/3 of the Nether clan had jumped into the volcano and completed the sacrifice. There were still 2/3 who had not jumped down in time. Sacrifice seemed to have a process, and it took time before and after, and it was not something that could be done by jumping all at once. Stop! The Nether god roared, and he evolved into a black gas giant again, trying to use the old method again to block the chain of thunders again. But this time with Lin Moyu took the lead and smashed the black gas giant with 1 punch. The chain of thunders fell on a Nether clan member and then exploded. In an instant, lightning and thunder flashed, and countless thunders exploded on the Nether clan members. A large number of Nether clan members were blown to pieces by thunder, and their bodies died. The Thunder Lich did not stop immediately, and threw out another chain of thunders. Just now, some of the stronger members of the Netherworld tribe survived under a chain of thunder. But it doesn't matter. If 1 is not enough, there will be 2. If 2 are not enough, there will be 1. The Netherworld Lord roared, "The body god will kill you." A dragon roar came from the sky, and black dragons covered with flames flew down and killed the Thunder Lich. But with Lin Moyu present, the black dragons could not get close to the Thunder Lich. Lin Moyu instantly threw thousands of punches, and the sky and the earth were full of fist shadows. The black dragon had nowhere to escape and was wiped out by the fists in an instant. Several chain thunders fell on the Netherworld tribe members and exploded. The Thunder Lich threw a total of 5 chain thunders, killing almost all the Netherworld tribe members who had not yet been sacrificed, leaving only 4 Netherworld tribe members of the 8th realm of Dao Zun. They did not die, but they were also seriously injured. Lin Moyu found that all the Netherworld tribe members killed by the chain thunder turned into black gas and returned to the Netherworld black pool. Where you come from, you go back. But this way of returning did not do any good to the Lord of the Underworld, and did not help him escape the black dragon's bondage quickly. The Lord of the Underworld gnashed his teeth and said, "You are very good, really very good. I will take back my words about taking you as my slave. I will put your soul in hell and burn it forever. You will never be reborn. Do you think you have a lot of people? Don't forget that this is hell, and hell never lacks people." The flames continued to erupt, and countless monsters covered in flames rushed out of the flames. The rain of fire falling from the sky also turned into flame monsters. Lin Moyu was slightly stunned. Hell evil spirits? These flame monsters are very similar to regional spirits. But their strength varies. The highest exceeds the 7th realm of Dao Zun, and the lowest is only the 2nd or 3rd realm of Dao Zun. Lin Moyu knows that these monsters similar to hell evil spirits come from hell fragments. The Lord of the Netherworld gritted his teeth. "I didn't expect you to know about the hell evil spirits. This is the most terrifying army in hell. They eat everything and swallow everything. Your skeletons become their nutrients." Lin Moyu sighed lightly. "Okay, let's see who eats who." With a snap of his fingers, the space twisted, and the skeleton hell suddenly emerged. A large number of hell evil spirits rushed out and collided with the hell regional spirits released by the Netherworld god Hair. As soon as the 2 sides came into contact, they began to bite each other frantically, not caring whether the other party was of the same kind or not. This time, the Lord of the Netherworld was stunned. "You! How can you have a hell spirit?" Lin Moyu laughed. "Look carefully, is it just a hell spirit?" Accompanied by a loud dragon roar, a black dragon rushed out. Only then did the Lord of the Netherworld see clearly that there was not only a hell spirit, but also a black pool of black gas. This black pool was exactly the same as his Netherworld black pool, exactly the same. Then he saw that above the netherworld black pool, there was a gate of hell that was not fully formed. Ah! The lord of the netherworld let out a strange cry, obviously frightened, and then screamed wildly, "Gate of hell, how can you have a gate of hell? Who are you?" It can be seen that he was extremely afraid of the gate of hell, much more afraid than the netherworld black pool. It seems that there are endless secrets behind the gate of hell. Lin Moyu sneered, "You are destined to get no answer to this question." As he spoke, he rushed towards the nether god. At this time, more than a minute had passed. The great Tao immortal pill could last for 10 minutes, and he had to get rid of the opponent within 10 minutes. Lin Moyu stepped through the void in 2 steps and came to the nether god, punching him. The nether god reacted from the panic and roared, "Go to hell." The black dragon under him moved, and a huge tail came at an astonishing speed. The speed of the tail was too fast, far exceeding Lin Moyu, and it hit Lin Moyu with a bang. Lin Moyu was immediately whipped away, and the sound of broken bones came from his body. But the next second, Lin Moyu came back again, and he was like nothing happened, and he came back frantically. The face of the nether god changed slightly. He knew how strong the previous attack was, but Lin Moyu 3.4 was safe and sound, and he didn't even look injured. The tail swiped over again, and Lin Moyu punched the tail with a punch. With a loud bang, Lin Moyu was blown away again. The black dragon's tail was too powerful for Lin Moyu to resist. Fortunately, he was here and couldn't move, otherwise Lin Moyu felt that he might not be able to beat him. 0121122209 Feilu 0000403440. Lin Moyu rushed over again and again, and the tail shook Lin Moyu away again and again. In just 3 minutes, hundreds of attacks were blocked. The defense network formed by the black dragon's tail was extremely tight and could not be broken through at all. However, Lin Moyu also found that when he attacked, the speed of the nether god lord's separation from the black dragon became extremely slow, more than 10 times slower. He needed to distract himself to control the black dragon and fight to protect himself. Not everyone can do multiple things at the same time like Lin Moyu without any impact. However, Lin Moyu could not break through the black dragon for a while and could not hurt the nether god hair. The Tao Immortal Pill has a limited time, and the soul power is also rapidly consumed at this time. Lin Moyu knows that dragging it on is extremely disadvantageous to him. The nether god lord laughed loudly, "Your realm is not high, your power comes from the origin of magic, and the pill you take can ensure that your body is immortal for a short period of time. It seems that you rely on pills to break through the limit and maintain such a realm. But how long can you last? 10 minutes? Or 20 minutes? You are not at the realm that this god lord used to be in. Let alone you, even if the Tao realm comes, don't think about hurting this god lord. The nether god lord is unscrupulous, and what he said is the truth. The power of the nether black dragon is too strong. Even if it is seriously injured, it is not something that Lin Moyu can break through. In fact, even if the Tao realm comes here, the black dragon does not move and lets the Tao realm hit it, and the Tao realm may not be able to cause damage to the black dragon's body. If the nether god lord completely leaves, he will have abilities that are not weaker than the nether black dragon. Even if the ability is insufficient when he just leaves, if he wants to leave, I am afraid I can't stop him. As time goes by, it is hard to imagine what he will end up like. It will be extremely difficult to deal with him at that time, and even the Tao realm may not be enough. Moreover, Lin Moyu also guessed that even if he escaped from the nether black pool, he could still have the ability to control the nether black pool, which would be more terrifying. So he must be eliminated before he successfully escapes. Born in the nether black pool, the nether god has no feelings for this world or living beings. In his mind, the most likely thing to do is to destroy this world, turn the entire origin continent into hell, and repeat hell, and he will become the child of hell. Let alone other things, this alone is not something Lin Moyu can tolerate. Want to compete with me for the Lord of Hell? Dream on. In the wild laughter of the nether god, Moyu rushed over again. The Nether God didn't think much at all, and continued to control the black dragon tail to sweep across. In his imagination, Lin Moyu would be repelled like before, and it would be impossible to break through the defense of the black dragon tail. But this time, an accident happened. The Nether Lord suddenly let out a scream, and the black dragon tail that had blocked Lin Moyu countless times suddenly broke. The Nether Lord, who had not yet been able to break away from the black dragon, felt an unimaginable pain. Impossible, how did my tail break? The Nether Lord still instinctively believed that he was the Nether Black Dragon. His extremely powerful tail, which was enough to beat the tail of the Dao realm to death, was actually smashed. Then he saw the thing that smashed his tail. Lin Moyu was holding a small, not very eye-catching scepter in his hand. There were 3 gems inlaid on the scepter, and there was space for 2 gems, which meant that the scepter was not complete. The moment he saw the Calamity Scepter, the Nether Lord let out a strange cry, his eyes full of fear. "The Master's Scepter, how could the Master's Scepter be in your hands? Who are you?" Lin Moyu was slightly stunned. It turns out that the Calamity Scepter is the magic weapon of the Lord of Hell. No wonder it is so powerful. Lin Moyu didn't know how strong the Lord of Hell was, but he was sure that the Lord of Hell was very strong. Even compared to those Dao Lords, the Lord of Hell would not be weaker. His magic weapon must be something beyond the Dao realm, so it was naturally extremely powerful. He could hit the outer gods of the Dao realm accurately, and he never let himself down. It was the same now, and he easily smashed the tail of the Nether Black Dragon. Seeing the magic weapon of his former master, the Lord of the Nether God almost knelt on the spot. He was full of fear. Impossible, impossible, except for the master, no one can use the master's magic weapon. Even if you get the master's magic weapon, you can only use it to hit people at most. You don't know how powerful it is. Suddenly, he changed his tone, and the fear in his eyes was replaced by greed. "If you give it to me, I can promise not to kill you, and we will write off the previous things." Lin Moyu looked at his sudden change of attitude and couldn't help but sneer. "It seems that you are really not very smart. You have absorbed so many human souls and true spirits, but you still haven't made any progress." The Lord of the Netherworld said coldly, "Don't think you can do whatever you want just because you have it. Your strength is here. It's not difficult for me to kill you." As he spoke, the Lord of the Netherworld suddenly opened his mouth and blew out black air. The black air and the fire of hell were entangled together, covering Lin Moyu. The black air came from the Netherworld black pool, which was similar to dragon breath, but more fishy than dragon breath. Once swallowed by the black air, even if you are a Taoist 9th level, you can't stand it and can't hold on for long. In the eyes of the Lord of the Netherworld, even if Lin Moyu holds the Calamity Scepter, he can't use the power of the Calamity Scepter. At most, he can only use it as an indestructible weapon to hit people. As long as he is not hit by him, there is no threat. The Lord of the Netherworld kept spewing black air, covering the world, and at the same time, red rays shot out of his eyes, interweaving into a large net, cutting the world like a sharp blade. Wherever the red rays passed, the space was cut into pieces. Although he could not move, his strength was not weak at all. He was stronger than the ordinary Dao Zun 9 realms, and could compete with the pseudo-heavenly Dao realm. And with the help of the Netherworld Black Dragon's body under him, even the Dao realm could not do anything to him. The Netherworld Lord felt that he was invincible from the beginning until he saw the Calamity Scepter. The fear he had in the past surged into his heart. When he saw the Calamity Scepter, he felt a sense of fear in front of his master. But he knew that his master was dead, his body was dead, and his Tao was gone, and his ashes were gone. Even if someone got the Calamity Scepter, it would be impossible to exert its power, so greed arose in his heart. He wanted to become the Lord of Hell. If he could get the Calamity Scepter again, then his position as the Lord of Hell would be truly legitimate and stable. If Lin Moyu refused to hand over the Calamity Scepter, then he would kill Lin Moyu and get the Calamity Scepter. Greed devoured the reason of the Netherworld Lord. As a former Netherworld Black Dragon, he knew how powerful the Calamity Scepter was. As long as it can get it, then it can be truly unscrupulous. Watching Lin Moyu being wrapped by his dragon breath and cut by the big net formed by his red firelight, he believed that Lin Moyu would definitely die. Suddenly, a ray of light lit up, illuminating the world. In the light, everything changed. The Lord of the Netherworld felt that his power was declining sharply and getting weaker and weaker. Not only himself, but everyone, including the Netherworld Black Pool, including the fire cloud waterfall evolved from the fragments of hell in the sky, were all weakening by 230. Fear rose again, and he realized what had happened. The Lord of the Netherworld's voice kept trembling. Balance. It's the balance gem. Impossible, this is impossible. How can he use the balance gem? Is he the reincarnation of the Master? No, it's impossible. The Master died at that time, his soul was scattered, and even his true spirit was completely dissipated. It is impossible for him to reincarnate as a human again. And so many years have passed. If he could really reincarnate, he should have reincarnated long ago. But who is he? Is there anyone else in this world who can use the Calamity Scepter besides the Master? In the blink of an eye, his realm has been reduced to the 5th realm of Daozun. Under the effect of the balance gem, everything around him is in a state of extreme balance. The largest number and weakest strength here is the undead army. Therefore, everything is based on the undead army. No matter who it is, whether it is a living being or a magic weapon, dead or alive, the strength has dropped to the 5th realm of Daozun. Everyone's realm has been reduced, only the strength of the skeleton god general has increased, because they are the weakest, worse than the average, and under balance, it has increased a little bit. Lin Moyu walked out of the black dragon breath, unscathed. Not only the balance gem on the Calamity Scepter was shining, but the elemental gem was also shining. With the elemental gem, no matter whether it was dragon breath or red light, Lin Moyu could do nothing. At this moment, Lin Moyu's realm has also fallen to the 5th realm of Daozun, but the strength of his physical body has not changed, and it is still the 6th realm of Daozun. The balance gem is very powerful and can balance all kinds of power. Whether it is magic weapons, cultivation, realm, or formation, they are all within its balance range. However, not everything can be balanced, and there will be exceptions. For example, luck, such as the avenue of power. Illusionary things cannot be balanced. Now the power of the Nether God has been reduced, but Lin Moyu still has the body of the 6th realm of Daozuan. The avenue of power controls all the power from inside to outside of the body, whether it is attack or defense, whether it is physical strength or soul strength, under the control of the avenue of power, forming a whole. Now even if Lin Moyu stands and lets the Nether God kill him, the Nether God can't hurt Lin Moyu. At least under the restriction of the balance gem, he doesn't have this ability. And there are elemental gems, all kinds of attacks related to elements are invalid. The Nether God trembled, and his eyes were full of fear when he looked at Lin Moyu. The appearance of the Calamity Scepter made him greedy, but the light of the 2 gems made him feel scared. He seemed to think of the past years and the horror of his former master. In front of his former master, he was so humble. The past memories occupied his mind, causing the Nether God to fall into a stagnation and lose his mind in fear. It was not until Lin Moyu came in front of him that the Nether God woke up with a start. If he had not been unable to move, he would have disappeared without a trace. Lin Moyu looked at him with a smile on his face. "Are you scared?" At this moment, Lin Moyu's smile was extremely terrifying in the eyes of the Nether God. He moved his mouth twice, but didn't speak. He was afraid that he would be exposed if he spoke. At this moment, the Lord of the Netherworld felt that his whole body, from inside to outside, was trembling. He couldn't control his body and was afraid that his voice would tremble if he spoke. Lin Moyu said, "I ask, you answer. If the answer satisfies me, maybe I will consider letting you go. Do you understand?" In this situation, the Lord of the Netherworld has no choice. As long as he wants to live, he must obey. After finally surviving the catastrophe of the origin and struggling for so many years, the Lord of the Netherworld still wants to break free from the shackles of the Netherworld Black Pool and become an independent creature. How could he want to die? The higher the realm and the longer you live, the more afraid you are of death. He didn't speak, but just nodded his head. Lin Moyu asked, who broke the hell back then? How did your former master die? Think about it before answering. The Lord of the Netherworld seemed to think of what happened that year, and the fear in his eyes became more intense. A low, trembling voice came from his throat. I don't know, I really don't know, I just saw a big hand falling, and hell cracked. Then the master left hell, and should have fought with the other party, but after a while, I saw the master falling from the air. Then the big hand fell again, beating the master to ashes, and even hell was broken. Lin Moyu frowned. This answer is different from what you said before. The Lord of the Netherworld said, I lied to you before, I only know that it is a very terrifying existence, extremely terrifying. Lin Moyu said, what realm is your master? Compared with the Taoist master, Hui is even more fishy. Lin Moyu was still very vague about the realm of the Lord of Hell at this time. Even the third ancestor might not be able to answer this question. The Lord of the Netherworld should know more and might be able to get the answer. The Lord of the Netherworld whispered, I don't know how strong the Taoist is, but I think the master should be stronger. He seemed to be afraid that his answer would not satisfy Lin Moyu, and immediately added, I sleep most of the time and don't care much about things outside, so I don't know much. But I have seen the Taoist visit the master, so I feel that the master should have a higher status. Lin Moyu did not ask further. He could feel that the Lord of the Netherworld was not lying. So he changed the question, regarding the gate of hell, you seemed very afraid of it just now. The Lord of the Underworld said, the Master once said that the gate of hell is the root of hell and the most terrifying thing in hell, but I have never seen the Master use the gate of hell. Even when the Master died in the end, the gate of hell did not move. Lin Moyu frowned, the gate of hell never moved? The Lord of the Underworld nodded, his trembling voice was affirmative, it has never moved since then. Lin Moyu felt more and more strange. Since the gate of hell is the most terrifying thing in the whole hell, it should be extremely powerful. Why didn't it move until the end when hell was collapsed? This is not in line with common sense. If it is so powerful, why doesn't it move? Lin Moyu couldn't guess why, but the power of the Hell Gate should be a well-known fact. Whether it was the fear of the Hell Gate by the Netherlord or the reaction of Jean Lei, who was at the Dao realm at that time, it could be inferred that the Hell Gate was indeed a very terrifying existence. It was scary even though it had never been used. It can only be said that this information should have been leaked from the mouth of the Hell Lord. If he didn't say it, who would know? Lin Moyu also knew that he couldn't get anything out of the question, so he changed the subject again. How did you survive when hell collapsed? And how did you evolve the Nether clan? Tell me in detail. The Lord of the Netherworld said, at that time, the Master died, and I was very scared, so I retreated to the deepest part of the Netherworld Black Pool. After that, hell collapsed, and the Netherworld Black Pool was also shattered, and I was also seriously injured. But I was lucky and did not die, and came here with the fragments. For so many years, I have always hoped to recover as before, but I was too seriously injured, and the Netherworld Black Pool without hell is like rootless water, and my body can never be restored. 1. Fortunately, the power of the Netherworld Black Pool is still there, and I also have a piece of hell fragment, so I used the Netherworld Black Pool and the hell fragment to evolve the Netherworld clan. The answer given by the Lord of the Netherworld is similar to what Lin Moyu thought in his heart, with only some details that are different, and the impact is not great. In order to survive, the Lord of the Netherworld really knows everything and says everything. Lin Moyu calculated the time. The time for the Dao Immortal Pill was running out. He hurriedly asked, how many pieces did hell break into? The Nether God thought for a while, not many pieces. When hell collapsed, Nuali, most of it was turned to ashes, and there were very few pieces left. But I know there is a special piece that did not turn to ashes. I know you want to evolve hell again and become the Lord of Hell, but as long as you can't find that piece, it will be useless even if you collect more pieces of hell. Lin Moyu asked, what special piece? The Nether God said, promise me first, as long as I say it, you won't kill me. Lin Moyu sneered, "Do you have the right to bargain?" The nether god suddenly became very tough. "If you don't agree, then kill me. Anyway, I won't say it." He looked like a dead pig that was not afraid of boiling water, and it seemed that he wanted to use this news to save his life. Lin Moyu just said that he could consider not killing him, but he didn't really agree to the question. Seeing the Nether Lord like this, Lin Moyu said, "Okay, as long as you tell the truth, I won't kill you." The Nether Lord said, "That's a peace." The voice of the Lord of the Underworld was extremely low, and at the same time there was a slight tremor, as if to take people back to that distant era. "That is a fragment of the Gate of Hell." Lin Moyu narrowed his eyes slightly. "A fragment of the Gate of Hell? The Gate of Hell is also broken?" The Lord of the Underworld said, "I don't know if the Gate of Hell is broken. I didn't see it with my own eyes, but the thing I saw must be on the Gate of Hell. I can't be wrong. This so-called most terrifying thing, the big killer that the Lord of Hell never used until his death, is actually broken? Isn't that so-called big killer a joke?" Lin Moyu asked, "Where did the fragment of the Gate of Hell go?" The Lord of the Underworld said, "It didn't fall on the origin continent, but flew into the sky. It should have gone to the outside world." The outside world is so vast, how to find it? This answer is the same as no, and it is impossible to verify the authenticity. The Lord of the Underworld added, "I was not seriously injured at the time. I could sense that the fragment of the Gate of Hell did not fly very far. It should be somewhere outside the sky. If you reach the Tao realm in the future, you can look for it outside the sky. Maybe you can find it." "What is outside the sky?" Lin Moyu had the honor of seeing it once. There are many Daos outside the 680 sky, and some of them have creatures in the Tao realm. In addition, there are relics outside the sky, and fragments of the Gate of Hell may fall anywhere. It may be found, but it must be very difficult. In fact, the Lord of the Underworld does not know much. He has been staying in the dark pool of the underworld for many years, sleeping most of the time, and only knows some things in hell. He is different from other Tao realms, and no matter how you ask, you will not get anything. The effect of the Tao Immortal Pill is about to disappear. Lin Moyu said, "Okay, now it's time to deal with your business." After the voice fell, Lin Moyu raised the Calamity Scepter and smashed it on the Lord of the Underworld. The Lord of the Underworld screamed immediately. Lin Moyu didn't hit him hard, but the Calamity Scepter was too strong, and the Lord of the Underworld's body was broken in half on the spot. His body was broken, and his breath weakened sharply, but with the help of the Balance Gem, his breath recovered to the 5th level of Dao Zun. The Balance Gem is like this, maintaining balance. If you are strong, it will suppress you, and if you are weak, it will strengthen you. The current standard of the Balance Gem is the 5th level of Dao Zun. The Lord of the Underworld shouted in horror, "You said you wouldn't kill me." Lin Moyu said, "Yes, Ajb, but I didn't say I would let you go." "Don't worry, Lin has always kept his word and kept his promise. If I say I won't kill you, I won't kill you." As he spoke, Lin Moyu hit the Lord of the Underworld again. It seems that he was worried that he would kill the Lord of the Underworld, so this time it was lighter than before. The Lord of the Underworld screamed again, and part of his body was smashed again. However, Lin Moyu controlled it very well, and the Lord of the Underworld was still alive, but his breath was weaker than before, and then, with the help of the Balance Gem, he recovered to the 5th level of Dao Zun. Lin Moyu used the eyes of the dead to see that the soul of the Lord of the Underworld had been severely damaged, but his soul was strong enough and should be able to take 2 more hits. Lin Moyu said that he would not kill him, but he would not let him off easily either. If he was let go, he would definitely be a huge threat in the future. The Lord of the Underworld was full of tyranny and extremely cruel to living beings. Even if he was not killed, he could not let him get free. Lin Moyu chose to cripple him and then seal him forever, even thinking about where to seal him. He hit him 3 more times in a row, and the last one smashed the Lord of the Underworld's legs, helping him to break away from his body. He had always wanted to break away from his body and become a truly independent individual, and Lin Moyu helped him realize this wish. The effect of the Tao Immortal Pill was over, and Lin Moyu's body exploded with a bang. Then, accompanied by purple light, his body recovered instantly. The light of the gem on the Calamity Scepter converged, and the effect of the balanced gem disappeared. In an instant, everyone's realm began to recover. The Nether God Lord, who had been beaten half to death by Lin Moyu, lost the help of the balanced gem. At this moment, his breath fell to the extreme, and he couldn't even keep the Dao Zun realm. He was already dying. "You are a liar." His voice was weak, but full of hatred, as if he would lose consciousness at any time. He was already extremely weak, his soul was severely damaged, and only 1/3 was left. If it were an ordinary person, he would have died long ago. It was also because he was strong enough, and Lin Moyu's technique was also exquisite enough that he could barely survive. Lin Moyu didn't care about his words at all, and raised his hand to draw a complex rune. The rune was made into a cage and fell on the Nether God Lord. The Nether God Lord was immediately trapped by the rune. The power of the rune made him unable to speak anymore, completely lost consciousness, and fell into an endless sleep. Then Lin Moyu began to refine the array disk. He wanted to refine a large array so that he could really trap the Nether God. After all, he was once the Nether Black Dragon, a being more powerful than the Dao realm. God knows if he has any trump cards. Lin Moyu would not gamble. He would be sure of everything he did. The array disk was quickly refined, and the rune that trapped the Nether God was placed in the array disk to activate the array. A large array that sealed the heaven and earth was completed. With this large array, the Nether God could not absorb any source of power from the outside world, and he would not be able to recover. Then Lin Moyu moved his mind, and a gully appeared in the skeleton hell. Lin Moyu threw the array disk into it. This was the sealing place he prepared for the Nether God. He could rest assured if he was sealed here. If the Nether God made any unusual movements, the evil spirits of hell would rush up and devour him. After doing all this, Lin Moyu began to look at this world. Without the manipulation of the Nether Lord, the whole world has become quiet. The black gas is slowly dissipating. Lin Moyu swept his eyes and saw the whole situation clearly. The floating fire cloud in the sky was transformed from a piece of hell fragment. And the land that has turned into lava is another piece of hell fragment. The crater where he is the former Nether Black Pool. The body of the Nether Black Dragon is sleeping in the Nether Black Pool. Now that the Nether Lord is gone, the two pieces of hell fragments and the main body of the Nether Black Pool are in a semi-sleeping state. Perhaps after a long time, they can wake up again and evolve into something else. You want to merge the hell fragments, but unfortunately, you can't do it at all. You overestimate your ability, ambition, and strength are not matched, and the result is often death. Lin Moyu expanded the scope of the skeleton hell while talking to himself. The skeleton hell wrapped the two pieces of hell fragments and the Nether Black Pool and began to merge and swallow them. This is the correct way to use the fragments of hell, to fuse them into a whole and reenact hell. What the Nether Lord did before was like a joke in Lin Moyu's eyes. In the skeleton hell, the Black Dragon rushed out excitedly, rushed into the main body of the Nether Black Pool, and bit the Nether Black Dragon. The Nether Black Dragon has extremely strong defense, and its dragon scales are extremely solid, so the Black Dragon has a very hard time biting. However, it has no idea what discouragement is, and it still bites tirelessly. Gradually, a piece of flesh and blood was bitten off the body of the Nether Black Dragon, which was swallowed by the Black Dragon, and the Black Dragon began to change qualitatively. From the moment the Nether God Lord was sealed, the result was actually doomed. From then on, there was only one Nether Black Pool, and that was the one in the skeleton hell. The Nether clan had been wiped out from the origin continent. The Black Dragon of the skeleton hell kept gnawing at the Nether Black Dragon, and its body began to solidify, from virtual to real, and a qualitative change was taking place. From then on, it was the new Nether Black Dragon. Countless hell evil spirits were devouring hell fragments, and the two sides were merging, and the skeleton hell was undergoing a qualitative change. The skeleton hell, which had originally been stuck in a bottleneck, finally broke through after fusing two pieces of hell fragments, and began a gorgeous transformation. The power of the skeleton hell became stronger and more real. The sense of illusion gradually receded. Whether it was magma, the earth, or the hell evil spirits, they all became extremely real. If you don't try hard, you can't tell that the skeleton hell is actually just a magic. More people will think that it should be an independent world. The evil spirits of hell collectively howled, and the sound reverberated back and forth in the territory of the former Nether clan. Amid the howling, the scope of the skeleton hell expanded rapidly and multiplied. The diameter occupied was expanding at a speed of hundreds of kilometers per second, becoming wider and wider. The expansion of the skeleton hell was not only to the southeast, northwest, but also to the sky and the earth. The clouds in the sky were swallowed by the skeleton hell, and the edge could no longer be seen. The earth was swallowed by the skeleton hell and continued to sink. The skeleton hell swallowed the heaven and earth and became heavier. Lin Moyu didn't know how big the real hell was in the past. Now his skeleton hell has covered an area of 10,000 kilometers. The area of 10,000 kilometers is truly from heaven to earth. Under the earth, magma rolled and flowed, and in the sky, lava turned into waterfalls and fell, and countless evil spirits of hell were bathed in lava. A big red eye opened in the sky, and there was a blazing flame in the eye of hell. The flame was gray and was the flame of immortality. Flames kept gushing out of the eye of hell. After leaving the eye of hell, the gray flames instantly turned into lava and merged with the fire of hell. The hell evil spirits grew stronger with long roars, breaking through their limits and reaching the seventh realm of Daozun. There is a huge gap between the sixth and seventh realms of Daozun. Previously, the skeleton hell was stuck at the limit of the sixth realm and could not break through. Even if it swallowed more fragments of the Dao, it was restricted there. Now, with the help of 2 fragments of hell, the skeleton hell finally broke through its limit and went one step further. The hell evil spirits of the 7th realm of Daozun were enough to easily trap and kill all the 7th realm of Daozun, and were also enough to make the 8th realm of Daozun lose a layer of skin. Then the hell evil spirits began to split, and the number increased rapidly. In less than 10 minutes, the number of hell evil spirits reached 10 million, more than double the previous 4 million. In a radius of 10,000 kilometers, plus 10 million hell evil spirits of the 7th realm of Daozun, this power alone was enough to make most of the forces on the origin continent despair. Even a powerful force like the Demon Clan cannot produce tens of millions of 7th-level ancestors. Unless all the royal families join forces and the 8th level and 9th level masters of the Daozun take action at the same time, they are qualified to fight against the skeleton hell. To truly defeat the skeleton hell, perhaps only the pseudo-Dao realm can do it. The skeleton hell has become very strong, and it has not reached its limit yet. The Netherworld Black Dragon is trying to gnaw on the former Netherworld Black Dragon body. As the skeleton hell is promoted, its power is also improved. The Netherworld Black Pool that was swallowed before has now turned into a huge force and exploded, pushing its power forward. Its body is getting thicker, bigger and longer, and the Netherworld Black Pool has become even bigger, and the black gas that comes out is even more creepy. At this moment, the black gas coming out of the Nether Black Pool has a terrible corrosiveness, which is not weaker than Lin Moyu's death power. The power of the Nether Black Dragon has always been stronger than the evil spirits of hell, and its realm is also higher. It is the same now. It has not completely swallowed the body of the former Nether Black Dragon, and has not become a real Nether Black Dragon. It has reached the 7th realm of Daozun and is stronger than the evil Kong Song of hell. Even if the two sides fight, at least hundreds of thousands of evil spirits of hell are likely to beat the Nether Black Dragon. The Nether Black Dragon can be said to be the gold medal fighter in hell. The Nether Black Dragon continued to devour, and its power became stronger and stronger. It bit down bit by bit, and blood and flesh flew everywhere, and the face was extremely bloody and stimulating. When it completely devoured the body of the former Nether Black Dragon, it became a real Nether Black Dragon. Its combat power reached the peak of the 7th realm of Daozun. Then the Nether Black Dragon began to devour the main body of the Nether Black Pool, biting down bit by bit, tearing off the main body of the nether black pool piece by piece and eating it. Its power continued to grow. Lin Moyu knew that after it finished eating, the nether black pool in the skeleton hell would become the real nether feast black pool. The only difference was that it was not strong enough, and it was the skeleton hell that restricted it. As long as the skeleton hell continued to grow stronger, it would continue to improve and become stronger and stronger. Lin Moyu's attention shifted away from the nether black dragon and looked at the hell gate surrounded by black air. "Zero, please give me flowers." The hell gate seemed to be a little more solid than before, but it was only a little bit, and the difference was not very big. Lin Moyu already knew that if he wanted to restore the hell gate, the hell fragments alone would not be very useful. It might be a little useful in the early stage, but it would be useless after a certain extent. In the end, he still had to find the fragment of the hell gate to truly restore the hell gate to its original state. This was the same as the nether black pool. The hell fragments could only make the nether black pool evolve, but if he really wanted to restore it to its original state, he needed to devour the body of the nether feast black pool. In this way, hell can be seen as three parts. The first part is the magma lava area, which is composed of hellfire, hell evil spirits, red spider lilies, and hell eyes. The second part is the dark pool of the underworld, which is composed of the dark pool itself and the dark dragon of the underworld. 0. The third part, and the most important part, is the Gate of Hell. The Gate of Hell is called the Root of Hell, but even the previous Lord of Hell did not use the Gate of Hell before his death. Lin Moyu didn't know whether he didn't want to use it or couldn't use it. If it couldn't be used, why did he say that the Gate of Hell was so terrible? Lin Moyu didn't understand the reason. The Gate of Hell was like a mystery. Perhaps only after he restored the Gate of Hell to its original state, he could really understand the reason. But now he has understood one thing. In the whole hell, the lava area is the most fragile. When hell collapsed, the area was destroyed. Although the dark pool of the underworld was broken, the main body was still left, and only a small part was destroyed. As for the Gate of Hell, it only has a fragment, and it is missing. In other words, that existence back then seemed unable to destroy the Gate of Hell. We must find a way to find the fragment of the Gate of Hell. Lin Moyu's desire for the Gate of Hell was very strong, and maybe he would really become the Lord of Hell at that time. He murmured, "The third ancestor took me to the ruins outside the sky, which is a good opportunity to see what kind of world outside the sky is. The outside of the sky of the small world is the big world, and the outside of the sky of the big world is the starry sky. So what kind of world is the outside of the sky of the origin continent? It's interesting." While thinking about it, the skeleton hell shook violently, and then there was a loud dragon roar that resounded through the world. A huge breath was stirring in the skeleton hell, and the netherworld black dragon broke through again, reaching the 8th level of Daozun, and the netherworld black pool was completely eaten up by him. "Master!" Lin Moyu was slightly surprised by the sudden voice of the nether black dragon. But it seemed reasonable. After all, the previous nether black dragon also had wisdom, so it was normal for his nether black dragon to awaken wisdom. The nether black dragon's voice was low and hoarse, and at the same time there was a sharp sound like metal friction, which was a little harsh, but not unacceptable. However, his voice always carried a kind of deepness like the netherworld, which could make people feel fear instinctively. Lin Moyu whispered, "What's your name?" Since it has actively awakened wisdom, there should be a famous minister. If not, then give it one yourself. The nether black dragon whispered, "Great Master, you can name me. If you don't want to, you can also use the name of the previous nether black dragon." Lin Moyu asked, "What was the previous name?" The previous nether black dragon only knew that he called himself the Lord of the Netherworld, and didn't know his real name. The nether black dragon 693 said, the previous name was Antares. Lin Moyu was stunned on the spot, and he couldn't believe his ears. "What did you say?" "Say it again." He even doubted whether he had heard it wrong. The nether black dragon said, "The information I got from his memory is that his name is Antares." Lin Moyu's mind was flashing with lightning and thunder. The nether black dragon was actually called Antares. Then what is Antares called? Lin Moyu realized one thing: the name Antares was not his real name. There are several surnames in the Dragon Clan, and no one has a name like Antares. I had doubts before, but I didn't think deeply about it. Now it seems that the name Antares is indeed fake. This guy is a bit too restrictive. Next time I see you, I must ask you clearly. We have been friends for so many years, but I don't even know your real name. Lin Moyu thought to himself and said to the nether black dragon, "From now on, you will be called Black Prison." Naturally, he couldn't let the nether black dragon call Antares anymore, so he gave him a name that means the black dragon from hell. Whether the name is good or bad, it doesn't matter to Lin Moyu, it's just a code name. And no matter what name he gives, the nether Mo dragon will accept it. After all, he is his master. The nether black dragon said, "From now on, I will be called Black Prison, Master." When I was absorbing the nether black pool, I found some information from the past. Do you want to see it? Lin Moyu asked, "What information?" Black Prison said, "Some information when hell was destroyed." Lin Moyu immediately signaled Black Prison to be released, and Black Prison's huge eyes shot out a brilliant light, forming a Japanese projection. In the projection, there is a hell world. In hell, the flames were blazing, and volcanoes were constantly erupting, spewing endless flames. In the sky, a huge eye of hell was constantly spewing flames. In the flames, the red spider lilies bloomed one by one, emitting deep blue light, rendering the whole hell even more terrifying. The scale of hell was extremely large, much larger than the skeleton hell, and there was no edge at all. In the lava, countless evil spirits of hell were floating up and down. Although it was not possible to see how powerful they were in the projection, it was conceivable that they were all extremely powerful. And there were endless numbers, spread all over the whole hell, far exceeding tens of millions. Lin Moyu knew that this was what hell looked like before it was destroyed. In the center of hell, a black pool was constantly spewing black gas. This was the former Netherworld Black Pool. The Netherworld Black Pool was bottomless and no one knew where it was going. A huge dragon head poked out from the Netherworld Black Pool, which was the Netherworld Black Dragon. In the black gas, the gate of hell was looming. Through the projection, Lin Moyu could see the former gate of hell, which was covered with complex patterns, as if interpreting a kind of truth of heaven and earth. Just looking at the projection, Lin Moyu felt an indescribable power. The former gate of hell was indeed much more complete than the current gate of hell. In the projection, the gate of hell was tightly closed, as if it had never been opened. In fact, it had not been opened for countless years, even when hell collapsed. Then Lin Moyu saw a person. The person was hidden in the black air and could not be seen clearly. He stood there, as if he was the center of the entire hell, standing upright and extremely powerful. He held the scepter of natural disasters in his hand, and the 5 gems on the scepter shone brightly. Then, a big hand broke through the boundary of hell and took a direct shot. The Lord of Hell held the scepter of natural disasters and swung a colorful beam of light to repel the giant hand. Then, the Lord of Hell rushed straight into the sky and rushed towards the enemy. Behind him, countless evil spirits of hell, including the Netherworld Black Dragon, rushed up to the sky. But the next moment, an extremely huge force fell, countless evil spirits of hell were shattered on the spot, and the Netherworld Black Dragon screamed and fell down, falling back into the Netherworld Black Pool. So strong! Lin Moyu was amazed in his heart. The opponent did not even launch a real attack, but just casually attacked, and countless evil spirits of hell died on the spot. The Netherworld Black Dragon, which was stronger than the Dao realm, was seriously injured on the spot and fell back into the Netherworld Black Pool, unable to move. The Lord of Hell waved the Calamity Scepter and rushed into the sky to fight the enemy. The aftermath of the battle shattered the barrier of hell, causing the entire hell to turmoil. A few minutes later, a Taoist figure fell from the sky. The person who fell down was the Lord of Hell, and he was defeated. The Calamity Scepter was still in his hand, but the gem was nowhere to be found. A big hand followed him and slapped him heavily. The whole hell almost collapsed, the earth cracked, the fire of hell rose up in huge waves, the terrifying power raged in hell, and countless red spider lilies withered at the same time. Under this palm, the Lord of Hell was reduced to ashes, and his body and soul disappeared. Then a big hand appeared, grasped the eye of hell, and squeezed it hard, and the eye of hell exploded, without any resistance. Then the big hand slapped down, and hell turned into powder under the palm. Only a few fragments exploded and scattered everywhere. The nether black pool was relatively solid and broke later. The nether black dragon was seriously injured in the black pool and could not move. He could only watch this scene. Hell was also his home, and now it was destroyed. Only the gate of hell still stood. The opponent slapped the gate of hell with a palm, and the gate of hell had some cracks, but did not collapse. After several palms, the gate of hell was still eaten. This situation seemed to anger the opponent, and then the gate of hell ushered in a more fierce attack. The opponent changed his palm into a fist, and in an instant, he threw hundreds of punches. The gate of hell finally couldn't bear it and exploded. After the gate of hell exploded, most of it turned into smoke and dissipated. Only a large piece of 3.9 fragments flew out and disappeared into the distance. Then the opponent attacked hell again, and hell was completely shattered, and the picture stopped here. The projection recorded the whole process of hell's shattering. After watching it, Lin Moyu fell into deep thought. The opponent is very strong, stronger than the Lord of Hell. The Lord of Hell was easily killed by the opponent and only lasted for a few minutes, which shows that the strength gap is very large. But when the opponent destroyed Hell, it didn't seem to show the strength to crush the Lord of Hell. There seems to be something wrong. If the opponent can really crush the Lord of Hell, then it should be very easy to break Hell, and it wouldn't take thousands of palms to break Hell. Especially when hitting the gate of Hell, it was even more strenuous. This can only mean that the person who defeated the Lord of Hell may not be the owner of this big hand. This big hand is already strong enough. If there is a stronger existence behind it, it is indeed a bit scary. The new nether black dragon finally stabilized at the 8th level of Daozun, but Lin Moyu knew very well that with the combat power of the nether black dragon, with the skeleton hell and the nether black pool as the foundation, he could fight against even the 9th level of Daozun. Even if he was defeated, it would not be a problem to tangle with him. The hell evil spirits of tens of millions of Daozun 7th level were enough to sweep all Daozun 7th level, and even had a certain probability of trapping Daozun 8th level to death. The coverage of 10,000 kilometers was also extremely wide. The Eye of Hell was also stronger than before. No matter how many people were below the 7th level of Daozun, there would be almost no survivors after being swept by it. The red spider lily was more luxuriant. The role of the red spider lily was to weaken. Once most of the strong were surrounded by hell and then illuminated by the red spider lily, their strength would be reduced by at least 30%. Overall, the skeleton hell was a terrible spell that destroyed the clan. The promotion of the skeleton hell was completed, but for Lin Moyu, there was still one last step. He now has 30 Dao patterns in a free state. The reason why these Dao patterns are not used is to prepare for the skeleton hell. The skeleton hell has already carried 12 Dao patterns before. After carrying Dao patterns, the power of the skeleton hell has been greatly improved. This time, Lin Moyu prepared more Dao patterns for it. Lin Moyu has his own reasons for doing so. He needs top-notch combat power. If Dao patterns are distributed to other spells, even if the spells are enhanced, it is a kind of balanced state enhancement. Only the skeleton hell is an exception. It is also beyond the spell system and does not need to maintain a balance with other spells. In this way, Lin Moyu saw an opportunity. One trick is enough to eat all the world. The skeleton hell has almost no weaknesses. As long as it is strong enough, it is enough for Lin Moyu to run rampant. With a thought in his mind, 10 Dao patterns flew out and landed on the skeleton hell. The Dao patterns are glittering, containing Lin Moyu's understanding of the Tao, and have the purest and majestic power. Dao patterns should be used in pairs to maintain their own yin and yang balance. They should be used in pairs each time. If they are used one by one, the effect will be greatly reduced. 10 Dao patterns quickly merged into the skeleton hell, and the lava in the skeleton hell began to boil rapidly. Its power began to increase again, and the range began to expand, quickly exceeding 10,000 kilometers, getting bigger and bigger. At the same time, the evil spirits of hell collectively howled, and then quickly began to split. When all 10 Dao patterns were merged, the range of the skeleton hell had reached 15,000 kilometers, an increase of 50%. The same was true for the evil spirits of hell, increasing from 10 million to 15 million. It's just that their aura has not changed, and they are still in the 7th realm of Dao Zun. The changes brought about by the 10 Dao patterns seem to be only in range and quantity. Lin Moyu looked at Heiyu. Do you feel any changes? Heiyu answered truthfully, to reply to the master. After the master merged with the Dao pattern, our upper limit has increased a little, but the realm has not changed. And we feel hungry and need to eat. Listening to the long howls of the evil spirits of hell, Lin Moyu roughly understood what the nether black dragon meant. The upper limit has been enhanced, but the current realm has not changed. And because of the surge in range and number, the evil spirits of hell are constantly splitting, causing them to be powerless and need to eat to replenish their strength. But even if they don't replenish, it's okay. The evil spirits of hell won't rebel, and nothing will happen. At most, they will be hungry, but they won't starve to death anyway. However, in this state, their strength will be affected to a certain extent and cannot be fully exerted. Lin Moyu grasped the key point, and the Dao pattern increased the upper limit of the skeleton hell. In other words, the skeleton hell has the opportunity to be promoted to a higher level, which is the real function of the Dao pattern. No matter how much the upper limit can be raised, it is always good to have an increase. Without saying anything, Lin Moyu flew another 10 Dao patterns into the skeleton hell, directly pushing the number of Dao patterns in the skeleton hell to 32, far exceeding other spells. After fusing 10 Dao patterns again, the range of the skeleton hell expanded to 20,000 kilometers, and the number of evil spirits in the hell also increased to 20 million. The upper limit was also enhanced again. As to what extent it was enhanced, it is still unknown. In Lin Moyu's view, being able to enhance the upper limit is more important than simply enhancing the spell. Because he believes that sooner or later, he can push the skeleton hell to the limit, and then the importance of the upper limit will be highlighted. However, only 32 Dao patterns are not enough, and they must continue to be merged. Now there are 10 Dao patterns left. After thinking about it, Lin Moyu did not give 10 Dao to the skeleton hell, but kept the Dao patterns for backup. Lin Moyu always believed that it was better to be prepared. The 10 Dao patterns would not have a qualitative impact on his combat power, so he did not need to use them for the time being. He had the skeleton hell and Su Pu, which were already strong enough. As long as it was not the 3 ancestors, no one on the origin continent could hurt him. Lin Moyu put away the skeleton hell and then pulled Xiaomei out of the rule world. Xiaomei saw the whole process. Except for a few secrets, Xiaomei could be regarded as the person who knew him best on Kuan-Yuan continent. Lin Moyu was sincere in wanting to train Xiaomei, so he treated her sincerely and did not hide anything. He believed that Xiaomei also understood what he meant. Lin Moyu smiled and said, "How do you feel after seeing the whole process?" Xiaomei's eyes flashed with admiration, and there was a hint of emotion. "Thank you, teacher, for your trust in Xiaomei." Lin Moyu said, "Don't use a person who is suspicious. Since I have accepted you as my disciple, I naturally trust you completely. And I also believe that Xiaomei will naturally keep some secrets for me." Xiaomei nodded. "Teacher, don't worry. Xiaomei knows what to say and what not to say." Xiaomei now can't be regarded as a 10-year-old child. After receiving the memory of her past life, although she is still an independent individual, she is more or less affected by her past life. On the surface, Xiaomei is still cute, but her mind is mature. Xiaomei in her previous life once stood in a high position and knew many things that ordinary people didn't know, such as hell, which she understood a little. Xiaomei probably wouldn't be interested in things that were too low-end. So along the way, Lin Moyu also let her see some scenery that she couldn't see in her previous life, including this time. Let her see how hell was destroyed, and how that once extremely powerful existence was killed. Lin Moyu said, "What do you think of the destruction of hell?" Xiaomei thought about it, and then shook her head. Whether it is the Lord of Hell or the person who killed the Lord of Hell, they are too powerful. Their level is too high, and Xiaomei doesn't understand it very well. The level of the Tao realm is already an existence that Xiaomei cannot understand, not to mention the Lord of Hell who is beyond the Tao realm, and the existence that can kill the Lord of Hell. Lin Moyu smiled. "Don't worry, I believe that one day, Xiaomei will understand." Xiaomei naturally understood the meaning of Lin Moyu's words, and her big eyes lit up. Will there really be such a day? Lin Moyu smiled. Of course there will be. Xiaomei must believe in herself, and also believe in the teacher. Xiaomei looked at Lin Moyu with a sincere face. Compared to believing in myself, I believe in the teacher more. Lin Moyu laughed. "Let's go, we should go back." Just as he was about to leave, Lin Moyu suddenly turned his head and looked into the distance, and his footsteps stopped. Xiaomei's face also changed slightly, and she found something unusual. Xiaomei, who has the innate Tao soul, has a far better sense than ordinary people. Although her realm is not high, she can still sense many things that others cannot sense. After Lin Moyu stopped, Xiaomei also found something unusual. Xiaomei said, "The space here seems to be blocked." Lin Moyu's face was slightly solemn. "Yes, someone blocked the space. I didn't expect that he would really come here. I'm really curious about how he found me." Lin Moyu thought that there was no reason for the commotion he made except for the last battle. There is only one reason why the other party could find me. Xiaomei asked, "Teacher, who did this?" Lin Moyu said, "What a talkative person." Xiaomei exclaimed, obviously a little surprised, "Is it the Master Ku Rong of the Baichao Alliance?" Lin Moyu hummed, "He didn't give up after failing to kill me the first 2 times. It seems that he has many spies here. There are countless flowers and plants in the Herb Alliance. One of Master Ku Rong's clones is called Wild Grass, which can reproduce countless wild grasses to monitor the world. With this clone, everything in the Herb Alliance cannot escape the eyes and ears of Master Ku Rong. This is what the Demon King once told me, but now it seems that it is more than that. I still have the Demon King flower refined by the Demon King on me, which can avoid Master Ku Rong's detection. The Demon King said that as long as I don't enter the territory of the Herb Alliance, Master Ku Rong will not be able to discover me. The territory of the Netherworld clan is always entangled by the Netherworld black air, with no grass growing and nothing growing. It is impossible for Master Ku Rong to have spies here. But with his arrival, although there was no movement, he was still discovered by the Netherworld clan. The black air dissipated, and the earth regained a faint vitality. The changes in the Netherworld clan's land must have attracted the attention of Master Ku Rong, and Tian was his clone who came over. Coming from under the earth, bringing vitality here, and at the same time allowing Master Ku Rong to see what happened in the Netherworld clan. This behavior was silent and without any hostility. Even Lin Moyu had never discovered it. Finally, Master Kunli discovered himself. Lin Moyu used his full eyesight to look far away, and the scene he saw confirmed his guess. In the distant land, a faint gray appeared on the originally dead land. Gray is very inconspicuous, not the color of the earth. If you look closely, you can see that it is a kind of grass, gray grass. Gray is mixed with the dead earth, and it is very difficult to be discovered. This is Master Ku Rong's clone, Wild Grass. It was through this clone that Master Ku Rong discovered himself. Lin Moyu muttered to himself, "I just don't know whether Master Ku Rong's clone or the real body is coming this time." Master Ku Rong has 3 clones. The Weed clone has no combat power and is used to monitor the world. The Vine clone is not weak in combat power, reaching the peak of the 9th realm of Dao Zun, and even slightly surpassing it, but it has been destroyed by the Demon King. The other clone is called Thorn. According to the Demon King, its combat power is even stronger than the Vine clone. As for the previous Ice and Fire Seeds, they are not really Master Ku Rong's real clones. If the clone comes, Lin Moyu feels that he can still deal with it. I am afraid that it is Master Ku Rong's real body that comes, which will really give him a headache. But no matter what should be done must be done. Lin Moyu said nothing and took Xiaomei into the world of rules again. At the same time, he unfolded the Wings of Time and evolved the real body of the Space Avenue. The Wings of Time vibrated wildly, forming the power of the Dark Prison. Relying on the power of time and space, Lin Moyu's speed increased to the limit and flew towards the direction of the Buddha clan. He was very fast, like teleporting. Master Ku Rong blocked the space, but he couldn't block Lin Moyu, who comprehended the avenue of space. At the same time, Lin Moyu took out the Demon King flower, activated it directly, and sent a message to the Demon King. I am in the Nether Clan, Master Ku Rong is chasing me. The message was simple and clear, without any extra nonsense. Lin Moyu knew that time was limited. If it was Master Ku Rong's real body that came, he would definitely be able to detect his movements. Maybe, the Demon King flower would be ineffective in the next second. Sure enough, an invisible force fell, and the space blockade became more severe. Lin Moyu was also affected a little, but he could continue to fly, but the Demon King flower had lost its function. It was affected and could no longer get in touch with the Sister Emperor. Seeing this scene, Lin Moyu's heart trembled. It seems that it is Master Ku Rong's real body that came this time. It's troublesome. It's normal to think about it. The clone has failed once. In order to be foolproof, it is likely that the real body will take action again. Moreover, this is Shizhou. Strictly speaking, he can be regarded as the territory of Master Kuai-Kai. Here, he can act recklessly. Anyway, the message has been sent out. As for whether the Demon King can receive it, whether he will come, and when he will arrive, it is not something he can control. What he has to do now is to delay time as much as possible. The longer the time is delayed, the better it is for him. In a blink of an eye, Lin Moyu has flown countless distances, but the blockade of space is getting stronger and stronger. The power to block space comes from the weeds on the ground. Lin Moyu finally realized that although the weed clone did not have a strong combat power, it had space ability. It was precisely with the ability in space that the weeds could become the eyes and ears of Master Ku Rong and monitor the world. Can't just sit there and wait for death. Lin Moyu's heart moved, and the Thunder Lich appeared on his shoulder. 10 drops of ancestral water fell on the Thunder Lich, and at the same time, the power of faith burned fiercely. The Thunder Avenue emerged, wrapping the Thunder Lich. For a moment, the Thunder Lich was thundering and lightning, and its aura was raised to the extreme, and it was infinitely close to the 9th realm of Dao Zun. It can be predicted that the power of the next attack will be the strongest attack of the Thunder Demon since its appearance. The Wild Grass clone blocked the space, and also gave Lin Moyu the opportunity to lock it. A trace of the Avenue of Luck fell along the blocked space, completing the avenue lock. The Thunder Avenue roared, obeying Lin Moyu's will lock the enemy along the road, and the Thunder Net monster blasted out Chain Thunder. The thunder exploded, and the world was like a large curtain, torn into a terrifying crack by the thunder. Above the earth, the thunder exploded, and in an instant, the entire land of the Nether Clan was lit up. Countless wild grasses withered in the thunder and turned into ashes. The chain thunder broke out in full force, and through the connection between the wild grasses, it instantly hit every wild grass. The thunder spread towards the distance. The speed, Qian Nuo Zhao, was so fast that it spread in the direction of the 100 Grass Alliance. There were too many wild grasses, and the chain thunder would pursue every wild grass and not let them go. Lin Moyu didn't know where the limit of the chain thunder was, where it could attack, and how many targets it could attack at most. Lin Moyu didn't know. But what is certain is that after this attack, the wild grass clone of Master Ku Rong must be injured. A large number of wild grasses were destroyed, and the power of the space blockade was rapidly weakened. Lin Moyu's speed suddenly increased, and he activated the Demon King flower again. The voice of the Demon King came from the Demon King flower. I am on the way and will arrive in an hour. You hold on. From Beizhou to Shizhou, even if the Demon King went all out, it would take at least an hour. In other words, Moyu had to hold on for at least an hour. But Lin Moyu was unsure whether he could hold on for an hour, so he could only give it a try. Okay, I'll try my best. Lin Moyu shouted, and flew farther away. Behind him, a majestic pressure swept over like a black cloud. The terrifying pressure made people breathless. Lin Moyu could clearly feel the anger of Master Ku Rong, both the old anger and the new anger. In the anger, there was also a strong killing intent. It seems that the damage caused by the Chain Thunder to the Wild Grass clone is more severe than imagined. The Chain Thunder has already killed far away and entered the territory of the Hundred Grass Alliance. Lin Moyu didn't know how much damage the Wild Grass clone had suffered. But it was certain that the damage was not small. At least all the Wild Grass in the Netherworld clan was destroyed by thunder, leaving no one. At the same time, the Wild Grass clone also completed its mission, which had a certain impact on itself and bought time for Master Ku Rong. Lin Moyu knew that if he competed in speed, he could not beat Master Ku Rong. Even if he tried his best and used the power of time and space at the same time, he could not beat Master Ku Rong. This is the gap between the Dao Zun realm and the Dao realm, which is insurmountable. Now he can only delay time as much as possible. Lin Moyu was thinking about countermeasures quickly in his mind. At the same time, he had the Dao Immortal Pill in his hands. Just like before, his soul and body each held one. Now he still had 2 Dao Immortal Pills left. With them, he could delay for 20 minutes. So the key to the problem was to delay for the remaining 40 minutes. It would be better if it could be delayed a little longer. If it could be delayed a little longer, it would save Dao Immortal Pills. Suddenly, Lin Moyu had a flash of inspiration and thought of a way. 783 He turned around and flew towards the direction of the Herb Alliance. The Master Ku Rong who was chasing him was obviously stunned. He didn't understand why Lin Moyu suddenly turned around and flew towards his base camp. In this way, what is the difference between this and seeking death? During the time he was stunned, the distance between him and Lin Moyu was instantly widened a lot, causing him to miss the opportunity to attack. You are looking for death. Master Ku Rong shouted angrily and accelerated again to chase after him. Lin Moyu increased his speed to the extreme, regardless of anything, and rushed straight to the Baichao Alliance and the base camp of Master Ku Rong. The area of the Netherworld clan is not large. With Lin Moyu's full strength, it took only a few minutes to enter the territory of the Baichao Alliance. Suddenly, a strange smell came from his nose. The smell was very faint, and others might not even notice it. The smell was fragrant, making people feel relaxed and happy. However, Lin Moyu realized that something was wrong and stopped breathing instantly. The breathing stopped, but the smell could still be smelled, not by the body, but by the soul. Only 10 seconds later, Lin Yu suddenly felt dizzy. The soul became drowsy, and the whole person felt drowsy. The speed suddenly slowed down, and the distance between him and Master Ku Rong was further shortened. Poisoned? Or curse? There are plant poisons and herb curses in the Baichao Alliance. No matter which one it is very difficult to deal with. Lin Moyu couldn't tell for a moment whether he was poisoned or cursed. He was immune to most poisons and curses. He had the origin-level magic, immunity, which was very powerful, so Lin Moyu had never been troubled by poison and curse. The poison and curse that could affect him should have been out of the realm of Dao Zun. Lin Moyu's heart moved, and the 11-colored dragon soul crystal immediately let out a dragon roar, followed by a breath of dragon, which enveloped his soul. In the dragon breath of the dragon soul crystal, whether it was poison or curse, all were purified, and consciousness instantly became clear. Huh! An obvious surprise sound came, and Master Ku Rong was obviously surprised that Lin Moyu was not affected. Although he was surprised, Master Kurong did not slow down at all and continued to close the distance between him and Lin Moyu. The distance between them was close enough for Master Kurong to attack. But in order to be safe, Master Kurong did not act immediately. Having dealt with Lin Moyu several times, he knew that Lin Moyu was very difficult to deal with. Lin Moyu whispered, "It is impolite not to return the favor." With a thought, the undead army was dispatched, and the army was greatly distorted. Millions of skeleton gods appeared in the air, forming a dense sea of skeletons, rushing towards Master Kurong like crazy. Master Kurong did not take the skeleton gods of the fifth realm of Daozun seriously at all. He passed through the army of skeleton gods like a sharp arrow. Wherever he passed, countless skeleton gods were turned into powder and died on the spot. There were so many skeleton gods that Master Kurong had no other eyes except skeleton gods. His sight was blocked by the skeleton god general. If he had not locked onto Lin Moyu, he would have lost his way. How could there be so many? Master Kurong muttered in his heart. He had chased for quite a distance and killed a large number of skeleton god generals, but there were still skeleton god generals in front of him. The skeleton god generals seemed endless and could not be killed at all. Just when Master Kurong was a little irritated, he suddenly lost his lock on Lin Moyu. The great Dao enemy lock was broken, which shocked Master Kurong. It was not something that ordinary people could do to cut off the great Dao enemy lock, even for him. Lin Moyu was only at the 4th level of Daozun, but he could actually cut off his great Dao enemy lock. He could cut off the great Dao enemy lock now. Who knows how far Lin Moyu would grow up in the future? This child must not be left alive. Master Kurong snorted angrily, and his killing intent became stronger. He stopped and shouted angrily, "Kill all the flowers." Infinite flowers flew out of his body and flew in all directions. After the flowers flew out, they quickly grew larger and became overwhelming. Wherever they went, the skeleton gods were crushed. This magic was extremely powerful. The skeleton gods within a radius of tens of thousands of meters were instantly cleared out, and the casualties were difficult to measure. Master Kurong glanced and saw Lin Moyu in the distance. At this time, the distance between the two sides was lengthened again, and the previous efforts became futile. However, Lin Moyu's direction did not change. He was still heading towards the direction of the Baichao Alliance and did not take the opportunity to escape to other places. What is this guy going to do? Master Kurong chased him again, but he was a little confused. Normally, Lin Moyu cut off his own avenue to lock the enemy, and while his vision was blocked, he should have escaped to other places. But now, Lin Moyu ran towards the direction of the Baichao Alliance, which was obviously wrong. Based on his understanding of Lin Moyu would never do anything stupid. There must be something wrong. Master Kurong stared at Lin Moyu and completed the Great Dao locking enemy again. It only took him a moment to complete the Great Dao locking enemy, but it would take Lin Moyu some time to cut it off. Master Kurong chased while trying to figure out what Lin Moyu was going to do. But no matter how hard he thought, he couldn't think of what Lin Moyu was going to do. His eyes went dark, and a large number of skeleton generals appeared in his sight again, rushing over like an overwhelming force. Master Kurong had a headache. These skeleton generals posed no threat to him, but they could affect his speed. If I had known earlier, I should have let the Thorn Clone come over. Master Kurong came in a hurry, and the Thorn Clone was not around, otherwise the Thorn Clone could have dealt with these skeletons. He ignored the skeleton general and continued to chase Lin Moyu, closing the gap between the two. But just 2 minutes later, Lin Moyu cut off the Great Dao locking enemy again. Master Kurong's sight was blocked by the skeleton god general again. He was afraid that Lin Moyu would escape to another place, so he had to get rid of the skeleton god general first. The distance between the two sides was widened again, and this happened again and again, watching Lin Moyu getting closer and closer to the Baichao Alliance. Master Kurong was almost mad to death. He watched Lin Moyu escape into the Baichao Alliance and into his base camp. What on earth is he going to do? He was angry, but he would not let Lin Moyu continue to escape like this. Otherwise, he would never catch Lin Moyu. Now the Thorn clone was halfway, and it would not take long to arrive. And the members of the Baichao Alliance nearby also received his orders and were rushing over. Suddenly, Lin Moyu's voice rang in his ears. "Master Kurong, do you know why I escaped into your lair? What do you think you would feel if I caused some damage in your lair?" Master Kurong frowned like an old tree bark, and he finally realized what Lin Moyu wanted to do. A sneer appeared on his wrinkled face. "Do you think this can threaten me? With your ability, how much damage can you cause? You are definitely difficult to deal with, but no matter what, you are only a 4th level Daozuan. If you enter my territory today, don't even think about leaving alive." Lin Moyu chuckled. "Just give it a try." As soon as the words fell, the space around him continued to twist. Densely packed, endless skeleton generals flew out. In addition to the skeleton generals, there were also legion leaders. One by one, the legion leaders summoned their own dragon cavalry legions. Lin Moyu released all 10,000 legion leaders, summoning a total of 100 billion dragon cavalry legions. The number of skeleton generals was the same, totaling 100 billion. After they appeared, they quickly flew in all directions, attacking while flying. In an instant, the originally beautiful Baichao Alliance was beaten beyond recognition. Lin Moyu's Wings of Time suddenly changed, and the Wings of Curse joined it to become a complete form, the Wings of Time Curse. The Mingguan Curse wings vibrated continuously, sprinkling endless curses. This time, the curses were all death curses, carrying the power of death. With Lin Moyu's current realm, below the Daozun realm, cannot withstand the power of his curse. Under the curse, whether it is a living being or the earth, it will quickly corrupt. At this moment, Master Kurong finally understood what Lin Moyu was going to do. Although the scattered skeleton god generals and the undead corps are not at a high level, there are many members in the Baichao Alliance who can deal with them. But their number is too large, so many that it is outrageous and even terrifying. Even Master Kurong has never seen a legion of such a scale. Once the undead core is scattered, even if it is himself, it will take a lot of time to clean them up. During this period of time, I don't know what my territory will be destroyed into. Ragged and full of holes may just be a more pleasant description. It is normal to turn into ruins and become a barren land. Even if I can kill Lin Moyu in the end, so what? My nest will definitely be destroyed. At this moment, Master Lucien's mood is extremely complicated. He began to regret that he should not have provoked Lin Moyu. The matter in the ice and fire secret treasure, although his plan for many years was destroyed by Lin Moyu, but in fact, they had their own calculations. Normally, he should be willing to accept the loss. If that was the case, he would not be so loyal. He suddenly understood why the Demon King adopted a friendly attitude towards Lin Moyu. And when the Demon King came for the first time, he also persuaded him and Lin Moyu to reconcile. But he did not accept it, because he could not swallow it. The plan for many years was destroyed, and the other party was just a small Taoist master. How could he swallow this breath? But then again, if he knew that Lin Moyu was so difficult to deal with, maybe he would have endured it first. But now, what about the evening? How can I save my face if I let Lin Moyu go now? It is impossible to let Lin Moyu go. Master Kurong laughed. His voice was cold. The Herb Alliance is destroyed. I can rebuild it, but today I must kill you. Dao Realm, you want to save face. Lin Moyu cursed in his heart, whispered, the territory can be rebuilt, but what if all the people are dead? Master Kurong sneered, although your things are numerous, the realm is too low, and you only killed some low-level people. Those people will recover in a few years. Lin Moyu smiled, who said I can only kill people of low realm. At this time, a Taoist 8th level plant creature came over. It was a big stone with moss growing outside. The moss was the true body of this creature. It was the closest to this place. After receiving the order from Master Kurong, it rushed over as soon as possible. Master Kurong shouted, stop him. The moss creature immediately rushed towards Lin Moshi. The boulder was more than 100 meters high and smashed over like a small mountain. Lin Moyu's expression remained unchanged, the space around him twisted, and Su Pu came out of nowhere. With the piercing cloud sword in hand, Su Pu raised his hand and swung the sword down. The hill was engulfed by the sword light and turned into powder. The moss creatures of the sword light died on the spot. However, a light spot flew out, but it did not fly far away, but fell into the hands of Master Ku Rong. Spiritual plant reincarnation. The Taoist masters of the Baichao Alliance all have the ability to reincarnate spiritual plants. After death, they are not really dead, but will turn into a seed and escape back. Then the people of the Baichao Alliance will come to find the seeds and bring them back. Ask for flowers 0. Now that Master Ku Rong is here, the seeds will naturally fly into Master Ku Rong's hands. Master Ku Rong sneered, "If you can't kill them, it won't take me many years to make them recover as before. I forgot that there are reincarnations of spiritual plants." Lin Moyu had a headache, and his plan was going to change. Even if he used the corpse explosion to kill the Dao Zun of the 9th realm, he couldn't continue. It was because of the reincarnation of spiritual plants that the ones killed were not really dead, and he could only blow it up once. In that case, I'm sorry. Lin Moyu's heart moved, and the undead army he released immediately attacked the creatures in the Baichao Alliance. The undead army specifically targeted the Dao Zun of the lower realm, and did not touch those below the Dao Zun. 0. At this time, the 200 billion undead army had spread out, and a large area of land in the Baichao Alliance was under their feet. With the eyes of the undead, the Dao Zun could not escape their eyes at all. For a while, a large number of seeds flew from all directions, all flying towards Master Ku Rong. Master Ku Rong was so angry that he blew his beard and glared, "You deserve to die." Lin Moyu said coldly, "I didn't kill Boren, but Boren died because of you. All these causes and effects will be recorded on your head. It is because of you that they died for no reason. The causes and effects are heavy, and you will have to pay them back in the future." Lin Moyu's voice was like a curse, and every word hit the soul of Master Ku Rong. Master Ku Rong said angrily, Okay, I accept these causes and effects. I will kill you today no matter what." He has made up his mind to kill Lin Moyu today. The two of them have completely fallen out, and there is no way to ease. Lin Moyu probably grasped the character of Master Ku Rong. This is a villain who holds grudges very much. If he can't be completely scared this time, I'm afraid there will be endless troubles in the future. Lin Moyu's murderous intent is also rising in his heart. Now he knows that he can't kill Master Ku Rong yet. If he has a chance in the future, he must kill him. A black shadow appeared in front of him, and a big red ball covered with spikes hit him head-on. The big ball has a diameter of hundreds of meters, and its momentum is like a mountain and sea. As it rushed over, it locked onto the enemy with the Great Dao, making it impossible to dodge. Su Pu was the first to charge out, raising his cloud-piercing sword and rushing out. Boom! Su Pu flew backwards, and the big ball only paused slightly, but its momentum did not slow down. In terms of strength, Su Pu was defeated by 4. The Thorn Clone. Lin Moyu understood clearly that the clone that came was the third clone of Master Ku Rong, and also the last clone that was exposed. As for whether Master Ku Rong had any hidden clones, no one knew. Just like the ice and fire seeds, even the 3 ancestors of the Demon King did not know that Master Kai Kai would have such a clone. In a collision, Su Pu was defeated by the Thorn Clone in terms of strength, but after Su Pu's obstruction, the speed of the Thorn Clone also decreased a lot. The Thorn Clone opened up with a bang, and the huge body turned into a large net full of spikes, covering the entire world, completely blocking Lin Moyu's way forward. He didn't pay any attention to Su Pu at all, and his target was Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu was not afraid of him, but was just thinking about how to deal with him. Using the corpse explosion can indeed cause serious injuries in an instant, but it may not kill it. The clone of Master Ku Rong is different from the ordinary 140 Daozuan 9 realms, and its vitality is much stronger. Lin Moyu has learned a lesson from the former Vine clone. If he uses the Great Dao Immortal Pill and, gathering strength, to raise his realm to the 9th realm of Daozun, he can fight against it. But his original magic will be exposed, and Master Kujuan will kill him at all costs. Now he is not sure that he can kill Master Kurong, so it is better not to expose it. Both methods are not very ideal, and it is not the time to fight for his life. Try the skeleton hell. Lin Moyu's heart moved and pointed his finger. In an instant, the sky and the earth changed color, and the whole world became black and red. The skeleton hell appeared between the sky and the earth, and surrounded the thorns in the opposite direction. Countless hell evil spirits rushed out and pounced on the thorns. The hell evil spirits did not care about life and death. They pounced on the thorns and bit them, and were instantly pierced with holes by the thorns. But they didn't care at all. The hell evil spirits were extremely cruel and bit them one by one. Although they couldn't move them, they still bit them. With a dragon breath, the new Netherworld Black Dragon, Black Prison, rushed out of the Netherworld Black Pool. The huge dragon head blew out a breath of dragon breath, which landed on the thorns, and then the whole head hit it. With a loud bang, Black Prison was repelled and several scales on his head were broken. But the thorn clone was not feeling well either. The huge force made it shrink constantly, and the range was reduced instantly. At the same time, the burning and corrosion of the dragon breath made him extremely uncomfortable. The eye of hell opened, the soul attack swept over, and the red spider lily bloomed at the same time, weakening his power. At this time, Su Pu killed back again, holding the piercing cloud sword and slashing it down. The piercing cloud sword shone, and the sword spirit in the sword made a crisp shout. The breath of the piercing cloud sword rose sharply, amplifying Su Pu's power. The sword light fell, and a gap was cut in the thorn clone. Lin Moyu just passed through the gap at this time and continued to fly towards the distance. Master Kurong once again learned how difficult Lin Moyu was. He was a Dao realm expert, and even if he could only use 30% of his strength, he was still in the Dao realm. Let alone a Dao Master 4th realm guy like Lin Moyu, even a Dao Master 9th realm guy could be killed easily by him. But now, he chased him all the way and let Lin Moyu escape again and again. Not only that, his territory was suffering from a massacre. Dao Masters below the 5th realm kept dying, and seeds kept flying into his hands. Lin Moyu had too many subordinates, and he killed them too quickly. If he continued to kill like this, all his subordinates would die. Although the reincarnation of spiritual plants can allow them to regenerate, it also takes a lot of time. Within a certain period of time, the number of spiritual plants that can be regenerated is limited. Master Kurong was completely angry. If this continues, the Baichao Alliance will be seriously injured and it will be difficult to recover in at least 10,000 years. Even the Thorn clone failed to stop Lin Moyu. Master Kurong was ruthless in his heart. He knew that he could not drag it on any longer. A towering tree appeared behind Master Kurong, and a road was wrapped around the towering tree. Kurong showed his true body. Although it was only a projection of the true body, it had caused changes in the world within a radius of tens of thousands of miles. Thunder roared, countless lightning fell, and the power of the road fell, as if warning Master Kurong not to do so. The power used by Master Kurong at this time has reached the limit of the origin continent. If he uses more, he will be punished by the road. Lin Moyu saw the projection and realized that Master Kurong's true body was a big tree. This tree is lush and leafy, covering the sky and blocking the sun, and is extremely huge. Lin Moyu was not surprised at all. He only took a glance and judged that Master Jia's body was not as good as his world tree. In the projection of Master Kurong's body, the tree body can be divided into silver and green. At this time, several silver branches suddenly broke and fell off the tree. The fallen branches exploded on the spot and turned into countless pieces, and then each piece evolved into arrows. A large number of sharp arrows appeared between heaven and earth, like a big net, densely shooting towards Lin Moyu. The heaven and earth shook and the space was broken. The power of the great Tao was madly agitated. Master Ku Rong's attack was too strong. Each sharp arrow was enough to kill Dao Zun Jiujing. His attack has touched the edge of the punishment of the great Tao. As long as it exceeds a little more, the heavenly Tao will definitely punish him. If the great Tao punishes him, Master Ku Rong may not be able to stay on the origin continent. Lin Moyu and Master Ku Rong knew this very well. Lin Moyu knew that Master Ku Rong had used all the power he could to kill him. Countless sharp arrows penetrated the void and turned into a big net to attack him. He had nowhere to escape. Even if he was a pseudo-Dao realm, he would probably die in the face of such an attack. Lin Moyu realized that Master Ku Rong could not use this attack casually, and it was estimated that he would have to pay a price. He threw the Dao Immortal Pill in his hand into his mouth. He had prepared the Dao Immortal Pill for a long time. If he didn't use it now, when would he use it? The Dao Immortal Pill took effect instantly. Lin Moyu knew that he had entered the state of immortality. In this state, he could get 10 minutes of immortality. The Dao Immortal Pill contains the power of the Dao. As long as the attack has not surpassed the Dao Immortal Pill will be useful. Master Ku Rong is in the Dao realm. If he uses all his strength, he may really be able to break the Dao Immortal Pill. But now he can only use 30% of his strength, so the Dao Immortal Pill will definitely be useful. This is not Lin Moyu's guess, but what the third ancestor said himself. However, the stronger the attack, the shorter the time of the Dao Immortal Pill. At the same time, Lin Moyu used the great Dao of strength to perform the immortal golden body, improving his defense as much as possible and reducing the burden of the great Dao Immortal 1.8 pills. He did not use the origin technique, and Lin Moyu did not use the concentration to improve his realm, because he did not want to further stimulate Master Ku Rong. Moreover, it was not the right time to use the origin technique now. Lin Moyu knew when to use it. When he used the origin technique, it would be the time to really kill Master Ku Rong. Before he was sure, Lin Moyu would not move. The sharp arrow pierced Lin Moyu, and the huge force knocked Lin Moyu away. Lin Moyu did not resist the power of the sharp arrow, but used the power of the sharp arrow to quickly move away. It seemed that Lin Moyu suddenly accelerated and was getting closer and closer to Master Ku Rong. This result was within Lin Moyu's expectations, and even the whole process was under his control. Lin Moyu had calculated which sharp arrow to be hit, which direction the power was transmitted, and how to use the power. Master Ku Rong stared at this scene in a daze. He found that Lin Moyu was not dead at all, and was not even injured. Not only that, he even escaped faster and farther with his attack. The next second he reacted and roared, "The Dao Immortal Pill." Third ancestor. The Dao Immortal Pill, only Lufeng Chamber of Commerce has it, and ordinary people can't buy it at all. Needless to say, Lin Moyu's Dao Immortal Pill was probably bought from the third ancestor. Before, the Demon King came to trouble him for Lin Moyu, so it was normal that Lin Moyu had a relationship with the third ancestor. Master Ku Rong was furious and chased after him again. "I want to see how many Dao Immortal Pills you have." At this time, Lin Moyu had already pulled a certain distance from Master Ku Rong. The distance between the two was more than 1,000 miles. From the time Master Ku Rong started chasing him to now, it was the farthest moment between the two. Lin Moyu kept buying time for himself. The last attack shortened the duration of the Dao Immortal Pill by at least 1/3, and now there are only 6 minutes left. I still have one Dao Immortal Pill, but in the best condition, it can only last for 10 minutes, and a total of 16 minutes at most. If we take into account the accidental insurance point, Song Mang can count on him for 10 minutes, 12 now. There are almost 30 minutes before the arrival of the Demon King, which means that I have to hold on for at least 20 minutes. Under the pursuit of a Dao Realm Master, holding on for 20 minutes, and not being able to use the real trump card, the difficulty can be imagined. Lin Moyu's thoughts were like lightning, thinking about what to do. Suddenly, there was a majestic breath coming from behind again, and the spiritual sense sent a warning. Master Ku Rong once again evolved a true body projection, cut off a branch, and turned it into dense arrows, sweeping towards Lin Moyu. Master Ku Rong had murderous intent. Let's see how many times you can block it. He also knew the effect of the Tao Immortal Pill. As long as it was attacked, the duration of the Tao Immortal Pill would be sharply reduced. Looking at the arrows coming from the sky, Lin Moyu's eyes became sharp, and he thought of a way. Although the method is not smart, it may be effective. If it doesn't work, he will not lose anything by relying on the Tao Immortal Pill. The war beasts of the resurrected appeared behind him, replacing Lin Moyu to face the arrows. The war beasts are Dao Zun 7 realm, facing the arrows fired by Master Ku Rong. They have no experience of resistance. The sharp arrows instantly pierced the body of the war beasts, followed by a loud roar, and a series of gorgeous explosions exploded in the air. As a resurrected, it will explode instantly when it dies. The war beasts are the fighting power of Dao Zun 7 realm. When they explode, the power they burst out is comparable to Dao 8 realm. It is equivalent to hundreds of Dao Zun 8 realm, regardless of their lives. Although it is impossible to stop the sharp arrows, it also slowed down the sharp arrows and slightly shifted their direction. And the gorgeous explosion blocked the sight in an instant. Lin Moyu also cut off Master Ku Rong's lock on him at the moment of the explosion. While cutting off the lock, the space twisted, and Lin Moyu released a large number of skeleton gods, blocking Master Ku Rong's sight like covering the sky and the sun. Master Ku Rong was stunned again, and the great Dao lock on the enemy was cut off, and the sharp arrow immediately lost its target. The large number of skeleton gods blocked his sight, making it impossible for him to lock Lin Moyu again. Moreover, in the self-explosion of the war beast, the aim was lost, and it flew in different directions in an instant. The sharp arrow was extremely fast, and some of the sharp arrows shot into the earth, and the earth was immediately overturned. How strong is the power of 30% of the great Dao realm? One sharp arrow is enough to turn the earth upside down within a radius of thousands of miles. Terrifying holes appeared one after another, and the entire Shizhou continent was shaking. A more violent roar sounded in the sky, and the great Dao seemed to be angry. Terrifying flames appeared in the air, as if they would fall at any time to punish Master Ku Rong. Destroying the origin continent seemed to exceed the tolerance of the great Dao. Lin Moyu was delighted. Sure enough, the great Dao allows some great Dao realms to stay on the origin continent, but will never allow the great Dao realm to destroy the origin continent. The last 4 remaining continents can be said to be the bottom line of the great Dao. Lin Moyu realized that his idea was right. Although Master Ku Rong's full-strength attack was a threat, it was actually his opportunity. If he could guide Master Ku Rong's attack to hurt the origin continent, then the great Dao would naturally punish him. Looking at the flames that suddenly appeared in the sky, Lin Moyu felt a sense of fear. Not only him, even a great Dao realm like Master Ku Rong also changed his face when he saw the flames. This is the fire of heavenly punishment, which is the most feared thing for all practitioners. All practitioners must endure the test of the heavenly punishment fire when they break through the Dao Zun and enter the Dao realm. But that is just a test. The power of the heavenly punishment fire is far more than that. It is not difficult to burn the Dao realm to death. The heavenly punishment fire is indeed somewhat similar to my world-burning fire. The one with the soul void recognized the world-burning fire as the Dao essence fire. So, the Dao essence fire he mentioned is also very similar to the heavenly punishment fire. What is the difference between these 3 flames that are so similar, or are they the same thing? While thinking, Lin Moyu's speed did not decrease at all. He continued to fly away at the fastest speed. Master Ku Rong also did not stop because of the appearance of the heavenly punishment fire. He knew that the heavenly punishment fire was just a warning to him now, and it had not really fallen. If he destroyed the origin continent again like before, the heavenly punishment fire would really come, and then he would be in big trouble. Not only could he not stay in the origin continent, perhaps even his foundation would be affected. However, all this was thanks to Lin Yu. He had no intention of letting Lin Moyu go. On the contrary, he was more determined to kill Lin Moyu, and the opportunity was not far away. Lin Moyu felt that he was locked by Master Ku Rong again. He quickly looked for the lock position. After finding it, he was not in a hurry to cut it off immediately. He had to choose the opportunity to cut off the lock. Master Ku Rong said nothing, and the distance between the two was getting closer. According to the previous method, Lin Moyu was about to release the skeleton god to block his vision and cut off the lock, forcing Master Ku Rong to clear the skeleton god before he could continue to chase him. This time, it seemed no different. Just as Lin Moyu was about to release the skeleton god, his face suddenly changed slightly. Several powerful auras appeared at the same time, locking the world as soon as they appeared. The eye of the undead swept over and saw 10 huge soul flames. The Daozun 9 realm strongmen from the Baichao Alliance arrived, a full 10, from the sky to the ground, and all his way forward was blocked. Lin Moyu was naturally not afraid of the Daozun 9 realm, but if the other party wanted to entangle him, he would need time to get rid of it. In this case, even if he was delayed for only 1 or 2 seconds, Master Ku Rong could catch up and beat him to death. I said, "You can't escape." Master Ku Chai's murderous voice drilled into his ears. Lin Moyu sneered in his heart, "That's hard to say." He chose a target, and the wings of the time curse vibrated violently, rushing forward without hesitation. The target he chose was a flower-shaped Daozuan 9 realms, and the flower was full of thorns. It was a man-eating plant. Lin Moyu chose a Daozuan 9 realms in the shape of a man-eating flower. He didn't know the name of the other party, nor was he very clear about the other party's species. The only reason he chose it was its appearance, the appearance of the flower. Lin Moyu vibrated the wings of the curse of time and crashed directly into it at an astonishing speed. A thick green appeared in his sight, and the Daozuan of the man-eating flower sprayed a thick green mist towards Lin Moyu's bed. The thick green mist was highly poisonous, and even the space had cracks in the thick mist. The poison could even corrode the space. This kind of poison, even if other Daozuan 9 realms encountered it, would be afraid to avoid it. But Lin Moyu did not dodge and rushed straight into the air. With the great Dao immortal pill, the thick green mist could not hurt him at all. Lin Moyu passed through the mist like lightning and crashed into the body of the Daozuan of the man-eating flower. Looking for death. The flower was its mouth, and the Daozuan of the man-eating flower instinctively closed its mouth, and at the same time, countless sharp thorns grew inside, trying to stab Lin Moyu to death. The poison gas inside the flower was even thicker, and the terrifying thorns were enough to kill Daozun Jiujing. The other Daozun Jiujing saw this scene and thought Lin Moyu was dead. Even Master Ku Rong had the same idea in an instant. The real horror of the man-eating flower Daozun was the poison and thorns in its body. Even if Lin Moyu had the protection of the great Dao immortal pill, he couldn't hold on for long. But he didn't feel something was wrong. Sure enough, with a loud noise, the back of the man-eating flower Daozun exploded, and a big hole was blown out of the huge flower. Lin Moyu flew out of the hole and flew away without stopping. After Lin Moyu went far away, the man-eating flower Daozun screamed. Its body was actually pierced. Not only the body was pierced, but also the soul was severely damaged. The other Daozuns looked at each other. The man-eating flower Daozun was at least a Daozun Jiujing, and his body was extremely strong. How could it be pierced just by saying it was pierced? No one knows how Lin Moyu did it, not even Master Ku Rong. Lin Moyu broke through the net and escaped again, and the living firewood man was simply blown away. He wanted to attack again, but looking at the fire of punishment in the sky, he had to hold back. He continued to chase Lin Moyu, and his old eyes locked Lin Moyu tightly. If the eyes could kill, Lin Moyu would probably die thousands of times. At this moment, Lin Moyu's body was shining, and the effect of this Dao immortal pill was about to pass. The obstruction of the man-eating flower Daozun still consumed part of the medicinal power of the Dao immortal pill. Lin Moyu rushed into the body of the man-eating flower Dao Zun and smashed a passage directly with the Calamity Scepter. This is also the reason why he chose the man-eating flower Dao Zun. He didn't want Master Ku Rong to see the Calamity Scepter. Lin Moyu felt the power of the Dao Immortal Pill and calculated the time in his mind. The last Dao Immortal Pill, don't use it if you can. If there is no other way, even if you use it, it is impossible to delay until the arrival of the Demon King. In addition to the Dao Immortal Pill, there must be other calendars. Lin Moyu felt that the conditions were too harsh. Without revealing too many trump cards, it would be very difficult to hold on until the arrival of the Demon King. Maybe in the end, when life and death are at stake, the trump card should still be used. But which one to use is worth discussing. Lin Moyu's thoughts were like lightning, and he flashed through what happened just now. Looking at the sky again, the fire of heavenly punishment that could fall at any time, an idea formed in his mind. Maybe the trump card really needs to be exposed. If it succeeds, maybe not only can it hold on until the arrival of the Demon King, but it can also teach Ku a lesson. After chasing me for so long, he must be punished and pay a price. The key is to see how the avenue ends. Lin Moyu thought to himself, and the flight altitude suddenly dropped from 10,000 meters to 100 meters. As Lin Moyu lowered his altitude, Master Ku Rong also dropped with him. Along with Master Ku Rong, there were 10 Dao Zun 9 realms who followed him. Although they were not as fast as Master Ku Rong, they were faster than Lin Moyu. Just before the power of the Dao Immortal Pill was about to disappear, the space suddenly twisted sharply. A large number of skeleton gods appeared like covering the sky and blocking Master Ku Rong's sight. This time, the number of skeleton gods was much more astonishing, exceeding 10 billion, and everyone could not see Lin Moyu behind the skeleton god. At the same time, Master Ku Rong found that his Dao lock was cut off again. Here comes this trick again. Master Ku Rong shouted angrily, and he was no longer surprised by Lin Moyu's behavior. He was afraid that Lin Moyu would take the opportunity to change direction and escape, so he waved his hand and launched a series of attacks, hitting the skeleton gods, and he blasted a way out. In an instant, a large number of skeleton gods died. Facing Master Ku Rong's attack, the skeleton gods died as soon as they were touched, and there was no possibility of survival. Suddenly, Kunkai Japanese frowned. There were violent explosions among the skeleton generals. The explosions were deafening, and each explosion was like a full-strength attack from the 8th level of Daozuan. At this time, the distance from the Earth was less than 100 meters, and the Earth was blown away. Although the power was far less than that of Master Ku Rong, it was better in number. Explosions occurred one after another, dozens of explosions in a row, and the Earth of thousands of miles was completely unrecognizable. Lin Moyu mixed a large number of war beasts in the group of skeleton generals. When Master Ku Rong was cleaning up the skeleton generals, he killed the war beasts, causing Zhan Zhang to self-destruct. Master Ku Rong frowned. He didn't know the intention of Lin Moyu's behavior. If you want to destroy your own territory, it seems that you don't need to do this. Suddenly, there was a roar in the sky, and Master Shu Li's face changed drastically. A ball of flames fell from the sky, and Master Ku Rong was locked by an invisible force and couldn't move. The raging flames hit Master Ku Rong accurately, and in an instant, Master Ku Rong was engulfed by the flames. A scream sounded, and the fire of heavenly punishment burned fiercely, burning Master Kwa Kai to the point of excruciating pain. All 10 Dao Masters of the 9th realm who arrived immediately retreated in fear. Heavenly punishment fire. Why did the heavenly punishment fire come? Could it be that the explosion just now angered the great Dao? Not only did they not understand, but Master Ku Rong also did not understand. He did not understand why the heavenly punishment fire came. The explosion just now was not caused by him, so the great Dao would blame him. Lin Moyu watched this scene from a distance and sneered, "Goodly Zhao." He naturally knew the reason. Although the Earth was destroyed by the self-explosion of the war beast, the death of the war beast was caused by Master Ku Rong. Then, some of the cause and effect will naturally fall on Master Ku Chai. The great Tao judges right and wrong according to cause and effect. The heavenly punishment fire has already given a warning. Now that Master Ku Rong has made a mistake again, he will naturally be punished by the heavenly punishment fire. It seems that I understand cause and effect better than you. With a sneer, Lin Moyu quickly left. He knew that the fire of heavenly punishment would not last long, and Master Ku Rong would chase him again in a short while. Moreover, the fire of heavenly punishment was mainly for punishment, not to really burn Master Ku Rong to death. Sure enough, less than 5 seconds after Lin Moyu left, Master Ku Rong, covered in flames, chased after him with murderous intent. Kill you, I must kill you, I will never let you live. Master Ku Rong was incoherent in his anger. The territory of the Baichao Alliance began to bloom with brilliance. The territory of the Herb Alliance began to sparkle, and this change attracted Lin Moyu's attention. The earth was glowing at the same time, which was extremely unusual. And in the light, Lin Moyu felt a strange force of the Great Tao. This force of the Great Tao came from the same source as Master Ku Rong's power. Needless to say, it must be Master Ku Rong's palm. Master Ku Rong has been operating in the Herb Alliance for many years, and there must be many arrangements that others don't know about. However, Master Ku Rong didn't want others to know about these arrangements, so he didn't use them at the beginning. Now, he was determined to kill himself, so he didn't care about much. Lin Moyu was naturally afraid of Master Ku Rong's great Tao realm, so he flew high without hesitation. Before he flew 1,000 meters, he suddenly fell again. A strong suction force was generated in the earth, sucking him down. The suction force was extremely strong, and the higher you fly, the stronger the suction force you will bear. On the contrary, the suction force was not that strong when you were close to the ground. In addition to the suction, the entire space became muddy, and Mo Moyu found that his speed was decreasing rapidly. Not only himself, but also those Dao Zun 9 realm strongmen in the Baichao Alliance were affected. At least half of the entire Baichao territory was shrouded by the huge suction. 440. The instigator, Master Ku Rong, was also affected to some extent, and his speed decreased. But the impact on him was obviously smaller than Lin Moyu, and the speed decrease was not as great as Lin Moyu. The distance that was finally opened just now was now shrinking rapidly. Master Ku Rong was still entangled by the heavenly punishment fire. He was obviously very uncomfortable. His voice was trembling, and he gritted his teeth. Boy, you forced me to this point, I will never let you go. Lin Moyu entered the Baichao Alliance and threatened the creatures of the Baichao Alliance, but it didn't work. After that, he used means again and again, and finally even tried to draw down the heavenly punishment fire, which finally made Master Ku Rong more determined to kill him. Lin Moyu felt a kind of stubbornness towards Master Ku Rong's character. Master Ku Rong obviously didn't know how to weigh the pros and cons, he was just a stubborn person. How did he cultivate to the Tao realm if he couldn't adapt, or were all plant creatures stubborn? Lin Moyu had no choice but to continue to escape, while he also observed the earth. The whole land was glowing. Master Ku Rong arranged it like this, and he was unwilling to use it easily. There must be a reason. The specific reason is not important. What is important is to understand how Master Ku Rong did it. Although the Tao realm is powerful and the means are mysterious, everything has its roots, and the changes are the same. Finally, Lin Moyu found some clues. The light spread across the land of the Baichao Alliance actually has different strengths. Some places have stronger light, and some places have weaker light. It's just that the difference is not big. If you don't look carefully, you can't see it. And the depth and color of the light are different. In Lin Moyu's eyes, the light is not as bright as the sky, and the light is not as bright as the sky. In Moyu's eyes, through judging the strength and depth of the light, he gradually saw what was hidden under the light. Those were veins of the original spiritual veins, with thin and tiny branches, slightly thick branches, and main veins. The original spiritual veins are strong and weak. Under the land of the Baichao Alliance, there should be several original spiritual veins. Some are strong and some are weak. Master Kurong didn't know what method he used to weave these original spiritual veins together. Then he used these original spiritual veins to arrange a large formation. The formation level is not necessarily high, but he used the original spiritual vein as the formation center, and the power of this formation is terrifying. Even a fifth-level formation, with the blessing of several original spiritual veins, may reach the seventh level, or even higher. What a big hand! Lin Moyu also admired Master Kurong. Such a big hand was not something that ordinary people could do. Lin Moyu could see that this formation had a single purpose, which was to generate huge suction. The farther the distance, the stronger the suction. The direction of the formation is also aimed at the sky. This also means that Master Kurong wants to suck something from the sky. What is in the sky? Clouds? Water? Naturally, it can't be these things. It's even less likely to be the origin of the sun and the moon. Lin Moyu suddenly had an idea and thought of the answer. Could it be that he wants to suck down the relics from outer space? No, it shouldn't be. There are relics from outer space on the origin continent. Ordinary people can't go to the relics from outer space, even he can't, because the relics from outer space don't exist in normal space. Relics from outer space can't be sucked down just by wanting to suck them down, so what does Master Kurong want to suck down? Lin Moyu suddenly thought of a possibility. Since relics from outer space appeared in the catastrophe of the origin back then, there must be a lot of fragments. These fragments are floating around on the origin continent. If they want to suck them up, they are probably going to suck these things. Lin Moyu thought of the ice and fire seeds. Now it seems that the ice and fire seeds are really what Master Kurong went to find from outer space. It is also possible that they were sucked down. This formation is too huge. It is not easy to activate it once. It will consume infinite power. The power of the origin spiritual vein is not infinite. It takes a long time to recover after activation. So Master Kurong did not use this formation at the beginning. Now he is afraid that he will escape, so he uses it. Lin Moyu smiled. Do you think you can trap me like this? Today I will let you know how it feels to lose both the wife and the army. Lin Moyu multitasks and draws runes in his soul. At this moment, he is flying at a high speed. In this state, even he cannot draw runes. He can only use his soul to draw runes and then use them. At this moment, Lin Mo is very envious of the ability to turn runes into runes with 10 thoughts. This ability has nothing to do with realm and requires enlightenment. With his current ability, he can only turn low-level runes into runes with 1 thought, and high-level ones are not possible. Lin Moyu observes the formation on the ground. He flies as high as possible and thickens the veins. At the same time, he draws complex runes in his soul. Taoist Kurong was getting closer and closer, and the distance between him and Lin Moyu was shrinking rapidly. 1,000 miles. 800 miles. 500 miles. 100 miles. Finally, when the distance between the two sides was only 100 miles, Master Kurong was ready to take action. At this distance, he was confident enough to kill Lin Moyu. The fire of heavenly punishment on his body was finally extinguished, allowing him to attack with all his strength. Suddenly, he found that Lin Moyu stopped, and not only stopped, but also smiled at him. Is this guy crazy? A thought flashed through Master Kurong's mind, and then he saw an extremely complex and exquisite rune flying out of Lin Moyu's hand and falling to the ground. Boom! An extremely powerful force was rushing out of the ground, and the suction force instantly turned into repulsion, pushing him hundreds of miles. This force was so strong that even Master Kurong could hardly resist it. After flying hundreds of miles, Master Kurong looked at Lin Moyu in disbelief. How is this possible? Lin Moyu actually used his own formation to deal with him. Hundreds of miles away, Lin Moyu smiled. Master Kurong, your formation is really good, but it's a pity that it's too simple. Master Kurong's low voice was squeezed out from his throat. You dare to touch my formation? Lin Moyu shook his head. No, from now on, this formation no longer belongs to you. As soon as the voice fell, another complex and exquisite rune flew out from Lin Moyu's fingertips, fell into the earth, and circled inside the formation. The earth roared, and the light released by the formation was stronger than before. Master Ku Rong's face changed drastically. He found that the connection between him and the formation was rapidly weakening. If this goes on, he will soon have nothing to do with this round of magic. As Lin Moyu said, this formation no longer belongs to him. The formation that he spent more than 100 years to arrange with his own hands was taken away in such a short time. Master Ku Rong's anger could no longer be described in words. He almost wanted to kill Lin at all costs. Moyu. He didn't care about the 30% strength limit. Lin Moyu felt the change of Master Ku Rong, but he didn't care. Runes flew out one by one and fell into the formation. Master Ku Rong roared, "Stop, if you don't attack me again." Before he finished speaking, a huge repulsive force came towards him, like a heavy punch that knocked Master Ku Rong thousands of miles away. The formation can generate huge suction, and it can also generate extremely powerful repulsive force, one positive and one negative, one yin and one yang, which can be freely converted in Lin Moyu's hands. Lin Moyu gradually mastered the dominance of the formation. The powerful repulsive force spread outward with him as the center. Even with Master Ku Rong's strength, it was difficult to get close. This formation gathered dozens of large and small origin spirit veins in the territory of the Baichao Alliance. Its power was unimaginable. Unless Master Ku Rong used all his strength, it would be possible to suppress the repulsive force. Master Ku Rong retreated thousands of miles and finally managed to stabilize his body. He roared, "I will definitely kill you." The projection of his true body appeared behind him again, and the branches turned into vines, whipping down violently. In an instant, the world was filled with whip shadows. The vines broke through the obstruction of repulsion and carried a mighty force to whip Lin Moyu into a pulp. Lin Moyu seemed to have expected it. The wings of the time curse vibrated sharply, and he retreated as if teleporting. At the same time as his figure disappeared, he cut off Master Ku Rong's lock. Only one rune flew out from the original place and fell into the formation. The power of the formation was instantly reversed, from repulsion to suction. Not good. Master Ku Rong's face changed drastically, but it was too late. Not only did his attack fail, but because of the sudden suction, Master Ku Rong had no time to stop. Countless vines whipped the ground, and for a moment, the mountains collapsed and the ground cracked, and even the formation was damaged. Master Ku Rong was really angry. The power of this attack was over 30% of his limit, and his power was far greater than that of Dao Zun. Although he was not hit, the aftermath of the terrifying power still shook Lin Moyu out of control and flew thousands of miles backwards. Lin Moyu smiled as he flew backwards. He did not look at Master Ku Rong, but at the fire of punishment in the sky. The fire of punishment moved again, and it was more intense than before. A large amount of fire of punishment descended and instantly fell on Master Ku Rong. Master Ku Rong was once again enveloped by the fire of punishment and screamed miserably. With his realm, this level of fire of punishment would naturally not burn him to death, but he would definitely not be better off. After Lin Moyu stabilized himself, he continued to draw runes with a smile on his face. Runes flew out and fell on the ground one by one, and his control over the formation became stronger and stronger. Seeing that the formation was about to change its owner, Master Ku Rong's 100 years of hard work would belong to Lin Moyu. In the flames, Master Ku Rong roared with murderous intent, "Lin Moyu, I will never let you go, never." Lin Moyu said with a little contempt, "How many times have you said this? I am tired of hearing it even if you are not annoyed. Do you have any new words? How is it? How does it feel to be a wedding dress for others? Although your formation is a little broken, the effect is still good and the range is large enough. This formation will belong to me in the future. You can find another place to rebuild the Baichao Alliance." The tone was full of provocation. In fact, Lin Yu was deliberately provoking Master Ku Rong. He knew that Master Ku Rong could not kill him now. With this formation, Master Ku Rong must break through 30% of his combat power if he wants to kill him. And that would bring punishment from the avenue. Even if Master Ku Rong did not die, he would lose a layer of skin, and he would not be able to stay in the origin continent. What's more, the Demon King will arrive soon. With the strength of the Demon King, Master Ku Rong will not be able to kill him. In this case, why should he be afraid of him? Lin Moyu just wants to provoke him, so that he can break through the limit and eventually leave the origin continent to eliminate future troubles. As for killing Master Ku Rong, Lin Moyu no longer has extravagant hopes. In the confrontation with Master Ku Rong, he has realized that he underestimated the Great Dao Realm. Ask for flowers. If he wants to kill Master Ku Rong, the only way at present is to use the Calamity Scepter. But if he wants to kill people with the Calamity Scepter, he must get close to Master Ku Rong, and Master Ku Rong must not be able to fight back and let himself attack. This is almost impossible. What he is thinking about now is how to make Master Ku Rong leave the origin continent. Now he has become a thorn in the eyes of Master Ku Rong. I am afraid that he is his biggest enemy. As long as Master Ku Rong is still in the origin continent, he will not have a peaceful life. If Master Ku Rong knew about the existence of Yudao City one day, he would come and kill everyone in Yudao City without hesitation. Lin Moyu believed that he could do such a thing. After thinking about it, the only way to make Master Ku Rong leave the origin continent was to force him to leave. Master Ku Rong kept groaning in the fire of heavenly punishment, and it was obvious that he was in great pain. 0. But at this moment, Master Ku Rong did not speak. Lin Moyu knew very well that the more this happened, the stronger the hatred in his heart would be. Lin Moyu could clearly feel Master Ku Rong's killing intent, which had reached its peak. In this case, Lin Moyu would not miss such an opportunity. He continued, when I completely control this formation, what do you think I should do with the Baichao Alliance? Expel them all, or lock them all up, suck them all in, make them unable to move, and then kill them one by one. It seems to be a good idea. I heard that in the core area of the Baichao Alliance, there is a special treasure land for spiritual plants to reincarnate. I don't think you can take this place away, so why don't I help you deal with it? I am also very interested in the magic of spiritual plant reincarnation, but I don't know if spiritual plant reincarnation is still useful without that treasure land. Lin Moyu, while speaking, he paid attention to the changes in Master Ku Rong's emotions. With his extremely keen induction, he could sense all the slight changes in Master Ku Rong. Lin Moyu found that every time he said one more word, Master Ku Rong's murderous intent would increase by 1 point. Especially when talking about the treasure land where the spirit plants were reincarnated, Master Ku Rong's murderous intent suddenly increased a lot. It can be seen that the treasure land where the spirit plants were reincarnated is extremely important to Master Ku Rong. Lin Moyu keenly grasped this point and smiled. If I use the treasure land where the spirit plants were reincarnated to grow vegetables, I don't know if the effect will be good. When the time comes, find a few cows to plow it. Shut up, I will kill you. Master Ku Rong finally broke through the defense, and the terrible breath burst out, instantly evolving into a true body, turning into a 10,000-meter-tall giant tree, crushing towards Lin Moyu. It's done. Lin Moyu was delighted. Master Ku Rong finally broke through the upper limit of his 30% combat power, and also broke through the limit of the Great Dao. The Great Dao would definitely not allow him to stay on the origin continent. As long as Master Ku Rong left the origin continent, he would have no more trouble. But now, he had to face Master Ku Rong, who was furious and used all his strength. Facing a Great Dao realm who was furious and used all his strength, if it was in the soul world, Lin Moyu would not be afraid. But in the real world, he could not bear it at all. Master Ku Rong was covered with the fire of heavenly punishment and used all his strength. Lin Moyu used all his strength to activate the formation and open the repulsion. The seemingly huge repulsion could not stop Master Ku Rong's attack. The repulsion was constantly knocked back, and there was a bang in the air. Layers of folds appeared between the sky and the earth, and then exploded in the attack of the Kujuchio people. The earth collapsed, and the formation was backlashed and broke one after another. Master Kuron's formation completely collapsed under his own attack. 100 years of hard work completely collapsed at this moment. Master Kuron could no longer care about these things. He was already bloodthirsty and now only wanted to kill Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu's soul held the Tao Immortal Pill, ready to take it at any time. He was not sure whether his new life could play a role under Master Kuron's attack. Moreover, new life was the last bottom line. It was better not to use it if possible. This ability was used to risk one's life. The formation collapsed. Lin Moyu knew that this attack was unstoppable and was about to take the last Tao Immortal Pill. Suddenly, he stopped again. A smile appeared on his face, knowing that there was no problem. A cloud of mist appeared around him, and the mist enveloped him. Then, his eyes blurred and he had already escaped from Master Kuron's attack range. Master Kuron's attack fell on the ground, and the ground within a radius of thousands of miles completely collapsed, and a deep and bottomless pit appeared. This attack was too strong, as if it was going to break the land of Shijo again, and even the origin of the spiritual veins under the ground were shattered by this attack. Countless origins rushed to the sky. The great Tao was completely furious, sending down countless fires of punishment from the sky, burning Master Kuron. Master Kuron screamed in agony, his heart was torn apart. Lin Moyu was taken by the Demon King and appeared thousands of miles away. The terrible impact crossed thousands of miles and hit him. Lin Moyu felt that this aftermath alone was enough to kill him. Fortunately, the Demon King was there to block all the impacts for him. The Demon King was still hidden in the mist, and his voice was obviously a little shocked. "What did you do? Why did Kuron go crazy?" Lin Moyu smiled and said, "I scolded him a few words, and he became like this." The Demon King obviously didn't believe Lin Moyu's words. Can a Tao realm like Master Kuron be scolded crazy by a few words? Lin Moyu must have done something too much, or said something too much, breaking Master Kuron's bottom line. But now is not the time to ask. Master Kuron rushed over with the fire of heavenly punishment. For the Tao realm, a mere 10,000 miles can be reached in the blink of an eye. Especially for the Tao realm with full firepower, the 10,000 miles distance is nothing. Master Kuron came to the Demon King and Lin Moyu as if teleporting, and countless vines whipped down again, and at the same time, the vines generated boundless suction, preventing the two from escaping. The Demon King covered Lin Moyu with mist and took out a magic weapon to activate it. The space shook violently, and a gap appeared. "Go!" The two of them entered the gap in space and left in an instant. When the two of them appeared again, they were no longer on the western continent, and there was an endless sea under their feet. Lin Moyu was surprised that the Demon King actually took him away. The Demon King said, "Now Kuron is obviously crazy. He won't stay on the origin continent for long. He will be forced to leave by the Tao in a short time." The Demon King's meaning was very clear. Now Master Kuron has gone crazy and has no regard for anything. He has gone all out. The Demon King doesn't want to fight with such a Master Kuron. There is no point. Lin Moyu asked, "Then how long can he stay on the origin continent?" "I think this heavenly punishment fire doesn't seem to burn him to death." The Demon King said, "The heavenly punishment fire is just a punishment for the Tao realm. It is indeed painful to burn, but it is still a little short of burning the Tao realm to death." Lin Moyu said, "It turns out that the heavenly punishment is just a decoration." The Demon King denied Lin Moyu's words. "That's not the case. The heavenly punishment fire also has different levels. What you see now is only the weakest heavenly punishment fire. If it is stronger, it can burn the Tao realm to death. But that kind of fire will not appear easily. You will know it in the future. This emperor is very interested in what you did to make Master Kwakai become like this." Lin Moyu smiled and said, "I will tell you the whole process after Master Kuron leaves." The Demon King laughed. then I am looking forward to it. I think this should be a very interesting story. Lin Moyu said, "It's nothing. I just want to protect myself. If he didn't want to kill me, I would never take the initiative to provoke him." The Demon King believed this. No matter how arrogant Lin Moyu was, he would never take the initiative to provoke Master Ku Rong. It was probably Master Ku Rong who came to hunt him down, but something unexpected happened. However, the Demon King realized that he still underestimated Lin Moyu. Being hunted down by Master Ku Rong, but being able to force Master Ku Rong to this point, I am afraid that no one in the Dao realm can do it except Lin Moyu. The Demon King was about to speak, but suddenly whispered, "He is chasing me." As he said that, the Demon King activated the magic weapon again, opened a gap in space, and the two stepped into it and moved away again. But Master Ku Rong did not intend to let Lin go. Moyu, still chasing after him relentlessly. The Demon King didn't want to fight with Master Ku Rong. 10 times he chose to avoid. This repeated 5 times, the Demon King looked up at the sky. Time's up. A brilliant avenue appeared in the sky. This avenue is different from other avenues. It exudes an incomparably noble aura, high above. Its nobility cannot be described in words. But when he looked at it again, he found that the avenue was gone again, as if he was dazzled just now. Then an inexplicable aura descended. This aura Lin Moyu had felt before. At that time in the Sea Clan, he rescued the old whale, and when the whale left, a similar aura descended. The Demon King said, "The avenue is here to pick people up. I wonder if this guy will go back obediently." Lin Moyu asked, "What will happen if Master Ku Rong refuses to go back?" 2.9 The Demon King chuckled, "Refuse to go back? Then there is no need to go back, unless he wants to die, then he cannot go back. What do you think this is? This is the Great Tao. Even if you are at the Great Tao level, you cannot violate the Great Tao. This is the rule." Lin Moyu asked, "Who made the rules?" The Demon King chuckled, "How do I know who made the rules? If you want to know, then work hard to become a Tao Master. Only a Tao Master can be equal to the Great Tao and be qualified for these things." The Demon King's words were filled with envy. He also envied the existence of the Tao Master's level. A beam of light fell from the sky and landed on Master Ku Rong with great accuracy. Master Ku Rong was still covered in flames at this time, still a little crazy. But under the light of the Great Tao, Master Ku Rong began to calm down. He did not disobey the Great Tao, and was gradually rising into the air with the light of the Great Tao. Being in the light of the Great Tao, the fire of heavenly punishment on Master Ku Rong gradually extinguished. Lin Moyu could feel that Master Ku Rong was staring at him, and he wanted to remember him firmly. The Demon King said, "It seems that he really remembers you. If you become a Great Tao in the future, you must be careful." Lin Moyu smiled, "It doesn't matter. If he still can't let it go, then kill him." Lin Moyu seemed to say it easily, but it was not the case in the ears of the Demon King. He felt that Lin Moyu was very serious, and the seriousness made him feel a little scary. He believed that with Lin Moyu's ability, if he really reached the Great Tao, he would definitely be able to kill Master Ku Rong. Watching Master Ku Rong go away, the Demon King sighed. Countless years of efforts have ended in failure. Lin Moyu asked, "Senior Demon King, why did you stay on the Origin Continent?" The Demon King said, "We didn't stay, but tried our best to come here. As for why, you will naturally know in the future. But I can tell you that I, the third ancestor, and the one in the Sea of Boundaries, we are here, although we have different ways, but the purpose is the same." Lin Moyu grasped the key point in the words of the Demon King. They did not stay in the Origin Continent, but tried every means to enter the Origin Continent. Obviously, it was not easy for them to enter the Origin Continent, and they must have paid a lot of price. 12. It is also true that if they can enter the Origin Continent so easily, there will definitely be more Tao realm coming in. As for their purpose in the Origin Continent, it is actually not important to Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu knows very well that they will do things that are harmful to the Origin Continent. Because that will attract the punishment of the Tao, even they can't bear it. They don't know how many years they have stayed in the origin continent and how many years they have prepared, all for the same purpose. Unfortunately, now that Master Ku Rong has made a mistake and has been driven away by the Tao, it is indeed depressing enough. Lin Moyu will naturally be hated, and he will definitely not let Lin Moyu go. But looking at Lin Moyu's appearance, he is not afraid at all, but is still thinking about killing Master Ku Kai. The Demon King could not help but sigh for Master Ku Rong and wish him good luck. After Master Ku Rong left, the Demon King smiled and said, "Now you can tell me." Lin Moyu said, "It's a long story, let's talk while we walk. By the way, you can also tell me what's so magical about the treasure land where spiritual plants are reincarnated." On the way back, Lin Moyu roughly told the whole story. He started with the destruction of the Nether clan, but omitted some information about the Nether Black Pool, and only said that he had obtained 2 pieces of hell fragments. In addition, he had a grudge with the Nether clan before, and the Nether clan attacked him as a whole, so he destroyed them. The survival of the Nether clan was nothing in the eyes of the Demon King, and he didn't care at all. What the Demon King was more concerned about was how Lin Moyu persisted until he came after being discovered by Master Ku Rong. Although he had sped up to come, it took nearly an hour. What did Lin Moyu do during this time? Not only was Lin Moyu unharmed, but Master Ku Rong was a little worse. When Lin Moyu told the whole story, the Demon King was stunned. He couldn't imagine what Lin Moyu did. He used almost everything that could be used, turning unfavorable conditions into favorable ones. The Demon King put himself in the situation and found that he couldn't do it to the same extent as Lin Moyu. Especially at the end, he lured Master Ku Rong to attack, destroyed the origin continent, attracted the heavenly punishment fire, and then angered Master Ku Rong with words, causing him to explode with all his strength, and finally caused Master Ku Rong to be driven away by the Great Tao. These things seem not difficult to say from Lin Moyu's mouth, but in fact they are ridiculously difficult, and no one else can do it. Now thinking back, in fact, Lin Moyu has been prepared to face Master Ku Kai from the beginning. The Demon King said, "Master Ku Rong lost his mind and attacked you with all his strength until he was driven away by the Great Tao. There is a process. Have you ever thought about how you would deal with it if I didn't arrive in time?" Lin Moyu smiled casually. "Don't I still have a Great Tao immortal pill? At least I can hold on for a while, right? And I believe that Senior Demon King will definitely arrive in time, sooner rather than later." The Demon King smiled. "I didn't expect you to have such confidence in me." Lin Moyu was very sure, of course, although Lin's realm is low, his vision is not bad. "I still know what kind of person Senior Demon King is." This flattery made the Demon King very comfortable. "Indeed, I will definitely do what I promised." Lin Moyu ended the topic at the right time. "Senior Demon King, if possible, tell me about the treasure land for the reincarnation of spiritual plants." Obviously, what Master Shulit cares about most is the treasure land for the reincarnation of spiritual plants. Before, it was precisely because of the excuse of the treasure land for the reincarnation of spiritual plants that he could successfully anger him. The Demon King laughed. "The treasure land where the spirit plant reincarnates actually has some origins. It is not from the origin continent." Lin Moyu looked strange. "Not from the origin continent? Could it be?" He thought of the formation in the territory of the 100 Grass Alliance. If it is not from the origin continent, it may be from the sky. The Demon King said, "You guessed right, the treasure land was indeed sucked down from the sky through the formation. I don't know which Tao realm strongman this treasure land once belonged to, and then it fell into the hands of Ku Rong. Ku Rong obtained the method of spirit plant reincarnation from the treasure land, so he passed it on. But he made some changes to make the method of spirit plant reincarnation become useful to himself. Now that he is gone, this method of spirit plant reincarnation is also useless. In the future, those grass and wood Dao Zun will no longer be able to rely on this method to reincarnate infinitely." After the Demon King's explanation, Lin Moyu realized that the method of spiritual plant reincarnation, including the required treasure land, really came from the outer world. Lin Moyu said, besides using it to perform spiritual plant reincarnation, is there any other use for that treasure land? The Demon King said, it is somewhat useful for plant creatures, but not much use for others. Fellow Taoist Lin can take it away. Maybe in the future, when he becomes a Tao realm, he can sell it to those guys. You can also sell it to the third ancestor, who will definitely offer a good price. In the outer world, there are quite a few Tao realms of the plant system, and the treasure land can be used to exchange for some good things from them. This time, Master Ku Rong left in a hurry and didn't even have time to take this treasure land with him. It can be seen that he was almost crazy at that time. Lin Moyu said, over the years, Master Ku Rong must have obtained a lot of good things from the outer world. The Demon King said, there are indeed many good things in the outer world, but they are not easy to obtain. That guy will launch a large formation every few hundred years, but most of the time he gets nothing. In fact, the harvest is still more for the third ancestor. The third ancestor can go to the outer world ruins in person, which is better than him blindly launching the formation. Lin Moyu was slightly stunned. Master Ku Rong can't go to the outer world ruins? The Demon King said, of course he can go, but it's very troublesome to go there, and the price is not small. He is not like the third ancestor. The third ancestor has a treasure in his hand, so it's relatively easy to go to the outer world. Lin Moyu laughed, what about you? The Demon King laughed, this emperor can go, of course, you will understand it later. Okay, another sentence to get rid of himself. Lin Moyu was too lazy to ask. The two of them quickly approached the land of Shizhou. The Demon King asked, with Master Ku Rong's departure, the territory of the Baichao Alliance is now vacant. In addition to the territory of the Netherworld clan, what plans does Lin Daoji have? The territory of the Netherworld clan is not large, but the territory of the Baichao Alliance is not small. The two pieces of land added together are much larger than Yudao City. The Demon King continued, these two pieces of land are now ownerless. Fellow Taoist Lin also knows that occupying territory is actually very important on the origin continent. Don't waste it. There seemed to be a deeper meaning in his words. Lin Moyu immediately asked, please give me some advice, Senior Demon King. The Demon King said, there are some things I can't explain in detail. With your intelligence, you should be able to understand what I mean. Lin Moyu immediately realized that occupying territory seems to be very important. The Demon King occupies an extremely large territory. Although the entire North Continent cannot belong to him completely, he still has the final say. The same is true for the third ancestor. The third ancestor occupies a large area in East Continent, and then has forces in various continents. It seems that he is not the leader of various forces. In fact, if the territory of Lufeng Chamber of Commerce is added together, the area occupied by the third ancestor is no worse than that of the Demon King. As for the King of the Sea of Boundaries, it goes without saying that the entire Sea of Boundaries is so big and the territory is so big that it far exceeds that of the Demon King and the third ancestor. In addition, Lin Moyu also thought of Antares. Antares became the new emperor of the East Spirit Empire and secretly occupied a large area of territory. These Tao realms must know some information, so they did this. With the reminder of the Demon King, Lin Moyu naturally understood what he should do. Lin Moyu said, there are many Tao zones in the Baichao Alliance. The Demon King smiled and said, what do you want to do? If you need it, I can help you, but it's not free. Lin Moyu laughed, of course, I am very grateful that Senior Demon King can come here, and I will naturally pay for the next thing. Lin Moyu said what he thought, then I will say it directly. First, please ask Senior Demon King to kill the thorny clone of Master Ku Rong and leave the body for me. Secondly, gather all the Tao zones above the 7th realm in the Baichao Alliance. Master Ku Rong had already left, but his clone was not there. The thorn clone didn't know where to flee, Su Pu was always chasing him, and he couldn't escape. As for the Tao Zone and the Baichao Alliance, the undead army conducted a carpet search, and they couldn't escape either. Below the 7th level of Dao Zun, Lin Moyu could easily deal with it by himself, and there was no need for the Demon King to take action. Above the 7th level, the Demon King took action to control it. The Demon King didn't ask Lin Moyu what he was going to do at all, he just did what Lin Moyu told him to do. He also didn't ask about the reward, he believed that Lin Moyu would definitely give him a reasonable reward. Lin Moyu guided the direction for the Demon King and quickly caught up with the Thorn Clone who was still fighting with Su Pu. Although the Thorn Clone was strong, it was not enough to face the Demon King. In a few moves, the Thorn Clone was killed. Lin Moyu took away the Thorn Clone, and then together with the Demon King, they restrained the Dao Zun above the 7th realm in the Baichao Alliance and gathered them together. This matter was not difficult for the Demon King, it just took some effort. The Baichao Alliance was not weak, with more than 300 members of the 7th realm of Dao Zun, more than 70 members of the 8th realm of Dao Zun, and a whole number of Dao Zun of the 9th realm. They had different forms, not completely plants, but also a few spirit beasts. The most peculiar one was a half-insect and half-grass existence, half of the body was insect and half of the body was grass. They were all injured by the Demon King, and they were forced to gather together in a circle. Lin Moyu asked them to wait, and after waiting for a while, dark clouds flew in from a distance. The dark clouds were dark and dense, and each dark cloud was countless undead legions. The legion leaders controlled the undead legions, and the Dao Zun below the 7th realm flew over. If they are not convinced, then they will be beaten to submission. If they cannot be convinced, then they will be killed. Lin Moyu did not want to kill them all, but if they resisted, Lin Moyu would not show any mercy. In just 5 days, all the surviving Dao Zuns in the Baichao Alliance have been gathered together. Lin Moyu looked down at these Dao Zuns and said, I will give you 2 choices, one is to live, the other is to die. Those who choose to live, make a great oath and never be my enemy. I will choose an area for you so that you can continue to survive and reproduce. Those who choose to die, that's even simpler. Lin will personally send you off. But Lin must make it clear that if any of you choose to die, Lin will kill not one person, but the entire connection. Lin Moyu's voice was like a ruthless demon, stirring in the souls of all Dao Zuns. Many of the Dao Zuns present were leaders of various tribes. Especially the Dao Zuns above the 7th realm, there is a huge clan behind them. The Daozuan who became spirits of plants and trees valued their own clans very much, and they were also very united. Lin Moyu's conditions almost left them no choice. The Demon King had to praise Lin Moyu in his heart for his accurate grasp of the Daozuan of the Baichao Alliance. It seemed like 2 choices, but in fact there was only one choice. Either make a great oath to survive, or the whole clan would be exterminated. Obviously, Lin Moyu overestimated the loyalty of the Daozuan to Master Ku Rong. When they learned that Master Ku Rong could not come back, they decisively chose to survive. Daozuan made a great oath one after another, and engraved the great oath into their blood inheritance. In this way, it was equivalent to making an oath with the whole clan. Lin Moyu projected the map of Shizhou, and then drew an area on the map. This area is located between the Baichao Alliance and the Zerg, and is a long and narrow area. This area is naturally not as large as the previous territory of the Baichao Alliance, which is only about 1/5 of the previous one, but it is enough for these plants and trees to live. Plants and trees become spirits, so their requirements for territory are not high. The key is that after having this area, once Lin Moyu occupies this territory, he can create a buffer between himself and the Zerg. If the Zerg wants to provoke Lin Moyu, they must first pass the level of the Taoist Master of Plants and Trees. The Demon King looked at Lin Moyu's arrangement, although he didn't say a word, but he felt that Lin Moyu's arrangement was very good. After Lin Moyu made the arrangement, he said to the Demon King, Senior Demon King, do you think my arrangement is okay? The Demon King chuckled, no problem at all, your arrangement is very good. Lin Moyu nodded and said loudly, that's it. I'll give you 10 days to start moving. After the words fell, all the grass and wood Taoists quickly took action. Amid the roar of the earth, the grass and wood Taoists quickly left and began to move their clans. 10 days were enough for them to move. After 10 days, 4/5 of the original Baichao Alliance's territory, plus the territory of the Netherworld clan, all belonged to Lin Moyu. The territory that Lin Moyu now occupies is actually comparable to the territory occupied by Master Ku Rong before. After all the Taoists left, the Demon King asked, "How does fellow Taoist Lin plan to deal with his territory?" Lin Moyu said, "I haven't thought about it yet. Please give me some advice, Senior Demon King." As he said that, Lin Moyu took out 2 pieces of ice and fire Taoist stones and handed them to the Demon King. The Demon King was obviously a little surprised. "So polite?" Lin Moyu smiled. "Thank you for coming all the way to save me, and for helping me kill people and find people. These rewards are what you deserve." The Demon King laughed. "Then I won't be polite. As for how you want to develop this territory, I will give you some suggestions." The Demon King is like the third ancestor. He is very smart when he grows old. Lin Moyu is polite enough, so the Demon King will not be stingy. Moreover, the Demon King saw the potential of Lin Moyu. It is difficult to find a few people like Lin Moyu in an entire era. The future achievements of such people are limitless. If you can't kill the other party, you can make friends with him. The Demon King said, "Generally speaking, there are several ways to deal with your own territory. The most common way is to build a power, just like what I did, and you are the king of this power. Another way is to infiltrate from all aspects like the third ancestor did. In fact, the Lufeng Chamber of Commerce is not as simple as you think. The things that the main ancestor did." Speaking of this, the Demon King smiled mysteriously and did not continue. Lin Moyu heard the hidden meaning. In addition to the Lufeng Chamber of Commerce on the surface, the power of the third ancestor must also have a part hidden in the dark. This is also in line with Lin Moyu's impression of the third ancestor. The third ancestor is indeed likely to do such a thing. If things go wrong, the hidden power in the dark is more terrifying than the Lufeng Chamber of Commerce. Lin Moyu said, "Besides this, is there anything else?" The Demon King laughed. "In addition to the methods of me and the third ancestor, that is, to rule like the one in the Sea of Boundaries. But he has a unique advantage that others cannot imitate. You should be able to figure out the reason if you think about it." Lin Moyu's thoughts were as fast as lightning, and he figured out the difference in an instant. The biggest advantage of the King of the Sea Boundary is that he has absolute ruling power in the Sea Clan. This is different from the Demon King. Under the Demon King are royal families and a large number of demon clans. Each clan is self-contained, with its own living habits, its own cultivation methods, and its own ancestors. And their ancestors may be stronger than the Demon King. If an ancestor is resurrected one day, the Demon King's ruling position will likely be weakened. The Sea Clan is completely different. There are no clans in the Sea Clan. Everyone obeys the orders of the King of the Sea Boundary. The King of the Sea Boundary has real absolute power and has the final say. The Demon King said, "There are 3 ways. The method of the third ancestor is not suitable for you. You can choose the other 2. Lin Moyu said, "Thank you for your advice, Senior Demon King. I will think about it and make a decision." The Demon King laughed. "There is no rush for this matter. You have plenty of time. Let's go and see how many good things that old guy Ku Rong has collected over the years." The Demon King took Lin Moyu to the old nest of Master Ku Rong. On the way, Lin Moyu thought about how to deal with his new territory. From the Demon King, Lin Moyu can be sure that the amount of land occupied and the land share are important. As for where the importance lies, the Demon King did not say, and Lin Moyu could not guess, but it is certain that it must be very important. So this piece of land must not be left to others, and must be controlled by oneself. The several origin spirit veins under the territory must be controlled by oneself. At the beginning, I thought about moving Yudao City here, but now, after listening to the words of the Demon King, Lin Moyu decisively gave up this idea. Yudao City is developing well in Dongzhou now, so there is no need to move for the time being. And there is already Lufeng Chamber of Commerce in Yudao City, which means that the power of the three groups has infiltrated. This is not a bad thing, but Yudao City is no longer completely their own territory, and they need to let others share a piece of the pie. The three ancestors have always done this, and there is no big problem. Lin Moyu has never thought of monopolizing it, which will only slow down the development of Yudao City. But now this piece of land, Lin Moyu does not intend to let the three ancestors get involved. He decided to occupy it himself. Lin Moyu thought of the simplest way, that is to build this area into his undead empire. The king of the sea boundary controls the entire sea clan, but each member still has his own ideas, and they even think about whether the king of the sea boundary is doing the right thing. In terms of ruling power, even the king of the sea boundary is far inferior to his Guanling Legion. The Legion leaders are also wise, but they never think about whether their orders are correct. As long as it is an order issued by themselves, even if it is wrong, they will die without hesitation. In this way, this piece of land is monopolized by himself, and if he can get benefits in the future, it will be the best. The Demon King obviously dealt with Master Ku Rong, and went straight to the BCBF, Master Ku Rong's nest. This is a huge valley, surrounded by 3 mountains, with only one entrance. The Demon King said, Ku Rong's lair is inside. This guy has set up several formations here. It's very troublesome to hide here every time. Lin Moyu smiled and said, have you been here many times? The Demon King said, I don't get along with this guy. I have come here several times, but I usually call him out to talk. There are too many formations here, and I don't want to go in. Call him out to talk? I'm afraid he came out to fight. Lin Moyu could see that there were indeed many formations here. And the formations were very simple and had a vast atmosphere. It could be seen that Master Ku Rong was indeed quite knowledgeable about formations. The Demon King said, come on. The Demon King didn't know much about formations. If he came, he would probably force his way in. Lin Moyu smiled and said, let me come. Some of the formations here will explode. If you force your way in, you may destroy the things inside. From these formations, we can roughly judge Master Ku Rong's formation level. It should be less than the 7th level, and he is not a formation master of the Queen Mother's book. The only advantage is that the formation he arranged is very old and has a certain research value. The Demon King said, okay, then you come. Old guy Ku Rong, his formation level is average, but he likes to tinker with this thing. He has studied it for so many years, but he hasn't made much progress. Lin Moyu heard the disdain in the words of the Demon King, and he laughed. The formation requires a high level of talent. Sometimes, if you don't understand, you don't understand. There is nothing you can do. The Demon King agreed with him. Although he has a high realm, he doesn't understand the formation. He can still tinker with the formation below the 3rd level, but it's not so good for the formation above the 3rd level. The formation that Master Ku Rong arranged here is partly for warning. Lin Moyu estimated that Master Ku Rong didn't want to be disturbed. Just in case he was doing something, he could give a warning in advance. There is just one thing Lin Moyu didn't quite understand, that this level of formation couldn't stop the Demon King at all. But the Demon King obviously had some concerns and didn't want to force it. Perhaps there was something hidden in the formation. The Demon King reminded, be careful when you break the formation. There is a soul-eating worm hidden in one of the formations. The soul-eating worm will cause considerable damage to the soul. Even this emperor feels a headache. Lin Moyu, while studying the formation, he asked, what is a soul-eating worm? The Demon King said, the soul-eating worm is a strange worm. It was sucked down from the sky by Ku Rong. The soul-eating worm is more troublesome and can be immune to most of the power. Once it bites, the soul will be injured and it is difficult to recover. Lin Moyu heard the Demon King's fear. Since the soul-eating worm is so difficult to deal with, why doesn't Master Hua Yin use it? The Demon King chuckled. It's not that he doesn't want to use it, but he can't use it. He is also afraid of the soul-eating worm, so he can only be trapped in the formation and act as a gatekeeper. It turned out that it was not that Master Ku Rong did not want to use the soul-devouring bug, but even he was afraid of it. Lin Moyu was more cautious. Originally, these arrays were not difficult in his eyes, but they were old enough to be worth studying. Now, he became more cautious, and the speed of cracking was also reduced a lot. It can be cracked slowly, but nothing can happen. The fact that the soul-devouring bug can be trapped in the array shows that its own power is not strong. The real difficulty of the soul-devouring bug lies elsewhere. First, it is immune to various attacks, and second, it can directly cause soul damage and ignore the defense of the body. Even the innate soul of the Tao realm cannot defend against it. This characteristic makes the Demon King a little afraid. Lin Moyu asked the Demon King where the soul-devouring bug came from. The answer given by the Demon King surprised Lin Moyu. The Demon King did not know where the soul-devouring bug came from. But this also shows that the soul-devouring bug is not a product of the Origin continent. In the Origin disaster, the Soul Devourer appeared only very late. Lin Moyu could only guess whether the Soul Devourer came from another world. While Lin Moyu was breaking the formation, he was still talking to the Demon King. Talking to the Demon King is much better than talking to the old fox of the third ancestor. You can get a lot of information from the Demon King. And the third ancestor will not tell you this information. Even if he wants to tell you, he has to pay a corresponding price. So-called businessmen are like this, everything is about money. Lin Moyu now occupies a large piece of land in Shizhou. In terms of territory area alone, it is no worse than the Dragon Clan and the Zerg Clan, and only a little smaller than the Buddha Clan. It can be regarded as a four-legged tripod. As for the remaining Daozuan of the Baichao Alliance, their combat power is indeed not weak, but they will no longer have a territory. Whether it is the Dragon Clan or the Zerg Clan, it is not easy to deal with. Since he has become one of the four legs of Shizhou, Lin Moyu naturally has to know something about the other three legs. His previous understanding of the Buddha, Dragon, and Insect tribes all came from the information provided by the three groups. This time, it was just right to ask the Demon King to see what he thought. Only by verifying each other can we get more accurate information. The Demon King did not hide anything. He told what he knew as if he was chatting with an old friend. The Buddha and Insect tribes are indeed not the natives of the Origin continent. To be precise, the inheritance of the Buddha tribe did not come from the Origin continent, but the creatures of the Buddha tribe are all from the Origin continent. In this way, the Buddha tribe can be regarded as half of the Origin continent. The Insect tribe has nothing to do with the Origin continent at all. They come from other places. Lin Moyu was a little confused about this. The Dragon tribe is the native inhabitant of the Origin continent, and it is so powerful, why don't they destroy the Insect tribe? I think the Dragon tribe should have this ability. The Dragon tribe and the Insect tribe seem to be enemies, but the Dragon tribe did not really destroy the Insect tribe, which is a bit unreasonable. The Demon King said, "It's not that I don't want to destroy them, but that I can't." The root of the problem is very deep, involving the catastrophe of the origin of the year, and also involving the avenue. Even if I want to tell you, it may not be right. You can understand it this way. The Buddhas and the Zerg have huge causal relationships, so big that the entire Dragon Clan can't bear it. So although they have a grudge against the Zerg, they never consider destroying the Zerg. Lin Moyu said almost instinctively, "Then the meaning of the Dragon Clan fighting the Zerg is to suppress the Yu Clan?" The Demon King said, "It's possible. More detailed information may only be known by the Dragon Clan. The Dragon Clan I'm talking about is not the Dragon Clan in the Origin continent, but the ones above. The Dragon Clan on the Tianwai Avenue is the real leader. The Dragon Clan in the Origin continent all follow their orders. But under normal circumstances, the Dragon Clan on the Tianwai Avenue will not interfere with the Dragon Clan in the Origin continent. It is estimated that the Zerg cannot be exterminated, and it is also an order left a long time ago. As for why the Buddhas and Zerg have a great cause and effect, what exactly is the cause and effect? Yao Xiang is not very clear about it. This is another mystery that Lin Moyu needs to solve in the future. However, Lin Moyu was secretly glad that he did not do anything wrong. At that time, he did have the idea of turning the Zerg into food for the skeleton hell to improve the skeleton hell. Fortunately, he did not do that. Things like cause and effect should be careful. Too much contact will not be good for yourself. If you are unlucky, some cause and effect will be fatal. After solving several formations in a row, no soul-eating insects were found. Lin Moyu smiled and said, Master Ku Rong is indeed very interested in formations, but he knows that his talent in formations is not good, so why does he study formations so hard? The Demon King said, I don't know. I remember that he didn't study formations at the beginning. This should have happened in the last few 100,000 years. It was a long time ago that Master Ku Rong came to the Origin continent. He only started to study the formation hundreds of thousands of years ago, and he has been studying for hundreds of thousands of years. It is definitely not out of curiosity. Lin Moyu is very clear that no matter what a Dao realm like Master Ku Rong does, he must have a purpose. Asterisk, 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 asterisk. He can study the formation for hundreds of thousands of years with not very good talent, and he has studied it to the level of nearly the 7th level. There must be a reason. After solving another formation, Lin Moyu suddenly stopped. I found the soul-eating worm. The Demon King said, Is it in the formation in front? The Demon King could not see the soul-eating worm through the formation like Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu waved a projection. It's this one. In the projection, a fat worm appeared. The worm was red all over. This red was very strange, like blood but not blood. At first glance, it had a sense of gorgeousness, and it made people feel dangerous in the gorgeousness. Only half of the worm's head was exposed because it was shrunk in the body. It has 3 pairs of claws, which look very sharp and flash with cold light. 0. There is a tiny gap in the middle of the bright red shell on its back, which also means that the shell can move, which should be a pair of wings. The moment he saw the projection, the Demon King said with certainty, Yes, it is it. It looks like it is sleeping. Is there any way not to wake it up? If it wakes up, it will attack everyone nearby. I'm not afraid. If it is a soul below the 7th level of Dao Zun, it will probably be bitten by it 2 or 3 times. What the Demon King said was a bit scary. The soul of Dao Zun is already very strong, but it can't withstand 2 or 3 bites. Lin Moyu did not doubt the Demon King's words at all. Is there no way to kill this thing? The Demon King said, It's not easy to kill. It is immune to most of the power of the Great Dao. Only a few times of the Great Dao can kill it. But each soul-devouring worm is afraid of different avenues of power, and I don't know which avenue of power this soul-devouring worm is afraid of. I don't know how Ku Rong trapped it, but I admire Ku Rong a little bit. The Demon King said it very sincerely, and it can be seen that he is really troubled by soul worms. Lin Moyu saw some clues. Master Ku Rong did not trap it, but just let it stay in a dormant state. Once it is stimulated from the outside, it will wake up. If it is really as terrible as the Demon King said, once it wakes up, this formation can't trap it. This formation connects the entire valley. If we force our way into the valley from other places, this formation will explode, thus waking up the soul-devouring worm. With such an arrangement, it is impossible to force it in. The Demon King's voice became low. Do you have any ideas? Lin Moyu said, Let me think about it. Lin Moyu did not act immediately, but observed the soul-eating insect carefully. The Demon King did not urge him, because he knew he could not rush. Lin Moyu could clearly feel that the Demon King was a little nervous at the moment. It was a little funny that a mere soul-eating insect could make the Demon King, who was in the Dao realm, nervous. Lin Moyu looked at the soul-eating insect carefully through the formation, and at the same time sensed the breath of the soul-eating insect. Use your eyes and your soul to sense, and try to get as much detailed information as possible. Gradually, Lin Moyu frowned, and when Lin Moyu frowned, the breath of the Demon King also changed, becoming more nervous. Why does this soul-eating insect have the breath of the soul void? Is it from the soul void? Lin Moyu was fortunate to have dealt with a powerful being in the soul void, and was deeply impressed. He felt that the soul-eating insect had a similar breath. Although there were some guesses, it was not completely certain. As the observation continued, there were new 950 discoveries. The soul-eating insect also had some characteristics of the Zerg. They are all bugs, but there are huge differences between them. The characteristics of the Zerg are special, completely different from other bugs on the Origin continent. The soul-devouring bug has the characteristics of the Zerg, which is very intriguing. It is not only related to the soul void, but also to the Zerg. Lin Moyu observed for a long time, but never took action. The Demon King finally couldn't help asking, "Friend Lin, have you found anything?" Lin Moyu said, "There are indeed some discoveries. The origin of the soul-devouring bug should be related to the soul void." The Demon King was a little surprised. "No way, how is it related to the soul void?" Lin Moyu said, "This is just a feeling of mine. Not long ago, I just fought with a certain existence in the soul void. I was deeply impressed, so I shouldn't be wrong." The Demon King exclaimed, "You actually fought with the existence in the soul void?" Lin Moyu nodded. "It was just a trace of the other party's will. It can't be considered a real fight, but he is really strong. I almost got killed." The Demon King's voice was full of fear. "That's the soul void. Even I don't dare to go there." Fellow Taoist Lin's courage is really admirable. Lin Moyu smiled bitterly. "Don't make fun of me. It was the other party who came to me, not me who went to find him. I haven't lived enough and don't want to die so much." The matter of the soul void was thrown aside, and the Demon King asked, "Besides this, can you think of a way?" Lin Moyu said, "It is almost impossible to remove the formation or transfer the formation without alarming it. This formation is connected to other formations in the valley, and one hair can move the whole body. I found no less than 100 entrances and exits, one of which was right, and the rest were wrong. And this entrance and exit is only known by Master Kurong, and even I can't find it. As long as the wrong entrance and exit is found, the formation will collapse in an instant, and the soul-eating insect will wake up. So the best way is to kill it." The Demon King said, "How to kill it? It's not really strong. The key is to find the power of the great Tao that can deal with it. If you can find it, a Tao master of the fourth realm can kill it. This is the difficulty in killing the soul devourer. Find the power of the great Tao that it is not immune to. As long as you find the right power, it is not difficult to kill it. If you can't find it, even the Demon King can't kill it. There are thousands of kinds of power of the great Tao. You can't try them all. The soul devourer is not a target, it's just sitting there motionless." Lin Moyu thought for a while. "If it is really related to the soul void, I have a way to deal with it, but I'm not sure. I can only try it." The Demon King thought for a moment. "This is too risky." Lin Moyu said, "It is indeed a bit risky, so I have to make some preparations. If I fail, I can buy you some time." The Demon King was not a hesitant person. He made a decision after thinking for a few seconds. "In this case, I will sacrifice my life to accompany you. You can try first. If it doesn't work, I will use all means to destroy this insect." 1. Lin Moyu suddenly laughed out loud. "Senior Demon King, why do I hear you say so unconfidently?" The Demon King laughed and scolded. "Nonsense, how can I be confident? I have dozens of magic weapons in my hand, which can stimulate dozens of great powers. As long as one of them is useful, I can kill this insect." Lin Moyu praised, "The Emperor is indeed wealthy." The Demon King said, "Stop talking nonsense, do what you want." Lin Moyu nodded, took out a few pieces of origin crystals, and began to set up the formation. The formation he set up was the sealing formation, which was also the strongest trapping formation that Lin Moyu could think of. He used the 9th level exquisite origin crystals given by the Dragon Clan, and used the best materials to increase the effect of the sealing formation to the limit. According to Lin Moyu's estimation, the effectiveness of this sealing formation will not be weaker than those 8th level formations. Seeing the 9th level origin crystal, the Demon King exclaimed in surprise, 9th level exquisite origin crystal, fellow Taoist Lin is really a big hand pull. Even for him, the 9th level exquisite origin crystal is not something he can take out just by saying it. Lin Moyu said, "Lucky, I got it by chance." The Demon King didn't believe Lin Moyu's words. Can this thing be obtained just by luck? Soon Lin Moyu finished setting up the sealing array and whispered, "Senior Demon King, I'm going to start." "You're ready?" The Demon King nodded, "I can start at any time." Lin Moyu activated the sealing array, and the sealing array infiltrated the arrays in the valley. The interlocking arrays were suddenly affected by external forces and collapsed one after another. The Soul Devourer immediately woke up and let out a sharp cry at the same time. The cry resounded directly through the soul, and Lin Moyu and the Demon King appeared in a moment of unconsciousness. Even the Demon King, who was at the Tao realm, was affected, which shows how powerful the Soul Devourer is at the soul level. Lin Moyu said nothing, and the burning world fire fell down. Since it is related to the soul void, Lin Moyu believes that the burning world fire will be useful. Even the powerful existence before was afraid of the burning world fire, and the Soul Devourer must be afraid of it too. Sure enough, just as Lin Moyu thought, the newly awakened Soul Devourer was burned by the world-burning fire and immediately screamed. The screams were full of pain, and the Soul Devourer was wrapped in flames and flew everywhere. The Demon King saw it and asked in surprise, "Is this the fire of heavenly punishment?" Lin Moyu shook his head. "It's not the fire of heavenly punishment, it's just a little similar." Just a little similar? With the eyesight of the Demon King, he couldn't see the difference between the two. But since Lin Moyu said so, he naturally wouldn't ask any more questions. Even if this is really the fire of heavenly punishment, Lin Moyu said it's not, and he can only treat it as not now. Seeing that the flame is useful for the Soul Devourer, the Demon King 4.3 felt relieved and relaxed. Lin Moyu frowned and said, "Senior Demon King, although my flame can burn it, it seems that it cannot really kill it. I will try other powers, please don't let your guard down." The Demon King nodded and said, "Don't worry, I will never take it lightly." Lin Moyu immediately used other powers, first of all, the most familiar power of death. The power of death fell on the soul-eating insect, and the soul-eating insect's originally charred body began to rot quickly. The power of death is also useful. Lin Moyu was determined in his heart, try something else. Then he used the power of time and the power of space. The power of space was ineffective, and the power of time was also ineffective. Following this, Lin Moyu used the power of luck, which was also ineffective. Finally, Lin Moyu used the avenue of power, gathered all the power in his body, and punched out. With a light bang, the soul-eating insect was blown away, hit the seal formation and bounced back, no longer moving. "Dead." The Demon King exclaimed in surprise. Lin Moyu shook his head slightly, "No, it's not dead yet. The Soul Devourer is indeed not strong. Apart from being a little weird, it has almost no fighting power. But its vitality is far beyond what the Demon King said. Even if the power of the Great Tao is against it, it is not difficult for the Tao Zone 4 realms to hurt it, but it is difficult to kill it. It is almost a slow process. At the same time, you have to guard against it from attacking you at any time. It is not as simple as the Demon King said." Lin Moyu also understood that the Demon King knew the Soul Devourer, but he had no experience in dealing with it. The Tao Zone 4 realms, killing the Soul Devourer with the appropriate power of the Great Tao, is only the lowest bottom line. The Soul Devourer in front of him was first severely injured by the burning world fire, and then corroded by the power of death. Finally, Lin Moyu used the Great Tao of Strength to hit it half to death with 10 punches. But even so, it still did not die. Lin Moyu felt that its injuries were recovering rapidly. Hearing Lin Moyu's words, the Demon King's laughter stopped abruptly. Its vitality is indeed beyond imagination. Lin Moyu said, "You saw it, it is so strong, but now it only has half of its life left. Fortunately, my several powers can restrain it. 1. Lin Moyu suddenly changed the subject. Senior Demon King, this is not the first time you deal with the Soul Devourer. The Demon King laughed dryly twice. That's not the case, but I didn't feel its vitality was so strong before. Lin Moyu thought for a while and said, then I would like to trouble Senior Demon King to treat it as a test subject and use all your magic weapons. Let me see the effects of various magic weapons on the Soul Devourer so that I can have a bottom line in my heart. The Demon King said, if so, will it be more troublesome? Lin Moyu said, no, I know it in my heart. The Soul Devourer, which is dreaded by others, has become an experimental subject in Lin Moyu's hands. The Demon King did not refuse. He took out various magic weapons and began to bombard the soul-devouring bug. Each magic weapon contained different powers and possessed different Tao powers. For a moment, wind, fire, thunder, and lightning all came together to attack the soul-devouring bug. The ceiling formation became extremely lively. Lin Moyu felt the changes of the soul-devouring bug. He experimented on the soul-devouring bug with the help of the Demon King. The more you know about the soul-devouring bug, the more you will know when you will encounter it again in the future. Soon he discovered that the soul-devouring bug was indeed immune to most powers. The Demon King used hundreds of magic weapons and hundreds of Tao powers, among which only one Tao power could cause some damage to the soul-devouring bug, and the others were immune. And these immune Tao powers were actually absorbed by the soul-devouring bug. After absorbing these Tao powers, the soul-devouring bug's recovery speed was significantly accelerated. Immune to most forces, and can absorb the immune forces to recover from their injuries. If it is not injured, it is estimated that it can absorb the immune forces to improve its realm. This soul-eating insect is not strong, but this does not mean that all soul-eating insects are not strong. Lin Moyu strengthened the power of death and controlled the injuries of the soul-eating insect. He always kept the soul-eating insect in a state of serious injury and dying, but not really dead. At the same time, he asked, Senior Demon King, are there strong and weak soul-eating insects? The Demon King said, of course there are. There was a powerful soul-eating insect that killed several Tao realms. But at that time, I had something important to do, so I just listened and didn't care. Lin Moyu said, it seems that there are also strong and weak soul-eating insects. This one should be relatively weak. The Demon King agreed with Lin Moyu very much. That should be correct. I wonder what else fellow Taoist Lin has discovered after this experiment. Lin Moyu said, there are indeed some discoveries. First, it can absorb the power of the Tao to which it is immune to restore itself. I guess it can also absorb the power of the Tao to which it is immune to strengthen itself. In addition, if it continues to be attacked by the power of the Tao to which it is not immune, it will develop resistance and eventually become immune. From this, I also guessed that the ability of the soul-eating insect to be immune to the power of the Tao should have been gradually accumulated over countless years. They may have blood inheritance like the dragon clan and spirit beasts. If this can continue, they will sooner or later be immune to all the power of the heavenly Tao. But the Tao will not allow such creatures to exist. There must be a power that they are not immune to. The Demon King whispered, I didn't expect that fellow Taoist Lin's understanding of the Tao is so deep. This emperor admires it. Lin Moyu smiled, you are too kind. Well, the experiment is done, it's time for it to die. 1. The Demon King suddenly said, fellow Taoist Lin, I have an unwelcome request. Lin Moyu smiled slightly, just say it, we don't have to be so polite. The Demon King said, after killing the Soul Devourer, can we share a part of its body? Lin Moyu asked curiously, what's the use of its body? The Soul Devourer's realm is not high, that is, about the 4th realm of Dao Zun. Whether it is used to explode the body or become a resurrection, it has no great use value. But the Demon King wants its body, obviously its body has other uses. The Demon King said, I also want to use it for some experiments, maybe it will be of some use to my soul level. Using the corpse of the soul-eating insect to improve the soul level, doesn't that have the same effect as the ice and fire Tao stone? The most important thing in the Tao realm is the soul level, and anything that can improve the soul level is a good thing. Lin Moyu asked, I wonder what level of innate soul is Senior Demon King's soul now? The Demon King said, you really know the mystery of the Tao realm. To be honest with you, Taoist Lin, I have reached the peak of the 9th level of innate soul, and I can reach the 8th level of innate soul with one more step. Lin Moyu nodded secretly. No wonder he felt that the Demon King seemed to be inferior to him in terms of soul level. He felt that it was unlikely, and felt that the Demon King should have concealed something. Master Ku Rong's soul level seems to be inferior to Senior Demon King. The Demon King laughed. That's right, although my soul and Ku Rong's are both of the 9th level, he is in the middle of the 9th level, while I have reached the peak of the 9th level, and will soon be promoted to the 8th level. Let me tell you again, the 3rd ancestor is in the late 9th level, so the 3rd ancestor is still a level stronger than Ku Rong. The Guy King of the Sea of Boundaries is the same as me, at the peak of the 9th level, but I will soon surpass him. Anyway, it has been said, the Demon King might as well make it clear, it can be regarded as a favor. Lin Moyu said, it turns out that Master Ku Rong is the weakest, no wonder the senior was able to teach Master Ku Rong a lesson before. The Demon King said, this is nothing. In the Origin Continent, we can't fight with all our strength, and the lesson is just a joke. If it were in the sky, I would definitely make Ku Rong cry and leave, and I would just change my name to Ku Rong in the future. Lin Moyu realized from the words of the Demon King that the gap between the Tao realms seemed to be extremely huge. The same 9th level innate soul can be divided into 4 stages, early, middle, late and peak, and each stage has a big gap. If it is an innate soul of different levels, the gap will be even greater. The Taoist master must be at least the peak of the 1st level innate soul. How fishy that chief master must be. Lin Moyu put away his little thoughts. This kind of existence is not what he can think of now. The fire of burning the world intensified violently, and the power of death also suddenly increased several times. Then Lin Moyu gathered all his strength, using the power avenue as the blade, and punched out. The Soul Devourer did not survive this time. Lin Moyu controlled the power precisely and killed the Soul Devourer, which was already half dead. After the death of the Soul Devourer, the body began to change. It quickly crystallized and turned into a crystal in the blink of an eye. This crystal was about 1 finger long. Lin Moyu held it in his hand and felt a pure soul power from it. Soul Crystal. Lin Moyu's heart moved. The crystal that the Soul Devourer turned into after the death of the Soul Devourer was very similar to the Soul Crystal, but it was not as pure as the Soul Crystal. Lin Moyu knew its nature after just one glance. He was not very interested in it and turned to give the crystal to the Demon King. This is the Soul Devourer crystal. It turns out that the Soul Devourer crystal looks like this. The Demon King was obviously using the crystal after the death of the Soul Devourer for the first time, and his voice was slightly excited. Lin Moyu smiled and said, it seems that the Soul Devourer crystal is rare. The Demon King nodded, it is indeed rare. It is very difficult for us to improve in the Tao realm. The Origin crystal is no longer useful to us. We need some extremely powerful and precious materials. Ice Fire Tao Stone is one, and Soul Devouring Crystal is also one. Lin Moyu asked, which one is better between the two? The Demon King said, it is incomparable. Ice Fire Tao Stone needs to be refined, the process is relatively long, and it has to endure certain pain. And Soul Devouring Crystal can be directly absorbed and directly improve the soul level, but the foundation is not as good as Ice Fire Tao Stone, and it takes a lot of time to polish the foundation afterwards. Relatively speaking, this Emperor prefers Soul Devouring Crystal. After all, it does not need to suffer, and the time spent in the end is not much different. Lin Moyu laughed, you are seeing the Soul Devouring Crystal for the first time, how do you know it so clearly? The Demon King laughed dryly with a little embarrassment. It is the first time I have seen it, but this emperor has heard it from people several times, so it must be correct. Lin Moyu guessed that what the Demon King said was probably a rumor. Lin Moyu said, "Then I will give you this soul-devouring crystal." The Demon King was stunned. "Give it all to me?" "The soul-devouring crystal can be divided." Lin Moyu refused. "No need, anyway. I am still far from the Dao realm, so I don't need this thing. When I reach the Dao realm, if Senior Demon King has any good things, don't forget me." The Demon King didn't expect Lin Moyu to be so generous. Although he felt embarrassed, he decisively did not refuse. "Then I won't be polite." "Don't worry, Brother Lin, I will definitely call Brother Lin if there are any benefits in the future." A soul-devouring crystal directly bribed the Demon King, and the closeness of the two people quickly increased, from fellow Taoists to brothers. However, only God knows how much gold is in this brotherhood. Once the soul-devouring insect died, the formation of the entire valley was broken, and the two strode into the core area of the Baichao Alliance. As soon as he entered, Lin Moyu frowned slightly. The valley was divided into two parts, one was lifeless, and the other was full of vitality. This scene was too familiar to him. Just like his own immortal road. On one side is death, and on the other side is life. Lin Moyu thought to himself, could it be that Master Ku Rong is also comprehending the immortal road? But what he showed in the previous battle was not the immortal road. 1. At this time, the voice of the Demon King sounded in his ears. It is said that Ku Rong once got something, and that thing recorded a supreme road, and he has been comprehending it. It was also because of that thing that he changed his name to Ku Rong. He called this road the road of life and death, and it is said that it can comprehend life and death. Lin Moyu asked in a low voice, "Do you know what it is?" At this moment, there was an inexplicable sense of confusion in his heart. The immortal path is his own life path, and it is undoubtedly the most important of the 6 paths he has mastered. I have never seen anyone comprehend the immortal path, and even in the information I have obtained, there is no information about the immortal path. This gave me an illusion that the immortal path was something unique to me. Now I suddenly saw Master Ku Rong, who seemed to be comprehending the immortal path. Even if it was just a suspicion, he wanted to know an answer. Unfortunately, the Demon King did not tell Lin Moyu the exact answer. The Demon King said, "I only know that thing is extraordinary, but I don't know what it is specifically." Master Ku Rong changed his name because of this thing. How could it be a simple thing? Lin Moyu knew that he could not get the answer from the Demon King, so he could only observe it himself. He sensed the breath of life and death brought by the left and right sides, and gradually, his frown gradually relaxed. Ku Rong did not comprehend the immortal road, at least not yet. The death and life here are all arranged by the day after tomorrow and have nothing to do with the road. There is a trace of the power of life and death in it, but it is also different from the immortal road, seemingly true but not true. Lin Moyu secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Strange, why do I care so much about Master Ku Rong's realization of the immortal Tao? It should be normal for many people to realize the same Tao at the same time. Why do I feel so emotional? The Tao of my destiny, a sudden inspiration. Could it be that the immortal Tao tells something hidden? It seems that I have to put more thought into the immortal Tao, which is my fundamental Tao. There is life and death. As long as the immortal Tao is achieved, why worry about other Taos not being achieved? A flash of inspiration came to Lin Moyu, and he suddenly realized that his path had gone astray again. The sudden thought made Lin Moyu stop and stand still. The Demon King also stopped. He did not urge Lin Moyu, but just waited quietly. Lin Moyu's state at this moment was very much like the enlightenment of a cultivator. Lin Moyu's soul world was thundering and lightning, and in a very short time, he reviewed the entire process of his own cultivation and walked the path he had walked again. Finally, Lin Moyu realized that not every choice he made was correct. There were many choices that seemed correct, but actually went astray. It was not completely wrong, but he chose a road that was not the closest. Condensed Tao pattern did not answer. It was right to comprehend the Tao, but he should not compare the Tao of immortality with other Taos. The Tao of immortality was the first Tao he comprehended, and it was also his own Tao. The Tao of immortality played a crucial role in his achievement. It can be said that without the Tao of immortality, his cultivation path would not be so smooth. Later, he comprehended more and more Taos, and the role of the Tao of immortality gradually weakened. Especially after comprehending the Tao of illusion, the role of the Tao of immortality became less obvious. Most of the time, he used the power of life to cooperate with the Tao of strength, or healed, to treat injuries, and never exerted the true power of the Tao of immortality. Unconsciously, the immortal avenue was used less and less. Although it was his destiny, it was on par with the other avenues, and even worse than the avenues he realized later. Now, Lin Moyu suddenly realized that this was not right. He had 6 avenues, 2 real and 2 virtual, and the avenues of time and space were between the real and virtual. It seemed that he had maintained a perfect balance. But now I think that in addition to balance, the 6 avenues also need a leader. This leader is not himself, but one of the 6 avenues. Using the immortal avenue to control the other avenues, perhaps this is the right answer. The soul world was dancing with electric snakes, and Lin Moyu's understanding of the avenue deepened at an astonishing speed. The 81st Tao pattern that was about to be condensed was completely completed in an instant, and then began to condense the 82nd Tao pattern at the same time. 10 strange auras were emanating from Lin Moyu's body. The Demon King whispered, "I really got an epiphany." Lin Moyu's epiphany was both within and beyond the Demon King's expectations. Epiphany is rare, and most practitioners will hardly have an epiphany in their entire lives. Even those practitioners with extraordinary talents rarely have an epiphany. Epiphany requires not only talent, but also a fleet. But the Demon King was only slightly surprised by Lin Moyu's epiphany, and then felt it was very normal. He had seen too many miracles time and time again, so when Lin Moyu suddenly had an epiphany, the Demon King felt that it seemed very normal. The Demon King had seen countless practitioners over the years, and Lin Moyu was a unique existence, and no one could compare to him. No matter what happened to Lin Moyu, there was no need to be surprised. The Demon King's surprise lasted only a moment, and then he sighed in a low voice, "This talent is really enviable." I don't know what he suddenly realized. He looked around, living and dying at the same time, and didn't feel much after watching for a long time. At this moment, in Lin Moyu's world, the world has already turned upside down. In the soul world, 6 avenues appeared, and Lin Moyu was connecting the immortal avenue with several other avenues at this moment. Of course, it was not the real avenues that were connected, but the breaths in a certain sense. The true bodies of the avenues were repeatedly displayed, and he used himself as a medium to touch the breaths of several avenues with each other. There was once the experience of merging the time avenue and the space avenue, so Lin Moyu was not unfamiliar with this kind of thing. The auras of several avenues merged with each other. Under the leadership of Lin Moyu, the avenues that were originally on an equal footing gradually became superior and inferior. The immortal avenue, as Lin Moyu's natal avenue, began to rise in status. The other 5 avenues were inferior to the immortal avenue. Lin Moyu's understanding of the immortal avenue erupted like a volcano, and the power of death and life increased sharply. Gray and white air suddenly appeared in the soul world. They danced in the soul world like 2 long dragons, spreading their breath all over the soul world. Soon, the soul world was shrouded by the gray and white air. Lin Moyu's soul slowly opened his eyes and took a deep breath, sucking away all the gray and white air in the soul world, and also sucking away the 2 long dragons. The soul body was filled with the life and death power of the immortal avenue. At this moment, the soul had the illusion that it was fused with the avenue. I had comprehended the avenue and controlled the avenue before. Even if I activated the power of the avenue and displayed the true body of the avenue, I didn't have this feeling of merging with the avenue. The feeling of merging with the avenue was very wonderful. It was the first time that Lin Moyu experienced it. It only took a moment for him to become obsessed with it, and even a little unable to extricate himself. Similar feelings had appeared before. At that time, when I was in the big world, when I received the big world reward, and when I received the avenue reward, I had a similar feeling, but it was not as clear as it is now. Lin Moyu felt that his closeness to the Tao was increasing. Improving the closeness to the Tao is a very broad term. From a practical level, it means that the level of the soul has been improved. Before, his soul was already an 8th level innate soul, but he didn't know which level it was in the 8th level innate soul, whether it was the early, middle, or late 8th level, Lin Moyu. But now, Lin Moyu clearly felt his level. The Tao told him that his current soul level has entered the late stage from the middle of the 8th level. It's just that his realm is still low, and he can't spend the Tao experience as freely as other Tao realm masters. If he reaches the Tao realm, he can skip a level at once and be on par with many veteran Tao realm masters. In other words, his foundation is getting more and more solid, just waiting for an opportunity to soar into the sky. The lightning and thunder in the soul gradually dissipated, and this epiphany came to an end. Lin Moyu tried hard to remember the feeling of merging with the avenue, and tried to maintain this state as much as possible, to experience it carefully. This state is of great benefit to his cultivation. Perhaps there is no actual benefit on the surface, but with the accumulation of subtle influences over time, the benefits will increase. Lin Moyu's soul muttered to himself, I have gained a lot from this sudden enlightenment. I understand the path I will take next and correct all the paths I have taken before. Sometimes being good at everything means being poor at everything. It is not without reason that one trick can do everything. I will take the immortal avenue as the main one, and the other 5 avenues as supplements, and take a path of immortality. For Lin Moyu, the improvement of the soul level is only secondary. The biggest gain this time is to understand the path I will take in the future. Fortunately, it was this sudden enlightenment. If I still couldn't understand it, I would continue to go this way, and I would only go further and further away, and it would become more and more difficult to come back. With a move of consciousness, the gray and white immortal avenues surrounded me, and the other 5 avenues appeared at my feet at the same time. From this moment, the status between the Tao has become clear. The innate soul of the 8th level late stage, wearing the immortal robe, stepping on 5 avenues, exudes a heavy pressure. He is like an emperor, treating the immortal robe as his imperial robe and armor, and inspecting his generals. In the real world, a heavy pressure suddenly emerged from Lin Moyu, and the demon king beside him trembled violently, and the bad air rolled violently. What a strong pressure! Brother Lin actually has an innate soul. The demon king couldn't help but speak, with a strong shock in his voice. The pressure that Lin Moyu unconsciously exuded has exceeded the level of Dao Zun. The demon king knew very well what this pressure represented. It was a foregone conclusion that Lin Moyu would achieve the Tao realm in the future. The most terrifying thing is that the Demon King felt that the pressure exuded by Lin Moyu seemed to be stronger than himself. He realized that Lin Moyu's soul level might be higher than his own. Although he had such doubts, he didn't dare to believe it. The pressure came and went just as suddenly. Before the Demon King could figure it out, the pressure had already disappeared. Lin Moyu slowly opened his eyes. His eyes were not bright, but extremely gentle. Thank you, Senior Demon King, for protecting me. The Demon King suppressed his inner shock and laughed. Brother Lin, you are too polite. Congratulations to Brother Lin for your sudden enlightenment and great progress in cultivation. Lin Moyu smiled modestly. A sudden enlightenment only made me realize that I had taken a detour. After this, I know how to go in the future. The Demon King laughed even louder, which was more worthy of celebration than the improvement of cultivation. For practitioners, the improvement of cultivation is only temporary, and being able to walk is more important. Lin Moyu nodded. It is indeed worth celebrating. Only if you take the right path can you go further. The Demon King said, if I am not mistaken, Brother Lin's soul is already the innate soul Kanzi. Lin Moyu did not deny. It is indeed the innate soul. The Demon King sighed, the fourth realm of Dao Zun, the innate soul. It is inevitable that Brother Lin will enter the Dao realm in the future, and even the heavenly punishment will be much weaker. The higher the soul level, the weaker the heavenly punishment. With Lin Moyu's soul level, the heavenly punishment he will receive in the future will not be much stronger. In addition to Lin Moyu's own strength, there is no problem in entering the Dao realm. Lin Moyu smiled and said, "Then I will borrow the good words of Senior Demon King. Lin also hopes that I can successfully enter the Dao realm." As the fog rolled, the Demon King asked, "Brother Lin, there are some things that I think I should tell you." The Demon King was obviously hesitant when he said this, and it was obvious that he had some concerns. Lin Moyu said, "If you are embarrassed, you don't have to say it." Lin Moyu knew the character of the Demon King very well, and his method of retreating to advance was very effective for the Demon King. The more he said this, the more Demon Jueyue would tell him. The Demon King said, "In fact, if Brother Lin was not also on the path of Daowen, there are some things that this emperor cannot say." The Demon King naturally cultivated Daowen, and Daowen is also the most orthodox path of cultivation. It's just that due to some special reasons, after the origin catastrophe, the cultivation method of Dao was cut off. It's like an invisible hand that completely wiped out the correct cultivation method and prevented the world from knowing it. Now in the origin continent, except for the Demon King and other Dao realms, there are very few people who know the cultivation method of Daowen. Even the ancestors of the major holy places don't know, and they are also on the current path of cultivation. At that time, Lin Moyu also felt strange. Since the three ancestors knew the correct way to practice, why didn't they spread it out, but let countless people take the wrong path? Later, thinking about it, they must have been helpless, and there must be a reason why they couldn't say it. Lin Moyu didn't say anything. He quietly waited for the Demon King to speak. The Demon King sighed and continued, "There are some secrets involved, and some things cannot be told to outsiders." It cannot be told to outsiders, but Brother Lin is not an outsider, so it is no problem to tell him. With Brother Lin's knowledge, you should know that many things are buried by time. For example, the method of cultivating this Dao pattern is not that we don't want to tell, but we can't tell it. Not only the method of cultivating Dao patterns cannot be told, but even the second-rate method of breaking through the Dao realm cannot be told. Only when we meet someone like Brother Lin, who already knows how to cultivate Dao patterns and has embarked on the path of Dao pattern cultivation, can we tell him. Lin Moyu asked, "Who set the rules?" "The Dao?" The Demon King said, "This is a long story, let's talk about it slowly." They walked along the road of life and death, and the Demon King slowly told the story. There are three avenues, named time, years, and destiny. The avenue of time controls the long river of time, from ancient times to the present. The avenue of time controls the past. It seems to be repeated with the long river of time, but it is not. The avenue of time has the ability to erase certain things from the long river of time. But it does not mean that the avenue of time is higher than the avenue of time. The two are parallel and are both one of the origin avenues, but they have different responsibilities. The avenue of time is responsible for recording, and the avenue of time is responsible for erasing the past. Lin Moyu listened carefully to the explanation of the Demon King, so, the General of Destiny is responsible for erasing the future. The Demon King said, "Although it is not completely right, it is almost the same. With the cooperation of the three, no one except the Dao Master can violate them. Before entering the origin continent, we all made a vow to the Dao that we would not leak the Dao pattern cultivation method, nor would we reveal the method of breaking through the Dao realm." The Demon King said why they could not say it, that is because they had made a vow that once they leaked the information of the Dao pattern cultivation method to others, they would be punished. So when he asked Lin Moyu just now, he was so hesitant. Lin Moyu asked, "What if I answer that it is not the method of practicing Dao patterns?" The Demon King did not hesitate, "Then I will pass on the Dao pattern method to Brother Lin. With Brother Lin's qualifications, it is too shameful not to practice Dao patterns." Lin Moyu was slightly moved. The Demon King asked him even though he knew he might be punished. and he was ready to pass on the Tao pattern practice method to him if his practice method was wrong. The punishment of the great Tao will not be weak, and the Demon King will definitely have to pay a price. But even so, he still decided to do it. Lin Moyu smiled and said, "Thank you, Senior Demon King. Fortunately, I didn't disappoint you." The Demon King said, "Brother Lin, don't be so polite. What's the relationship between us? A little punishment is nothing." I wonder where Brother Lin got the Tao pattern cultivation method from. Lin Moyu said, "The third ancestor once asked me to go to the remains of the Tushan sect, and I got the Tao pattern cultivation method from it, as well as how to make those ancestors break through the great Tao realm." The Demon King laughed out loud. The third ancestor is worthy of being a businessman. Even if the great Tao doesn't let him say it, he can find a loophole. Brother Lin, do you know why the great Tao wants to hide this information? Lin Moyu shook his head, indicating that he didn't know. The Demon King said, "The great Tao is impartial. It actually has no self-awareness. It only has instincts. The great Tao will only use the most direct and simple methods to solve problems." After the origin catastrophe, 5 of the 9 continents sank, the Shinjo Ding was lost, and the origin continent was seriously injured. Asterisk. And the cancer in the origin continent still exists and has not been completely solved. In order to preserve the vitality of the origin continent, the great Tao had to restrict the cultivation path of the origin continent. Except for a very small number of people, most people will not have a chance. Every achievement of a great Tao realm requires the support of a large amount of origin power, and these origin calendars come from the origin continent. When the origin continent was hit hard, the great Tao chose to increase revenue and reduce expenditure, erasing the correct method of cultivation, making it difficult for practitioners on the origin continent to advance to the great Tao realm. But according to the Demon King, the path to the great Tao realm was not completely blocked. This also confirms Lin Moyu's understanding of the great Tao, because the great Tao will definitely leave a glimmer of hope. 0.00. Having said that, it is also a fact that no one has been promoted to the great Tao realm for countless years. It is impossible that no genius has appeared in so many years. This is impossible. Lin Moyu asked, "But so many years have passed, and no great Tao realm has appeared on the origin continent again." The Demon King said, "The origin continent was not only damaged, but its luck was also severely damaged. It is difficult to have another Tao realm. Add to that the restrictions of the Tao, and it is even more difficult. There are geniuses, so over the years, some people have become pseudo-Tao realms. Although pseudo-Tao realms are not Tao realms, they can also live forever, that is, Yuan Jio. They just need to wait for an opportunity. Once the opportunity comes, they will naturally soar into the sky and achieve the Tao." Lin Moyu asked, "What opportunity?" The Demon King said, "I don't know what the specific opportunity is, but I can be sure that it will be an unimaginable upheaval in the world. At that time, the stars will move, the world will be turned upside down, and everything will become different. That is the opportunity for all geniuses, the opportunity for us old guys, and the opportunity for the origin continent." Lin Moyu's expression became serious. "Does Senior Demon King know the time?" The Demon King said, "I don't know, everything is unknown. We have been here for so many years and have been waiting. Maybe this opportunity will come in the next second, or we may have to wait for several more days. 1. But as long as you step into the pseudo-Tao realm, they can wait for hundreds of thousands of years. Brother Lin, you have to wait for the opportunity and fly into the sky." The Demon King said it lightly. "Yes, that's right. For those of them who won't die unless something unexpected happens, millions of years are not a number that can't be waited for." This also shows that the Demon King, the 3 ancestors, the King of the Sea of Boundaries, and the Master Kurong who was forced to leave, they must have a huge plan to find a way to enter the origin continent. It should be to wait for that opportunity, the drastic change of heaven and earth. What will the world become? If the origin continent really changes drastically, if it is good for practitioners, then the first to benefit will naturally be the practitioners in the origin continent. And the Demon King and his people have the huge resources of the Origin continent in their hands and occupy a large amount of territory. Needless to say, they will benefit the most, far more than others. Lin Moyu gradually began to understand the real purpose of the Demon King and his people coming to the Origin continent. It was for that drastic change, waiting for an opportunity. But the Demon King didn't say what kind of benefits they could get, just that it was an opportunity. Lin Moyu didn't ask any more questions. He knew that this was a big secret of the Demon King and others, and it was not for him to ask. It can only be said that this opportunity is extremely important to them. For this opportunity, they gave up countless years of cultivation time in the heavenly Tao. In the Origin continent, it is difficult for them to improve their cultivation, but they all think that it is worth it for this opportunity. Moreover, according to the Demon King, in this upheaval of heaven and earth, those practitioners who can become Pseudo-Dao realm can go one step further and become Tian-Dao realm. They can achieve Pseudo-Dao realm in an environment where the road ahead is almost cut off, which has proved their talent. This is also a selection of the Origin continent by the Tao under strong restrictions, selecting the best people. Lin Moyu thought for a moment and whispered, "Why do I feel that this seems to be a carefully arranged game, because Tao really has no consciousness?" The Demon King said with certainty, "Tao has no consciousness, there is no doubt about this, but Tao has a very strong instinct, it will make many decisions that are smarter than intelligent creatures." Lin Moyu did not doubt the words of the Demon King. What exactly is the Tao? Which Tao is it? Lin Moyu has always been curious about which avenue is the so-called. He knows it is not the avenue of time, nor the avenue of space. So which avenue is it? The Demon King laughed. The avenue we are talking about is not a specific avenue, but the consciousness and instinct aggregation of all avenues. All the Origin avenues gather together to form an aggregation with instinctive consciousness, which represents all avenues. Lin Moyu was a little surprised. It's like this. The Demon King said, "Now you understand, everything on the Origin continent is controlled by it, because it represents all avenues and is the supreme existence. But it is said that a powerful Tao Lord can be on par with the avenue, but this emperor does not know whether it is true or not." The Demon King said what he said that his level was limited, and he didn't know. Lin Moyu suddenly smiled. It may not be able to control everything on the Origin continent, such as those guys at the bottom of the Boundary Sea, and the Origin ancestral land. The Demon King laughed out loud. "Just find fault." Lin Moyu said, "Just tell me if I'm right." The Demon King said, "Yes, that's right. Those guys at the bottom of the boundary are indeed a problem. And I suspect that the sudden change of heaven and earth will be related to them. Maybe one day there will be a way to deal with them, so that the sudden change of heaven and earth can be triggered. I have discussed with the third ancestor that the sudden change of heaven and earth should have a trigger, but we have never found the trigger. Maybe it is the bottom of the boundary, or it may be the origin of the ancestral land." The Demon King was also in high spirits and had already started to talk non-stop. "Brother Lin, how much do you know about the origin of the ancestral land?" Lin Moyu shook his head. "I just heard that there is such a place, I don't know anything else." The Demon King laughed. "You're right not to know. In fact, I don't know either. I just heard it from others. The Origin ancestral land has appeared many times, and the intervals between each appearance are long and short, and it is difficult to determine the time limit. The number of people who can enter the Origin ancestral land each time is also more or less never fixed. The only thing that can be determined is that only Dao Zun can enter. And the Origin ancestral land has an age limit. People who are too old cannot enter. The third ancestor and I have tried it. The limit is 100,000 years old. Dao Zun over 100,000 years old cannot enter." Lin, you didn't know this information. The Origin ancestral land actually restricts age and cultivation. Dao Zun under 100,000 years old can enter. This is the basic condition, but this condition is quite loose, and it is normal. If someone can't cultivate to become a Dao Zun after 100,000 years old, then this will be the end of his life. Lin Moyu said, "The third ancestor told me that the son of Tying can definitely enter." The Demon King said, "Yes, the son of Tying can definitely enter, and the son of Sun can also enter, but in all these years, there have been a few sons of Tying, but none of the sons of Sun. Brother Lin is the son of Tying. As long as the origin ancestral land appears, you must enter. I can only say that you must be careful after entering." Lin Moyu was stunned on the spot. "Is the origin ancestral land so dangerous?" The Demon King said, "Actually, it's not bad. Most people can come back alive, but it's strange that the son of Sun can't come back, and only a few sons of Tying have come back." Lin Moyu thought for a moment. "Not coming back doesn't mean they're dead." The Demon King hummed, "Yes, not coming back doesn't mean they're dead, and the origin ancestral land is a very strange place. Some people come back with complete memories, but some people come back with disordered memories, and some even go crazy. Brother Lin, can you understand?" A Taoist priest went crazy. Lin Moyu echoed the words of the Demon King. "It is indeed a bit strange. It is not easy to make a Taoist priest go crazy." The Demon King then told Lin Moyu everything he knew about the origin ancestral land. Fortunately, the valley of Master Ku Rong was big enough for the Demon King to talk a lot. The Demon King became a chatterbox and told Lin Moyu everything in detail, finally letting Lin Moyu have some understanding of the origin ancestral land. In the words of the Demon King, the origin ancestral land was not only strange, but also very dangerous. The Demon King advised Lin Moyu not to take risks more than once. Lin Moyu had a strong interest in the origin ancestral land. At that time, he and the third ancestor also made a promise that when the origin ancestral land was opened, he would go in and give the third ancestor 1.4 copies of the information obtained from it. Looking back now, the third ancestor seemed to be sure that he could come back. And in the words of the Demon King, there was no example of the son of Tying who had entered since ancient times returning, so why did the third ancestor think that he would definitely come back? Lin Moyu thought to himself, the third ancestor must know something. Finally, they reached the end of the road of life and death, and the two of them really entered the valley. This journey was very rewarding for Lin Moyu. Not only did he gain an epiphany, but he also got a lot of information from the Demon King, which might be of great use at some point in the future. After walking out of the road of life and death, a strange breath came over him. This breath seemed to contain infinite vitality, endlessly. The Demon King pointed to the front. "This is the treasure land where spiritual plants can be reincarnated. This emperor will erase the soul mark of Ku Rong for Brother Lin, and Brother Lin will refine it, and then you can plant whatever you want." In the words of the Demon King, the precious land that Master Ku Rong used to perform the reincarnation of spiritual plants was simply a vegetable field, where you could plant whatever you wanted. As he spoke, the Demon King had already started to erase the soul mark left by Master Ku Rong. While doing so, the Demon King explained, "This precious land actually has another name, called the Spiritual Transformation Blessed Land. Once the rotating blessed land is formed, it cannot be moved, nor can it be collected into the world of rules, and can only stay here. So Brother Lin, if you want to plant something, you have to think clearly. It's best to plant something that you don't have to worry about. Things planted in the spiritual transformation blessed land, whether flowers, plants, or trees, can become spiritual objects." The Demon King explained the use of the spiritual transformation blessed land. No matter what is planted on it, it can survive. Moreover, ordinary rice can become spiritual rice when planted, which is a treasure for cultivation. In the Tianwai Avenue, some people use it to plant various spiritual materials and food. The secret method of spiritual plant reincarnation, to put it bluntly, is to retain the last bit of vitality after death, and then replant it here, using the characteristics of the spiritual transformation blessed land to revive it again. This secret method can only be used on plant creatures, and it is very important to separate a trace of true spirit through some special method. This secret method can leave 10 strands of vitality after death. Master Ku Rong controls that trace of true spirit, which actually controls the life and death of the Taoist masters in the entire Baichao Alliance. Lin Moyu pondered the words of the Demon King and thought about a possibility. He didn't have any seeds to plant, but if he didn't use them to plant plants, could he plant something else? Lin Moyu asked, "Are there many such blessed places of spirit transfer in Tianwai Avenue?" The Demon King said, "Not many, but not few either. There used to be many, but after that catastrophe, the number of them decreased. Fortunately, it will not be consumed, so as long as there are some left, it can be used forever. So this thing is not very precious in Tianwai Avenue, but it is still rare in the origin continent. Brother Lin can make good use of it." While speaking, the Demon King had successfully wiped out the soul mark left by Master Ku Rong. The Demon King's soul level is higher than Master Ku Rong, so it is not difficult to wipe out his soul mark. In fact, even if Lin Moyu does it, he can do it, but the speed will be much slower, and it will be worn away after a few years. It is naturally best for the Demon King to do it for him, and it only takes a few minutes to get it done. The soul mark was wiped out, and the blessed place of spirit transfer became ownerless again. Lin Moyu quickly left his soul mark on it and completed the refining. The Demon King said, "Think slowly about what to plant, don't rush, let's continue to go in." This emperor remembers that Master Ku Rong has a good thing, he should not take it away. The two walked through the spiritual blessing land and entered the depths of the valley. The layout of the deep valley is very gorgeous. Master Ku Rong has lived here for countless years and has taken good care of his home. It can be seen that there are usually no outsiders here except Master Ku Rong. Lin Moyu stood in the valley and searched once, but did not find any clues for the time being. There is no formation here, and there is no other hidden place. The whole valley is in full view. The Demon King coughed lightly, and a drop of blood flew out of the mist. The blood of the Demon King exuded amazing power, and the space around the blood was distorted. This drop of blood alone is enough to crush a Taoist master below the fourth realm. Then, the blood began to burn. Using blood as fuel, the flame bear crashed out of the confusion. The flames kept flickering, and after a few seconds, they suddenly pointed in a certain direction. The Demon King said, "We found it. It's really well hidden. Fortunately, you have the means, and I have the means to deal with it." Where the flames pointed, there was nothing. It looked like an ordinary mountain wall. The Demon King walked over with Lin Moyu. He followed the guidance of the flames and stretched out his hand to pull down a whole piece of bark from the mountain wall. This piece of bark is very large, several meters wide and high, but it is already dead and has no life history. It seems to have some special functions. After the bark was peeled off, Lin Moyu found that there was a cave behind the bark. It can even deceive his own spiritual perception, so it is obvious that this bark is unusual. Lin Moyu looked at it carefully for a while and was slightly surprised. "Is this the skin of Master Ku Rong?" The Demon King said, "To be precise, it is the dead skin left after Ku Rong shed his skin." Lin Moyu was puzzled. Master Ku Rong also has to shed his skin? The Demon King hummed, "Ku Rong is not an ordinary tree. Its body is called Chenny Tree, and it sheds its skin every 10,000 years. Every time it sheds, his strength can be improved a little. If it accumulates 1,000 times, it can cross a realm. For example, from the 9th level innate soul of the Tao realm to the 8th level innate soul." Lin Moyu was amazed that there is such a tree. 10,000 years of molting, 1,000 times of promotion. In other words, Master Ku Rong can cross a realm every 10 million years. If the time is enough, Master Ku Chai can be promoted infinitely. Combined with the fact that lifespan does not need to be considered in the Tao realm, then theoretically, Master Ku Rong has no upper limit. The Demon King guessed what Lin Moyu was thinking and laughed. "Of course it's not that simple. When you complete 1,000 moltings, you have to go through a consideration. You can think of it as a punishment from heaven. If you pass it, you can be promoted. If you can't pass it, you will die. The Tao is indeed fair, and everything must be balanced." The Demon King threw the bark to Lin Moyu. "This piece of bark can also be considered as a good material. Brother Lin, take it." Lin Moyu took the bark without hesitation. The bark is indeed a good material. Judging from the quality, it is at least the 8th level of Dao Zun. It seems that Master Ku Rong is full of treasures. Lin Moyu followed the Demon King into the cave, joking. The Demon King said, "You are right. The Thousand Clothes Tree is full of treasures. In Tianwai Avenue, there have been strong men who specialize in hunting Thousand Clothes Trees. They will kill the Thousand Clothes Trees, dismember them, use the sap to make pills, and the rest of the parts can be used to make tools. So if someone like Ku Rong returns to Tianwai Avenue, his life may not be easy. He must be careful. This guy is really pitiful. He has been preparing for so many years on the Origin continent, but he failed at the last minute." Lin Moyu suddenly felt a little sympathetic to Master Ku Rong. It must be very uncomfortable to be stared at. The cave was a bit deep, and it took several turns to reach the end. After turning the last turn, a bright light appeared in sight, and at the same time, a burst of fragrance was smelled. The light and fragrance were very strange. Before turning this corner, nothing was found. All the light and fragrance were isolated here. Lin Moyu saw a small pool. The pool was only 1 meter in radius. There was a very thin layer of transparent liquid in the middle. The fragrance came from this pool of liquid. In the center of the pool, there was a fist-sized thing like a seed. This fist-sized thing was shining brightly. In the light, Lin Moyu felt a sharp aura. The Demon King smiled and said, "I am not wrong. It is indeed the Great Dao Sword." Lin Moyu didn't understand and asked, "What is the Great Dao Sword Core?" The Demon King said, "The Great Dao Sword Core is a treasure bred by the Great Dao of Sword. For sword cultivators, it can be said to be a supreme treasure. It has many uses. It can be refined into a supreme sword, it can also hone the sword will, and it can also improve the soul level. The 81 swords that now suppress the world are made of the Dao Sword Core. 100,000 years ago, Master Ku Rong used a formation to suck something down from the sky. This emperor thinks it looks like the Dao Sword Core, and this emperor is right." According to the Demon King, after Master Ku Rong got the Dao Sword Core, he had been trying to refine it into his new clone. Master Ku Rong even used the sap of his own body to refine it, but unfortunately, he never succeeded. The Dao Sword Core is very special. Only those who practice the Dao of Sword can use it. Master Ku Rong, even if he is at the Dao realm, can't do anything with the Dao Sword Core. But he didn't give up. For a full 100,000 years, he has been trying to refine it, but he never succeeded. The sap is equivalent to Master Ku Rong's blood. The method used by Master Ku Rong is called blood refining, which is a method specially used to refine some difficult-to-refine treasures. The Demon King waved his hand and sucked the Dao Sword Core over. As soon as the Dao Sword Core left, the sap in the pool suddenly turned into mist and dried up completely in an instant. The Demon King handed the Dao Sword Core to Lin Moyu. "Keep it, maybe it will be useful in the future. Even if you don't need it, you can sell it for a good price and exchange it for some precious things. Remember, don't sell it to the third ancestor now, wait until you reach the Dao realm and exchange it for things used in the Dao realm." The Demon King still reminded him with concern, fearing that Lin Moyu would suffer a loss. Lin Moyu smiled and said, "Thank you, Senior Demon King." The Demon King said, "There is no such politeness between you and me." Lin Moyu had actually thought of the purpose of the Dao Sword Core in his mind. The treasures of the Dao realm could not be used to summon elemental liches for the time being. And the most suitable place for the Dao Sword Core should be for Lin Mohan. His elder sister practiced swordsmanship, and the Dao Sword Core was simply a treasure tailor-made for her. The good things of Master Kuruo were not only the spiritual transformation blessing land and the Dao Sword Core, but those things were basically on him, and they left the Origin continent with him. The only things left were the Dao Sword Core that could not be taken away. After taking the Dao Sword Core and leaving the cave, the Demon King smiled and said, "Okay, it's time for me to go. This land will be yours in the future. You can decide how to deal with it yourself." Lin Moyu saluted the Demon King. "Thank you, Senior Demon King." The Demon King laughed. "You're welcome. Come to my place for tea and chat when you have time." As soon as the voice fell, the Demon King turned into a cloud of mist and disappeared without a trace. Advertisement. The valley suddenly became quiet. Lin Moyu looked at the spiritual transformation blessed land. This piece of spiritual transformation blessed land has been connected to the land of the origin continent and cannot be separated at all. Master Kurong has made a lot of arrangements for countless years. Under the spiritual transformation blessed land, there are several origin spiritual veins connected to it, providing the spiritual transformation blessed land with the origin power. Although the spiritual transformation blessed land can absorb the origin power from the heaven and earth by itself, if there is an origin spiritual vein to provide assistance, its effect can be further improved. Lin Moyu had already thought about what to plant before. With a thought, a huge crystal appeared in the air. Lillian was sleeping in the crystal like a sleeping beauty. Her soul was recovering, but the recovery speed was extremely slow, and her soul was not injured, so she could not use spiritual flowers to speed up her recovery. The spiritual transformation blessed land can grow flowers and spiritual materials. I wonder if it can help Lillian recover. Lillian's current state is a bit like the Taoist who was reincarnated after using spiritual plants. Both are living beings, but they are different in form. Lin Moyu thinks it should be feasible. He placed the crystal coffin containing Lillian into the soul transformation blessing land, and the soil on the soul transformation blessing land suddenly flew up, as if there were living things crawling onto the crystal coffin. After a while, the crystal coffin was already covered by the spiritual soil in the soul transformation blessing land. Lin Moyu sensed Lillian's changes and found that Lillian's soul recovery speed was gradually accelerating. It really works. At the current speed, it will take at most 100 years to fully recover. Lin Moyu breathed a sigh of relief. Most of what he had promised Lillian was completed. Because he failed to find the Soul Lord, he couldn't revive Lillian's people, but at least Lillian was alive, which was enough. There are too many unsatisfactory things in the world, and it is impossible to get everything as you wish. Lillian was once a member of the Starry Sky Spirit clan, but after the sacrifice, she was no longer one. Lillian, who was resurrected by Xiahou Yuan, has a new identity, just like other human races on the origin continent. Except for the unchanged appearance, some marks that once belonged to the Starry Sky Spirit clan have also disappeared. Lillian has become a brand new creature. Looking into the distance, the road of life and death that was so long that one could not see the end, Lin Moyu showed a trace of disdain. "It's neither fish nor fowl, leave it for painting." With a flick of his finger, the power of death fell like raindrops, destroying all life on the road of life and death. Advertisement. Under the power of death, all beings are equal, whether they are withered plants or places full of vitality, all are withering and dying completely. The power of death went back and forth, plowing the road of life and death back and forth several times in a very short time, completely erasing the traces of the road of life and death. The land swept by the power of death completely lost its vitality, and it was more dead than a fire, and there was really no grass growing, which was almost the same as the former territory of the Nether clan. Then Lin Moyu once again exerted the power of life to bring vitality to this land. Under the irrigation of the power of life, this land quickly regained vitality, and even the vitality it released was more vigorous than the surroundings. Lin Moyu muttered to himself, "The transformation of life and death, living towards death, is like a spring that has been compressed to the limit, and it can always bounce higher." Now his avenue has changed, from the balance of 6 avenues to the state of the Immortal Avenue as the leader and the 5 avenues as the auxiliary. In his expectation, the current Immortal Avenue is only connected to other avenues and has just completed its positioning. In the future, as the power of the avenues merge, the Immortal Avenue, as the Life Avenue, will naturally mobilize the power of other avenues when it is used. When the Immortal Avenue comes out, the Time Avenue, the Space Avenue, and the Luck Avenue may all move together. Lin Moyu knew that he had taken a new path to integrate the Heavenly Way. After erasing the life and death road, Lin Moyu moved his mind and a large number of Legion leaders were released. At the same time, the skeleton gods and Legion leaders who had been released before had returned and were gathering outside the valley. Lin Moyu's idea is very simple. He wants to rule this area alone. How to rule is naturally left to his own undead army. Now the number of undead army is amazing. There are 300 billion skeleton gods, who get money, and 10,000 army leaders. If all dragon riders are released, that is 100 billion. Not counting the number of skeleton kings, the total number of undead army has reached 400 billion. In the current origin continent, there are almost no enemies that can make Lin Moyu mobilize all the undead army. Lin Moyu decided to divide 1/10 of the skeleton gods and 1/10 of the dragon rider army to manage this land. 30 billion skeleton gods, 10 billion undead army, a total of 40 billion combat power, each of them is the 5th realm of Daozun, and even the army leader has reached the peak of the 5th realm. Such combat power is enough to have a say, and no one dares to say anything. In order to be on the safe side, Lin Moyu also kept Yin Bei. With a Daozun 8th level resurrected person like him, there is no shortage of high-end combat power. Lin Moyu planned this land in his mind and had already thought about a series of issues such as how to build a city, where to build a city, and how many cities to build. Lin Moyu used the Avenue of Luck to check the strength of luck in the entire area. Then, according to the direction of the origin spiritual vein, he selected 1,000 locations to build strongholds. After arranging everything through thoughts, the Legion leaders immediately led the team to set off. They were divided into 1,000 groups, and then built strongholds in the places chosen by Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu absorbed the experience of Master Ku Rong in arranging formations on this land. After the 1,000 strongholds selected were built, they would form a formation. This formation is connected to each other through the origin spiritual vein, which can make the undead army play a more powerful combat power. Establishing a stronghold is just the beginning. He still has a lot of things to do to ensure that his territory is safe. The efficiency of the undead army is extremely high. They will strictly follow Lin Moyu's orders and will not make any concessions. Soon, the undead army arrived at the selected location, used local materials, and began to build strongholds. The strongholds built by the undead army are open to the same level as the fortress. Each stronghold will be composed of several huge fortresses. Each stronghold will be stationed with 30 million skull generals and 10 million dragon cavalry corps, led by a corps commander. Lin Moyu sat in the valley, and he communicated with the underground origin spiritual veins with his mind. Master Ku Rong once extended the tentacles of each origin spiritual vein and connected it to the spiritual transfer blessed land, which gave Lin Moyu a lot of convenience. No need to search for the origin spiritual veins one by one, just sit here and refine it. Otherwise, it is not an easy task to search for the origin spiritual veins one by one and then refine them. Master Ku Rong had worked hard for himself for many years, but now he has made wedding clothes for Lin Moyu. Relying on the level of the innate soul and the endless soul power, he can refine the origin spiritual veins very quickly. There are a total of 11 origin spiritual veins on this land, 8 of which are 5th level origin spiritual veins, which are not too fishy. There is 1 6th order and 1 7th order origin spirit vein. The strongest origin spirit vein has reached the 8th order. Although it is not yet the 9th order limit, it is strong enough. The power of these origin spirit veins will form a unified formation after the construction of thousands of strongholds. Lin Moyu is confident that he can defend his territory as firmly as a rock. A month later, all the origin spirit veins have completed the preliminary refining. It is extremely time-consuming to truly refine the origin spirit vein. Even the origin spirit vein in Yudao City has not been completely refined by Lin Moyu. It is enough to just use it. Moreover, it is difficult for others to take away the origin spirit vein that he has refined, unless the other party's soul level is higher than his own. But on the origin continent, it is difficult to find someone with a higher soul level than himself. Even the three ancestors of the Demon King are not as good as himself in terms of soul level. As long as he does not die, these origin spirit veins will not have new owners. Lin Moyu's heart moved, and he activated the teleportation ability in his origin spiritual vein and teleported out directly. He teleported 1,000,000 miles in an instant and saw a huge fortress from afar. The fortress was pitch black and looked like steel. After being burned by flames, it had become a hole. The fortress was huge, and flames could be seen dancing in the fortress from afar. Each flame represented a skeleton god. There was also a blazing flame above the fortress. Under the light of the fire, the fortress looked more solemn. This blazing flame was actually a group of dragon riders. They stayed in the air, observing the surroundings, ready to fight at any time. There were 10 fortresses like this, connected to each other, forming a huge group of fortresses. However, these 10 fortresses together were only one of the strongholds. There were thousands of such strongholds. After Lin Moyu arrived, he swung a ball of flames to complete the final refining of the fortress. The flames devoured all 10 fortresses, and the fortresses after refining will become stronger. At the same time, Lin Moyu drew runes one by one and dropped them into the fortress. The fortress and the runes merged with each other and turned into a base. A stronghold is a formation base, and thousands of formation bases are connected to each other through the origin spirit veins to form a supergiant formation. This formation has multiple abilities and can be used for attack and defense. Lin Moyu incorporated his best skybreaking killing formation and the sealing formation into the formation. The formation level can reach the peak of the 7th level, and its power is enough to rival the strong men of the 8th realm of Daozun. And with the support of the origin spirit veins, the power of the formation is endless. Even if there are 108th realms of Daozun, they can't break the formation. Lin Moyu estimated that at least 3 strong men of the 9th realm of Daozun would have to join forces to break this formation. But it is not so easy to find the Daozuan 9 realms. The dragons next to him will definitely not come to trouble him, and the Buddhas will not do so now. Only the Zerg may. But the Zerg wants to fight with the dragons, and if they want to come here, they must also get the consent of the Daozuan of the Baichao Alliance, which is not an easy thing. After Lin Moyu and others have arranged the formation, they will contact the Dragon Branch, and basically it will be foolproof. In the following days, Lin Moyu continued to use the origin of the spiritual veins to transmit and refine thousands of strongholds into the formation base bit by bit. It took 3 years to finally refine all the thousands of strongholds of the formation. Formation start. With Lin Moyu's will, his entire territory began to roar and vibrate violently. Thousands of strongholds were quickly connected, and a giant formation covering tens of millions of miles of land was formed. The sky of this land became dim, and the space was distorted. The whole world was shrouded by the power of Wukai. One after another, the dark and terrifying fortresses were projected in the air, and it was frightening to look at from afar. The original spiritual veins continuously provided power to the formation, and after the formation was formed, it became stronger and stronger. Lin Moyu shouted with joy in his eyes. 3 years of hard work have not been in vain. Through the formation, he has firmly grasped this land in his hands. He is the only owner of this land. The territory he owns now is not much different from that of the Demon King and others, perhaps only less than that of the King of the Sea. After all, the Sea of Boundaries is boundless, and the territory of the King of the Sea of Boundaries is immeasurable. Looking at the sky, Lin Moyu knew that the changes here would inevitably attract a lot of people's attention. But it doesn't matter. This piece of land is already as solid as gold and stone, and no one can get in. As for what the world will speculate, it doesn't matter to him. Lin Moyu moved his mind and teleported back to the valley. In the center of the valley, the Soul Transformation Blessing Land still exists. In the Soul Transformation Blessing Land, there is a high bulge, covered with spiritual soil on the outside, and inside is Lillian's sleeping soul crystal. Lin Moyu came to the side of the crystal and said with the voice of the soul, "Recover well, and when you really wake up, I will naturally know, and I will come over then. It's safe here, don't be afraid, everything is fine." After saying that, Moyu left the valley. The territory has been acquired, and the things here have been done. It's time for him to leave. Although he encountered danger this time, the harvest was extremely rich. In Lin Moyu's opinion, it was worth it. It's almost time to go back to Nanzhou. Lin Moyu passed through the origin spirit vein and teleported several times. He has come to the edge of his territory. Across a canyon, the Dragon Clan's territory is opposite. This used to be the border between the Nether Clan and the Dragon Clan's territory, and now it has become the border between his own undead empire and the Dragon Clan. Across the canyon, he saw the Great Crystal Dragon Clan gathering there. Lin Moyu saw several old acquaintances in the Dragon Clan. No, it should be old familiar dragons. Lin Moyu flew over, exuding the aura of a Dragon Clan elder, which immediately surprised many Dragon Clan members. In the Dragon Clan group, one person slowly flew out, as if to greet Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu smiled and said, "Elder Ao Luo, I didn't expect that you would bring people here in person." Ao Luo also smiled and said, "It turned out to be Elder Lin. Some changes have occurred in the territory of the Nether Clan. We don't know what happened, so we came to see, just in case. The Nether Clan almost attacked the Dragon Clan before, so if there is any change in the Nether Clan, the Dragon Clan has to be on guard." As a result, the Nether Clan did not come, but Lin Moyu came. Ao Luo had known that Lin Moyu had gone to the Nether Clan territory, but there was no new news later, and gradually, he forgot about it. Lin Moyu said, "There is no Nether Clan in this world anymore, that is my undead empire. I was just about to tell Chief Long Wei about this matter. Since you are here, I have to make another trip." Lin Moyu transmitted the message and told him about the Nether Clan. He concealed most of it and only told him that the Nether Clan had been destroyed by him and the Nether Clan's territory also belonged to him. On the Nether Clan's territory, he established the Undead Empire and set up a large formation, leaving the Dragon Clan to help look after it. Lin Moyu was an elder of the Dragon Clan from another family and had done a favor to the Dragon Clan. Naturally, the Dragon Clan would not refuse such a request. At the same time, Lin Moyu also learned from Ao Luo that they had recently opened the ancestral land again. Then Longsheng led them into the ancestral land to eliminate the giant beasts behind the layers. Although this matter could not be solved from the root, it could at least be a temporary solution, and there would be no more trouble in the Dragon Clan's ancestral land in a short period of time. According to Longsheng, this method was also found by Lin Moyu, and it was another favor to the Dragon Clan. After showing great favor to the Dragon Clan, Ao Luo was very grateful to Lin Moyu. Moyu was extremely polite. Ao Luo, this leader, had a clear distinction between gratitude and resentment, would repay a favor, and was also smart enough. Lin Moyu was still very happy to deal with this kind of dragon. After saying goodbye to Ao Luo, Lin Moyu set out on the road back to Nanzhou. He would first go to a city in the south of the Dragon Clan, pass through the Lufeng Chamber of Commerce there, and take a hurricane warship back to Nanzhou. According to his calculations, the number 4 Hurricane warship should arrive soon, and the number 4 Hurricane warship is also the only warship that can travel from Shizhou to Nanzhou at present. If you don't take the number 4 Hurricane warship from Shizhou to Nanzhou, you must first arrive at Dongzhou via the number 3 Hurricane warship and then transfer to the 11th Hurricane warship to Nanzhou. This will be time-consuming and laborious, and the journey will double. Of course, some powerful Daozuan can also choose to cross the boundary sea, but that will be dangerous. In case of an accident, the Daozuan will not be able to fall. The reason for this is still because of the conflicts between the various clans. At the beginning, the 4 Hurricane warships were responsible for the exchanges between the 2 continents, and things were not so complicated. Lin Moyu released Xiaomei again. "Xiaomei, what have you learned in the past few years?" 3 years have passed, and Xiaomei, who was 10 years old, is now 13 years old. Not only has her cultivation improved a lot, she has also grown taller, and her appearance has become more beautiful. Xiao Mei's voice is still crisp. I have learned a lot, and I have some understanding of the formation. In the past 3 years, although Lin Moyu did not release Xiao Mei while arranging the formation, he always let Xiao Mei see the situation outside. Xiao Mei saw the process of Lin Moyu refining the fortress and arranging the formation. During the whole process, Lin Moyu continued to explain the key points of the formation to Xiao Mei, and also taught Xiao Mei how to draw runes. Lin Moyu, the teacher, is dedicated and unreserved. Xiao Mei has an innate soul of Taoism, and with the experience of cultivation in her previous life, she learns very quickly. She constantly absorbs the knowledge taught by Lin Moyu, and her understanding of formations and runes also improves rapidly. Lin Moyu found that although she has an innate soul of Taoism, Xiao Mei's understanding speed of formations and runes is still far from comparable to his own. He can understand formations and runes at a glance, and there is no bottleneck at all. No matter how difficult the runes are, you only need a little practice to master them. No matter how complicated the formations are, you can figure them out as long as you look at them more and think more. But Xiao Mei is not like this. She is far slower than him in mastering formations and runes. Some things also need her own explanation to understand. If she doesn't explain it clearly, Xiao Mei will need a lot of time to understand and comprehend. This makes Lin Moyu sure that the two paths of runes and formations have little impact on whether the soul reaches the innate level. The stronger the soul, the faster you will learn, but it will not affect the upper limit. Just like Master Kurong, who has already reached the Tao realm, has the blessing of the innate soul, and has studied for so many years, he still cannot reach the 7th level formation master. With Xiao Mei's current ability, Lin Moyu feels that becoming a 7th level formation master is not a problem, and it will be difficult to go higher. Xiaoya's situation is similar, and the two have similar talents. Asterisk 10. It doesn't mean that you don't need to learn formations in this case. Some people will think that they can't reach the peak of formation runes anyway, so why bother to learn? In fact, it is not like this. Learning from others can polish jade, and learning from others can have a positive impact on your own path of cultivation at certain times. So Lin Moyu still wants to pass on the way of formations and runes to Xiao Mei. Xiao Mei also understands this truth and is very serious. As Lin Moyu breaks through the 4th realm of Daozuan, he knows that his formation level has risen again. As long as there are suitable materials, it is not a problem to arrange an 8th level formation, and he can barely be regarded as an 8th level formation master. The 8th level formation master is the most powerful formation master on the Origin continent, and there are very few of them. And there is no 9th level formation master on the Origin continent. The reason is very simple, because there are too few strong people in the human Tao realm. To become a 9th level formation master and arrange a 9th level formation, the requirement is the Tao realm. This is also what Lin Moyu has recently understood. Starting from the 7th level formation, the requirements for cultivation to arrange formations are getting higher and higher. The 4th realm of Daozun is the foundation of the 8th level formation master, and the Tao realm is more needed for the 8th level. Lin Moyu carefully taught Xiao Mei. If Xiao Mei didn't understand something, Lin Moyu would explain it to her with great patience. Xiao Mei sat on the piercing cloud sword and asked crisply, "Teacher, is the person you put in the soul transformation land your master's wife?" Lin Moyu looked at the little girl with mature memory and thought, and shook his head slightly. "No, we are comrades in arms." Xiao Mei said, "Is that so?" "So, the teacher is still single?" Lin Moyu smiled, with a look of nostalgia in his eyes. "You have 7 masters' wives, and the 7th master's wife has some history with you, and the relationship is more complicated." Xiao Mei immediately asked, "Where is Yuza?" Lin Moyu said, "Her name is Gu Hanyu, and she is the contemporary saint of the Hansui Holy Land." Ah! Xiao Mei was surprised. She remembered that Lin Moyu had asked her if she knew Gu Hanyu. It turned out that Gu Hanyu was her master's wife. And in her previous life, she was Gu Hanyu's ancestor. Just by hearing the name, she knew that Gu Hanyu must be her family's direct descendant. After Xiaomei was surprised, the fire of gossip in her eyes burned fiercely. It's so interesting. The Holy Lord of Hanshui Holy Land can't marry outside. What is the teacher going to do? Lin Moyu said, if you don't want to, then you can only rob her. They can't stop me. If others heard what Lin Moyu said, they would definitely think he was bragging. Hanshui Holy Land has stood in the land of Nanzhou for countless years, and someone dared to say that they had robbed their Holy Lord. Not to mention the Holy Lord, even the ordinary disciples of Hanshui Holy Land were not something that others could touch. What is a Holy Land? It is the overlord of a region and the real master of that area. Xiaomei was full of confidence, as if in her eyes, there was nothing that Lin Moyu could not do. Even Master Ku Rong, who was in the Dao realm, was tossed around in a very embarrassing state and finally left the origin continent sadly. Is there a Dao realm in Hanshui Holy Land? Let alone the Dao realm, because there may not be a Dao realm. Xiaomei waved her little fist, then Xiaomei will help the teacher to rob. Xiaomei's previous life was at least the ancestor of Hanshui Holy Land. Now she is helping an outsider to rob people from Hanshui Holy Land, and the person robbed is the Holy Lord. It is indeed strange. Lin Moyu said, 570 snatching people is the worst option. If they are willing, that's the best. Xiaomei thought for a while. In fact, in the Holy Land, the Holy Lord can marry, but generally not marrying out. There are no clear regulations, more are customary rules. I remember that many years ago, when the Holy Land was not a holy land, the Holy Lord married out. But after it became a holy land, it was generally married out again. But the disciples in the sect will marry out. In the area controlled by the Hanshui Holy Land, the disciples of the Hanshui Holy Land occasionally marry out and marry with other families. For countless years, many families have more or less had a relationship with the Hanshui Holy Land, and even blood ties. In this way, the control of the Hanshui Holy Land over its own territory has become stronger and stronger. But they are all disciples of the sect. Most of them are not direct descendants, and direct descendants rarely marry out. As for the Holy Lord, as Xiaomei said, although there is no clear regulation, the Holy Lord has never married out. Lin Moyu said, if Hanshui Holy Land has decided that the Holy Lord cannot marry outside, then let Hanyu no longer sit on the Holy Lord's seat. Anyway, after following me, she is no longer in line. Xiaomei's eyes lit up. Teacher is right. As long as she is not the Holy Lord, there will be no so many problems. But the question is, the Holy Lord's seat, holding the power, will Master Hanyu be willing to give up? Lin Moyu said, this question should be asked to Hanyu. No one knows the answer except her. But I believe that as long as the fist is strong enough, there is no problem in the world that cannot be solved. Lin Moyu's conclusion was rough, but also very practical. The Great Tao is the biggest rule in the world, and all other rules must crawl under the Great Tao. When a person's fist is big enough to ignore the Great Tao and any rules, there is nothing in this world that cannot be solved. Just like the old man in green robe, he can enter his soul world silently and take away the 4 wives in the sleeping coffin, and can also take away Yu Qingru and Yuzhu under his nose. This is the fist of the old man in green robe, which has reached an extremely unreasonable point and does not give anyone a chance. The shadow of the city appeared in front. The city in front is called Wulong City, which means the city where the 5 elements of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth converge. Wulong City is a big city with Lufeng Chamber of Commerce in it. It is also the city that the number 4 hurricane warship must pass through. Lin Moyu exudes the aura of an elder. When the dragon people coming and going see him, they will say to Lin Moyu bowed and greeted. Now almost everyone in the dragon clan knew that there was an elder from another family in their clan. Although he was from another family, the dragon clan had strict rules and all dragon clan members treated Lin Moyu equally. Xiaomei was still sitting on the piercing cloud sword, talking to Lin Moyu. After the two talked about Gu Hanyu, Xiaofu asked about the other 6 wives. Lin Moyu obviously didn't want to talk about them, and only said that they were not here for the time being. Xiaomei was very smart. She knew there was something else going on when she saw Lin Moyu's words, so she didn't ask any more questions. The two of them imagined all kinds of reactions and possibilities of the Hanshui Holy Land along the way. After all, Xiaomei was an ancestor hundreds of thousands of years ago, and she didn't know if the rules of the Hanshui Holy Land had changed over the years. With the passage of time, everything could change. In Wulong City, Lin Moyu went to Lufeng Chamber of Commerce and learned that the number 4 hurricane warship would arrive in 5 days. The original ticket was gone, but because of Lin Moyu's special status, Lufeng Chamber of Commerce directly arranged a seat for Lin Moyu. Privileges are everywhere. There are also several rooms reserved in the hurricane warship for some special people. The scale of Wulong City is also rare among the dragons. The wide streets are crowded with people, and there are also a large number of human beings doing business here, which is very lively. Although it is not as good as the nine-tailed city of the Skyfox clan, it is not easy to visit it in a few days. Lin Moyu has been arranging formations and refining fortresses for many years without stopping. This time, it was just right to stop and have a few days of leisure. When entering Wulong City, a slight vibration came from the soul, and the 85th Dao pattern condensed into shape and began to condense the 86th Dao pattern. The previous series of adventures, the addition of the Great Dao Crystal, entering the ancestral land of the Dragon Clan to bathe in the Dragon Blood Waterfall, sharing Xiaomei's luck, and the Epiphany on the Road of Life and Death, all accelerated the speed of cultivation. After various additions, Lin Moyu's speed of condensing Dao patterns has reached an astonishing level. He, who is in the 4th realm of Dao Zone, only needs 1 year to condense each Dao pattern. Compared with the 3rd realm of Dao Zone, it has not only not slowed down, but has accelerated a lot. In the 3 years of arranging the formation, Lin Moyu condensed 3 Dao patterns. As of today, the number of Dao patterns has reached 85. In another 5 years, he can condense 90 Dao patterns, and he can be promoted to the 5th realm of Dao Zone. This cultivation speed, plus the number of Dao patterns Lin Moyu has, can only be described as unprecedented. Lin Moyu didn't know if there were people who were faster than him in prehistoric times, but at least in this era, no one could practice faster than him. The two played in Wulong City for a few days. According to Xiaomei, she spent most of her time practicing in her previous life and rarely had time to relax. In this life, in addition to practicing, she also had to have fun and enjoy life. Lin Moyu naturally wouldn't object. Everyone has their own way of practicing. As long as the heart of Tao is firm enough, it doesn't matter whether it is hard practice or practice while playing. Just like Xiao Wu is so playful, Lin Moyu never said anything. 5 days later, the number 4 hurricane warship came from afar and stopped 100 miles away from Wulong City. 2.2. Many people got off the number 4 hurricane warship, and many people in Wulong City also got on the warship. Lin Moyu also flew over with Xiaomei, and someone was already waiting on the warship. Seeing the person waiting, Lin Moyu was surprised. "Sister Fengyao, why is it you?" Lu Fengyao stood at the bow. "Why can't it be me, Mr. Lin?" Lin Moyu smiled. "Sister Fengyao, you have done this before." Lu Fengyao narrowed her eyes and smiled. "Why, others can call you Mr. Lin, but I can't." Lin Moyu said very confidently, "Sister Fengyao, are you sure you want to call me that? If you really want to call me that, then the relationship between the two will change. From sister to guest, the difference is not a little bit." Lu Fengyao naturally understood, and snorted lightly, "I'm not kidding you." Then she looked at Xiaomei. "Xiao Jiao is beautiful." Xiaomei giggled. "Sister is also beautiful." Lin Moyu introduced Xiaomei's identity, saying that she was his disciple. Lu Fengyao seemed to like Xiaomei very much and was particularly enthusiastic about her. Xiaomei also responded fluently, without the shyness of an ordinary child. Lin Moyu naturally didn't find it strange. After all, Xiaomei had the memory of her previous life. Although she was only 13 years old in this life, her mind had already matured and didn't need to be more mature. Lu Fengyao, who didn't know anything, immediately fell in love with this smart and well-behaved little girl. Lu Fengyao led Lin Moyu and Xiaomei to the corresponding room. I received the news that Brother Lin was coming over a few days ago, so I prepared the room. Lin Moyu said, I didn't see Sister Fengyao when I went to the mall a few times before. I heard that Sister Fengyao went out to practice. It turned out that she came to the Hurricane battleship. Lu Fengyao said, the Hurricane battleship is a good place for practice. You can meet all kinds of people, and it's safe. Indeed, as Lu Fengyao said, the Hurricane battleship is an excellent place for practice. Here you can see all kinds of people, different races, and deal with various conflicts. What is being trained is not cultivation, but the ability to manage affairs. It is more suitable than going to manage a branch of Lufeng Chamber of Commerce. And there is also a trading field in the Hurricane warship, which can provide a similar environment. 15. He knew that this must be the arrangement of the third ancestor. The third ancestor is training Lu Fengyao as the manager of Lufeng Chamber of Commerce. Managers do not have to have a high cultivation, but they must be smart and be able to find the key points from the huge affairs. This ability needs to be cultivated after birth. Of course, the cultivation cannot be too bad. Lu Fengyao's cultivation is not bad. After all these years, Lu Fengli's cultivation has also made great progress. After all, he is the person that the third ancestor wants to train, and there will be no shortage of resources. Lu Fengyao's beautiful eyes looked at Lin Moyu. Little brother Lin, you are getting more and more powerful now. Sister can hear your legend everywhere. Lin Moyu said, Sister Fengyao, you are too kind. It's just good luck. Lu Fengyao patted Lin Moyu. I don't know you yet. For you, luck should be ranked behind. Tell the truth, what is your current cultivation level? Lu Fengyao knew that Lin Moyu's cultivation level must have surpassed hers, and she could no longer see clearly. Lin Moyu said, I just reached the 4th level of Daozun not long ago. Lu Fengyao's eyes widened instantly, with 7 points of surprise. The 4th level of Daozun? Lin Moyu nodded, yes, the 4th level. Lu Fengyao let out a long breath and patted his chest. My goodness, how old are you? And you have reached the 4th level of Daozun, and you still want to let people live. If those Tianjiao knew, they would definitely go to buy tofu. Lin Moyu is only more than 3,000 years old now, and the so-called Tianjiao, as long as he becomes a Daozun before he is 10,000 years old. The gap between them is difficult to measure. Xiaomei on the side didn't understand. Why buy tofu? Lu Fengyao smiled. Of course, buy a piece of tofu to kill yourself. Xiaomei obviously still didn't understand. Lin Moyu smiled. It's just a joke, don't think too much. Lu Fengyao suddenly said, next time the Tianjiao conference, Brother Lin must come and scare those guys to death. Lin Moyu smiled and agreed, I will definitely come if I have the chance. The room that Lu Fengyao arranged for Lin Moyu was still the best in the entire warship, the Sun and Moon room. When approaching room number 1, I saw a few people standing there, seemingly waiting for someone. Seeing Lu Fengyao, the young man in the lead immediately said, Fengyao, just for this guy, you changed my room? Lu Fengyao frowned. Wu Xingguang, I'm not that familiar with you. Wu Xingguang, Lin Moyu already knew the other party's identity after hearing the name. A member of the Wu family of Lifeng Cliff, he is at the 5th level of Daozun, and his cultivation is not weak, but unfortunately he is too old, more than 100,000 years old. The Wu family once had high hopes for him, but unfortunately they were disappointed in the end. When he became a Daozun, he was already more than 20,000 years old and could not enter the ranks of Tianjiao. Relying on the resources of the Wu family, he cultivated to the 5th level of Daozun in the following 80,000 years. It's not bad to say that he is not bad. At least it is not a problem for him to become a 7th level ancestor in his lifetime. The most important thing is that he has a younger brother named Wu Xingchen. The Tianjiao of this generation was also designated as a successor by the Wu family. Lin Moyu had met him at the Tian conference. Wu Xingguang has the support of the Wu family and has a younger brother like Wu Xingchen, so he is usually a bit arrogant. Wu Xingguang seemed to have not heard Lu Fengyao's words and continued to talk to himself. Fengyao, I'm asking you, why did you give up my room to this guy? Lu Fengyao said, originally, this room was not open to the public. You begged me 3 times and 4 times, and I reluctantly agreed to let you stay here once. Now that the distinguished guest is here, you should give it up. And I didn't drive you off the ship. I have arranged other rooms for you. What else are you dissatisfied with? Lu Fengyao was domineering. This was the Hurricane warship, her territory. Even if you are the young master of the Wu family, Lu Fengyao would not be afraid even if the head of the Wu family came. Wu Xingguang said, is this kid's status as noble as this young master? What's more, what is our relationship? How can you do this? Lu Fengyao said coldly, what do you think I want to do? Get out of the way quickly, otherwise don't blame me for being rude. Also, there is nothing between us, don't flatter yourself. A roar sounded, and formations appeared one after another. This was a Hurricane warship, with dense formations. Lu Fengyao was not afraid of him at all. Not to mention the 5th realm of Dao Zun, even if the 7th realm ancestor came here, he would be honest and obedient. Wu Xingguang wanted to say something, but behind him, an old man coughed lightly. Wu Xingguang's mouth, which had just opened, closed again. He whispered, okay, this young master will give Fengyao face, and this matter will be forgotten. But Lu Fengyao didn't give Wu Xingguang face at all. I warn you again, if you call me like this again, I will drive you off the ship directly. Wu Xingguang's eyes were full of anger, he snorted lightly, and then left. Before leaving, Wu Xingguang glared at Lin Moyu fiercely, as if to say, it was all because of you. Lin Moyu knew that he had remembered him, but here, he didn't dare to get angry. Lu Fengyao opened the door and said, don't pay attention to him. This guy is nothing but arrogant. She was not afraid that Wu Xingguang would hear it. It can be seen that Lu Fengyu really doesn't care about Wu Guang. Indeed, she doesn't need to care. Not to mention Wu Xingguang, she doesn't care about the entire Wu family. Lin Moyu smiled and said, Sister Fengyao, that guy seems to be interested in you. Lu Fengyao snorted disdainfully, there are so many people he is interested in. Don't look at him calling you young master all the time. In fact, his status is only a marriage alliance. Lin Moyu was slightly stunned. Marriage alliance? He is a man. Lu Fengyao smiled and said, for a big family like theirs, women can marry out and men can marry in. This is normal. But this guy seems to be a little bad. His younger brother Wu Xingchen is more competitive and has now been confirmed as the heir of the Wu family, so this guy's status is a little higher. He started from Nanzhou this time, passed through the 3 continents of Northeast, West and South, and then returned to Nanzhou. He made a big circle. What do you think he will do next? Lin Moyu smiled and said, how can I guess this? Sister Fengyao, just tell me directly. Lu Fengyao slowly uttered 2 words, propose marriage. Chapter 33:25, if you can't marry someone, then marry someone. Lin Moyu was stunned for a moment. Propose marriage? Xiaomei interrupted at this time. Propose marriage to whom? Lu Fengyao said, many people. He got some good things from the monster tribe in Beizhou, and then planned to return to Nanzhou to visit the major holy places and ask for marriage one by one. According to our information, he can either marry a woman of suitable status to complete the power marriage, or let himself enter the pot, which can also complete the power marriage. His first stop when he returns to Nanzhou is Hanshui Holy Land. The Lifenjia Wu family is a force at the same level as Hanshui Holy Land. If Wu Xingguang wants to ask for marriage, he will naturally only look for candidates from these top families. Lin Moyu said, Hanshui Holy Land does have a precedent of marrying out of the tribe. If he gives the right conditions, he may really be able to ask for it. Lu Fengyao laughed, that's true, but this guy has a big heart. Who do you think he is interested in? Before Lin Moyu guessed, Xiaomei had already taken over the conversation. It won't be the contemporary Holy Lord. Lu Fengyao said, then he doesn't have the courage. Although there are disciples of the Hanshui Holy Land who marry outside, the leader never does. The one he wants to marry is Gu Hanjing, the younger sister of the contemporary Saint Master Gu Hanyu. Lin Moyu immediately found the information of Gu Hanjing. Gu Hanyu's younger sister is in the fourth realm of Dao Zun. Her talent is neither good nor bad, not as good as Gu Hanyu. However, because of Gu Hanyu, Gu Hanjing's status in the Hanshui Holy Land is not bad. In the future, when Gu Hanyu is promoted to the seventh realm of Dao Zun and becomes the seventh realm ancestor and gives up the position of the Lord of the Holy Land, Gu Hanjing's status may be further improved. In a force like the Hanshui Holy Land, the Saint Master is the one in power, but the real power is in the hands of the ancestors above the seventh realm. The Saint Master is more like a spokesperson for a big force. When nothing big happens, the Saint Master has great authority. Once something big happens, the ancestors will appear, and the Saint Master must listen to the ancestors at that time. Lin Moyu said, Wu Xingguan actually wants to marry Gu Hanjing. Gu Hanyu will most likely not agree. Lu Fengyao said, yes, but he brought some good things. He plans to go directly to the ancestor of Hanshui Holy Land. If the ancestor speaks up, Gu Hanyu will have no choice but to say something. You saw the two people following him, one is Wu Quanfeng and the other is Wu Quanyu, both are seventh-level ancestors. Lin Moyu nodded, what if the marriage proposal fails? Lu Fengyao said, that's easy. He will change his target, such as going to the Dao Dao sect. There are also two good candidates for the leader of the Dao Dao sect. If he marries the Dao Dao sect, it means that the Dao Dao sect and the Wu family have joined forces, which will be disadvantageous to all parts of Hanshui. The Wu family is ambitious. Some of them are unwilling to be lonely, and they are very good at using the relationship between various forces to do things. I guess they will use this as a condition, hoping to complete the marriage with the Hanshui Holy Land. The intelligence system of Lufeng Chamber of Commerce is extremely powerful, and even the smallest details can be found out. Lin Moyu didn't even know how their intelligence system worked, which was really amazing. After Lu Fengyao arranged for Lin Moyu, she left temporarily, as she still had a lot of things to do. The door was closed, and Xiaomei said with a giggle, Teacher, if that guy really succeeds, you will become his relative. Lin Moyu whispered, it won't work. I know Hanyu's temper. This kind of threat will not work on her. Unless her sister is willing, it will be useless even if the ancestor speaks up. Xiaomei said, but what if they force it? In big forces, forced marriage is not a new thing. Although this kind of thing doesn't happen often, it happens occasionally. They say that they have to consider the overall situation and sacrifice themselves for the benefit of the family. Lin Moyu said, that's the family affair of Hanshui Holy Land. What does it have to do with me? Xiaomei giggled, Teacher, you are also going to propose marriage this time. Have you prepared any gifts? Lin Moyu thought for a while, I didn't prepare anything specifically. I'll look for it later and use whatever I have. In another luxurious room of the Hurricane battleship, Wu Xingguang said to an old man, Feng Zhu, do you know who that guy was just now? Among the people who traveled with Wu Xingguang this time, Wu Quanfeng and Wu Quanyu are two seventh-level ancestors. They are two brothers with strong strength. If they join forces, they are the top existences in the realm. Wu Quanfeng said, that little guy has extraordinary talent, and his relationship with Lufeng Chamber of Commerce is obviously unusual. You'd better not provoke him. Wu Xingguang said, I think he is only at the fourth level of Daozuan, and the clothes on his body are ordinary. I haven't even seen a decent magic weapon. What can he have? As far as I know, he is not among the descendants of the major Holy Land forces. Wu Quanfeng said in a low voice, it is true that he is a Taoist of the fourth realm, but have you ever seen a Taoist of the fourth realm who is 3,000 years old? Wu Xingguang was stunned on the spot. He is only 3,000 years old. Wu Quanfeng said, yes, This kind of person is more terrifying than anything else, so try not to provoke him. At this time, Wu Kuan-Yu on the other side also whispered, "This guy is very dangerous. I feel that the murderous aura he hides is very terrifying. The blood on his hands is more than you and I combined. If we go against him and can't kill him, we will die." Wu Kuangfeng said, "Don't forget the purpose of your trip. There is no benefit in making more powerful enemies. Also, Lu Fengniao is the successor appointed by the third ancestor. You can't covet him. You should be more polite to Lu Fengniao in the future." Wu Xingguang listened to the teachings of the two ancestors and asked in a low voice, "Two ancestors, who is the third ancestor you are talking about?" Wu Kuangfeng said, "You are not a genius, your identity is not good. It is normal that you don't know some information because you are not in a good position. You just need to know that the third ancestor is the real person in charge of Lufeng Chamber of Commerce." Wu Xingguang was puzzled. According to the level of power, shouldn't our Wu family be above Lufeng Chamber of Commerce? Wu Kuangfeng chuckled. The level of power is only for the world to see. The horror of Lufeng Chamber of Commerce is beyond your imagination. You just need to remember these words, put away your thoughts, and complete this mission well. If you succeed, you can still stay in the Wu family in the future and have a position. If you fail, you will have to join the AO. You also know what you will face once you become a person who joins the AO. Wu Xingguang's expression tightened suddenly. He knew this. Once he became a person who joined the AO, he would no longer have any status in the Wu family. His former rights would also disappear, and some bad things would happen. He would completely become a pawn of the Wu family. He would only live for the interests of the Wu family in the second half of his life, and there would be no possibility of turning over. This is the rule of the Wu family. Even if he has a younger brother who is the heir, he can't change his uncle. So this time, he must succeed, marry the right person, and complete the marriage. At worst, he can only lower his requirements. The person he marries can be worse, but he must not be too good. After staying for a day, the warship slowly started and headed south. The warship will pass through the dragon territory and enter the insect area. Finally, it will stay in the insect area for a while, then enter the Buddha territory, and finally fly away from Shizhou and head towards Nanzhou. There are no cities in the Zerg territory, but nests. In most cases, the Zerg are self-sufficient and rarely communicate with the outside world. The items needed by the Zerg are not many, and for merchants, this market is not big and there is not much profit. And in the eyes of most people, the Zerg is an extremely terrible race. They are very manic, unreasonable, and kill people at every turn. Driven by various reasons, there are indeed not many people willing to do business with the Zerg. After flying for 2 days, the Hurricane warship stopped in front of a nest of the Tanaka tribe. This nest looks like a mountain with a huge gap, like the entrance to a valley. Countless insects go in and out of the gap, which makes people's scalps numb. There is a buzzing sound in my ears, and I feel uncomfortable just listening to the sound. So this is what the Zerg nest looks like. Xiaomei stood on the side of the ship and watched from a distance. Lin Moyu said, "Haven't you seen it before?" Xiaomei nodded, "No." In her last life, Xiaomei spent most of her time cultivating. She had seen Zerg, but she had never seen a Zerg nest. Not only had she never seen a Zerg nest, Xiaomei had never been to the Netherworld clan, let alone the 100 Herb Alliance. She had only heard about many things. On the contrary, in this life, 103 followed Lin Moyu and broadened her horizons. Lin Moyu said, "It's nothing, actually. If you have seen those tiny insects and ant nests, you will know that the Zerg nest is actually just an enlarged version of those things." Xiaomei said, "Teacher is knowledgeable, Xiaomei can't compare." This seems to be flattering, but it is actually a bit teasing. Lin Moyu chuckled, "Are you itching for trouble?" Xiaomei immediately stuck out her tongue. "I was just joking, teacher is very generous, you won't take it seriously, right?" Lin Moyu said, "You were born in a noble family in your previous life, and you can't see many low-level things. Sometimes, observing the lowest things is also a kind of practice. Just like when we study rune formations, the most important thing to pay attention to is the tiny details, which often determine the level of the formation and the effect of the runes. Xiaomei nodded. Teacher is right, Xiaomei will pay attention to it in the future. Lin Moyu said, look at it for a while and then come back. I have to continue practicing and strive to comprehend the formation to the second level before leaving Shizhou. Xiaomei was very obedient. After taking another look, she immediately returned to her room and began to practice. Now Xiaomei is a veritable first-level formation master and also a first-level rune master. Fab. Lin Moyu had high requirements for her. He wanted Xiaomei to master how to integrate the weapon array and rune before he allowed her to comprehend the second-level array. Although Xiaomei was not required to perfectly integrate the weapon array and rune array, it was still very difficult. Xiaomei is not far away now. It is not easy to achieve such an achievement in 3 years. If it were someone else, it might take more than 10 years, or even decades. The fusion of the weapon array and rune array is not something that ordinary people can master. Xiaomei studied very seriously. She asked when she didn't understand, and drew runes over and over again without getting tired of it. One day later, the hurricane warship, which was supposed to set off again, was still parked there. The roar in his ears became heavier and heavier. Lin Moyu saw countless insects gathered outside the ship. These insects were strong and weak. The weak ones were not even at the level of Tianzuan, and the strong ones were at the 5th level of Daozuan. The number was dense and endless. The soundproof array in the room was turned on to prevent the outside sounds from affecting Xiaomei, who was practicing. Lin Moyu walked to the side of the ship and saw that countless bugs had surrounded the hurricane warship. The formation of the hurricane warship has also been activated to prevent the insects from rushing in. Many people, like himself, stood on the side of the ship, looking at the sea of insects outside the ship. Many people were panicked. Surrounded by so many insects, most practitioners found it difficult to remain calm. However, due to their trust in the Lufeng Chamber of Commerce, some people could not restrain their panic. Something happened. Lin Moyu knew that something must have happened, but these insects alone were not enough to deal with the hurricane warship. If the hurricane warship wanted to force its way out, they would block it. Then he saw Lu Fengyao, who was wearing a flowery dress, flying out of the warship as if she was going to negotiate with the Zerg. Facing the sea of insects, Lu Fengyao did not retreat at all, showing her strength and also showing her confidence in the hurricane warship. On the Zerg side, a mother insect also flew out. The two sides were obviously negotiating, and the negotiation was using soul transmission. Affected by the formation of the hurricane warship, only they knew what they said specifically. After a moment, Lu Fengyao flew back, but the insect mother did not leave. The surrounding sea of insects also did not disperse, still tightly surrounding the hurricane battleship. Lin Moyu had a feeling that the insect mothers seemed to be staring at him. Come for me? Lin Moyu thought of what he had done in the Buddha clan. He had killed the insect mother with his own hands. Perhaps there was some hatred left on her body. If the insect race can identify enemies by breath like the dragon race, then it is possible. However, the hurricane battleship is now covered by the formation. The insect race should not be able to see the situation inside the hurricane battleship. Only the people in the hurricane battleship can see them. After a while, there was a knock on the door outside the room, and Lin Moyu felt Lu Fengyao's breath. The door opened, and Lu Fengyao rushed in. Brother Lin, they are here to find you. You killed a 9 Realms insect queen in the Buddha clan at that time. Lin Moyu said, sure enough, it's just as I thought. It seems that they will also leave marks on their enemies. What do they want? Lu Fengyao said, Brother Lin, don't worry about this. I will drive the hurricane warship out in a while. I will tell the 3 ancestors about this when I go back. Maybe we will evaluate from the Zerg in the future. Lin Moyu asked, is there no room for negotiation? Lu Fengyao said, not that there is no room for negotiation. They said that there is a Dragon Clan elder on the warship. If we can hand over the Dragon Clan elder, they will no longer care about the previous things. Brother Lin, do you think I can hand it over? This is obviously asking knowingly. Lu Fengyao obviously knows that he is the elder of the Dragon Clan. Who else can the Zerg clan want except himself? Lin Moyu joked, if Sister Fengyao really wants to make it, it's not impossible. Lu Fengyao rolled her eyes at him, then I will. Lin Moyu smiled, goo. The two joked and didn't take the Sea of Insects seriously at all. Lu Fengyao said, okay, I'm going to drive the boat out. There may be vibrations in a while, don't worry. Lin Moyu said, do you want me to clear the way for you? Lu Fengyao looked at Lin Moyu curiously, how do you plan to drive? Go out and kill the insects yourself? Lin Moyu's mind moved, and the Thunder Lich appeared beside him, just use it to clear the way, I don't have to do it. Lu Fengyao looked at the little Thunder Lich, is it okay? Lin Moyu said, I have studied the formation of the Hurricane warship. There are too many insects outside. The Hurricane warship can indeed rush out, but the consumption will be very large. Some formations need maintenance after opening. Such a price is not worth it for such a small thing. If I kill some of the bugs, I can reduce the pressure on the Hurricane warship. What do you think, Sister Fengyao? Lu Fengyao smiled casually, you want to help me, can't I stop you? Lu Fengyao called herself sister all the time, which made Lin Moyu feel kind and couldn't help but think of Lin Mohan. It's been many years since I last saw her, and I don't know how she is now. Lin Moyu knew that Lin Mohan's cultivation must be higher than his own, and the blood resonance still exists. He could feel it when he was promoted for the first time. When he was promoted to the 4th level of Daozuan before, Lin Moyu had some weak induction, and there was a force that was born from the dark and went to the dark, which should be the power of blood resonance. From this, it can be seen that Lin Mohan is still safe. It's just that induction is induction, and I always think of her occasionally when I haven't seen her, and I always feel uneasy. Don't think about it, we will meet sooner or later. Lin Moyu chuckled and stopped thinking about it. The Hurricane warship started, and the formations were opened one after another. Having studied the formations in the Hurricane warship, Lin Moyu was very familiar with the state of the Hurricane warship. The current formation has been opened by about 50%. In this state, the Hurricane warship itself does not need to bear much pressure, but it is not easy to break out. There are too many insects in the sea, and there are several insect mothers above the 7th level of Daozun, and one insect mother of the 9th level of Daozun. Unless the formation of the Hurricane warship is open to more than 80%, it can be successfully broken out. However, opening the formation to 80% will put great pressure on the Hurricane warship. Some formations will be overloaded and need maintenance afterwards, and may even affect the next trip. The generation level is not small. So Lin Moyu proposed to help Lu Fengyao open the way, in fact, to reduce the pressure on the Hurricane warship. Fingers flicked, a drop of ancestral water flew out and landed on the Thunder Lich, and a large amount of faith power burned at the same time. Since I have decided to take action, I will not be stingy. A drop of ancestral water. Lin Moyu said he couldn't afford it. The Thunder Lich, wearing the Thunder Avenue, flew out of the warship and faced the sea of insects. The Thunder Lich was too small, only as big as an adult's fist, and its appearance did not attract many people's attention. The next second, a bell suddenly appeared. The chain of thunder drew an irregular beautiful arc in the air, and then exploded in the sea of insects. In an instant, the chain of thunder followed the blood of the Zerg and instantly swept across the entire sea of insects. The thunder roared, and in an instant, the thunder was the only sound in this world, and all other sounds were covered by the sound of thunder. The sea of insects turned into a sea of thunder, and countless Zerg warriors perished in the sea of thunder, turning into crushed to dust. Not even a slag is left. This magic is really unreasonable. It once killed a large number of Buddhas of the Buddhist clan with one strike, and it also beat Master Ku Rong's weak clone to the brink of death with one strike. No matter how many Zerg there are, as long as they are connected by blood, the chain thunder will become their nightmare. The Hurricane warship started at this moment and rushed into the Sea of Thunder at an astonishing speed. With thunder as the way, the Hurricane warship moved forward in the Sea of Thunder and flew tens of thousands of miles in just half a second, completely rushing out of the Sea of Thunder. After rushing out of the Sea of Thunder, the Hurricane warship turned into a beam of light and flew away, speeding up. Many Dalzoan on the ship witnessed the whole process. They didn't know that the Sea of Thunder was caused by Lin Moyu, and they thought everything was done by the Hurricane warship. A Dalzoan whispered, "It is said that the Hurricane warship of Lufeng Chamber of Commerce is extremely powerful and can even surpass the Dalzoan 9 realms." Seeing it today, it is not an exaggeration at all, it is really terrifying. I thought there would be a big battle, but it turned out to be a one-sided massacre. The Zerg will be in big trouble if they mess with the Lufeng Chamber of Commerce. The Zerg must be a little arrogant. They are already mortal enemies with the Dragon Clan. Now they are messing with the Lufeng Chamber of Commerce. I am afraid they will have a hard time in the future. In the blink of an eye, Lei Hai was behind him and gradually disappeared from his sight. The Dao Masters on the warship also relaxed, but Lin Moyu was not relaxed at this moment. It is not the time to relax before leaving the Zerg territory. If the Zerg is so easy to deal with, it is impossible for them to compete with the Dragon Clan. Although it is said that the Dragon Clan cannot destroy the Zerg, if the Zerg is not strong enough, it will certainly not be as equal to the Dragon Clan as it is now. The Hurricane warship rushed towards the Buddha Clan territory along the original route, and the speed was much faster than normal. At this speed, it would take less than half a day to leave the Zerg territory. Suddenly, a large dark cloud appeared in the distant sky. The dark cloud looked extremely heavy and flew towards the Hurricane battleship. Lin Moyu whispered, "Sure enough, it's coming." Of course, it couldn't be an ordinary dark cloud, but the Zerg. The dark cloud and the Hurricane battleship approached quickly, and then a cold light came out from the dark cloud, and a huge crack was torn open in the sky and the space was completely torn apart. The cold light fell on the ground, and the entire earth collapsed with a roar, and the mountains that spread for tens of thousands of miles below were turned into powder on the spot. Very strong. Could it be that there is also a pseudo-Dao realm in the card? Lin Moyu was slightly surprised. The strength of this attack seemed to have exceeded the 9th realm of Dao Zun, but it seemed to be weaker than the pseudo-Dao realm. The Hurricane battleship shone, and the formation exploded. The huge force condensed into a shield, blocking the front of the battleship, breaking the light and opening the way. The huge force collided, and the terrifying aftermath swept out, and the land of thousands of miles was blown away, turning into a devastated scene. The Hurricane warship deserves the title of the strongest warship. Facing such an attack, it did not even pause, directly smashing the attack and facing the enemy head-on. The Hurricane warship is a warship, and it has extremely strong attack power. While blocking the attack, a series of equally powerful attacks blasted out from the warship and killed into the dark clouds. The whole warship was roaring, and Lin Moyu could feel that the Hurricane warship's formation had been activated by at least 70%. Then, a series of devastating attacks broke out from the dark clouds, and a large net was thrown towards the Hurricane warship. The Hurricane warship's formation continued to roar and operate, resisting the attack. 0. Although the attack could not hurt the Hurricane warship, the speed of returning to the Hurricane warship was still slowed down. Lin Moyu frowned, stood on the side of the ship and looked back. There were 2 black spots approaching rapidly in the back, and 2 insect mothers of the 9th realm of Daozuan chased after them. If they arrive, the Hurricane battleship will be in trouble. In Lin Moyu's eyes, the problem the Hurricane battleship is facing now is more troublesome than when facing the sea of insects just now. Lin Moyu activated the formation in the room and contacted Lu Fengyao. "Sister Fengyao, there is a 9 realms insect queen chasing us from behind. How are you doing?" After a while, Lu Fengyao's voice was heard. "Not very good, the formation is a bit troublesome." Lin Moyu said, "I'll come over to take a look." Lu Fengyao said, "Okay, quick." Lu Fengyao was very happy to let Lin Moyu go without any hesitation. The core of the formation of the Hurricane warship would not allow outsiders to enter. Only Lin Moyu had been there twice. Lin Moyu came to the second floor of the warship at the fastest speed and saw Lu Fengyao standing in the center, manipulating a formation. In fact, she could also manipulate the formation elsewhere, but the effect was not as good as here. Especially several powerful core formations, which must be manipulated here. At this time, Lu Fengyao frowned, and sweat had seeped out of her forehead. With her cultivation, it was not easy to exert the full power of these formations. Lin Moyu could see that she had reached her limit. Walking over quickly, Lin Moyu whispered, "Let me do it." Lu Fengyao nodded, handed a crystal to Lin Moyu, "Leave it to you." Lu Fengyao obviously trusted Lin Moyu very much, and directly handed the core of the control array to Lin Moyu. Whoever controls the core is half the master of the Hurricane battleship. If it is not complete trust, Lu Fengyao would not have done this. Why is it half the master? Because the core of the Hurricane battleship is in the lower third layer. Only the three ancestors can enter there, and no one else can. Only those who control the lower third layer can be the real master of the Hurricane battleship. After Lin Moyu took over the core, his soul power moved, and in an instant, his soul entered a vast world. The perspective became a bird's eye view, and the body of the Hurricane battleship, including everything around it, was clearly presented in front of him. His eyes looked through the dark clouds and saw an extremely hideous and terrifying insect. This insect seemed to be a mother insect, but it was not quite the same as a mother. It had 8 huge insect legs, which were full of serrations, and the 717 at the front was extremely sharp. The moment he saw it, Lin Moyu felt the danger. It seemed that it could hurt the Hurricane battleship. Compared to it, the 2 9-realm insect queens that followed behind seemed less dangerous. Lu Fengyao's voice rang in his ears. "This is the 4th combat form of the Zerg. This insect queen has evolved the 4th combat form, but it has not yet evolved completely, only halfway. But it has already surpassed the Dao Zun realm. You have to be careful. The Zerg has 3 forms. The first is the normal form, the second is the combat form, and the third is the ultimate combat form. These 3 forms are more powerful than one another. When they evolve into the 3rd ultimate combat form, they can be said to be invincible in the same realm. Only the Dragon Clan can fight against them, and the winning rate is not high. Now the insect in front of him has evolved into the 4th form, with stronger combat power. Although it has not evolved completely, it has surpassed the 9th realm of Daozuan. If it can evolve completely, it is undoubtedly the Pseudo-Dao realm. Lin Moyu took a deep breath, and his soul power burst out, quickly communicating with each formation. With his understanding of the formation, coupled with his soul power far exceeding Lu Fengyao, he directly increased the power of the formation by 1 level. The same formation is running 70%, and the combat power that the Hurricane battleship can exert is far greater than before. At this moment, Lin Moyu felt the power of the Hurricane battleship, and he felt that he had underestimated it. If 70% of the formation is activated, it can compete with the Dao Zun 9 realms. If 80% of the formation is activated, it can surpass the Dao Zun 9 realms, and 90% of the formation is enough to compete with the Dao realm. As for the full activation of the formation, Lin Moyu suddenly found that he couldn't do it. There is a formation that is not under his control. He can sense that this formation is very powerful, and this formation is the center of all formations. Through that formation, all formations in the Hurricane battleship can be controlled. The person who set up the formation is very skilled and has a deeper understanding of the formation than himself. Lin Moyu instantly figured out that the control of this formation is in the hands of the 3rd ancestor, and the formation is not in the 2nd layer, but in the 3rd layer. As long as the formation is still there, the absolute controller of the Hurricane battleship is the 3rd ancestor, no one else. However, Lin Moyu could also roughly judge that if the formation was fully activated, the Hurricane battleship could probably fight against the Dao realm. However, some formations are one-time and need maintenance after use, and their continuous combat capabilities are not as good as those of the heavenly Tao realm. All thoughts appeared and disappeared in an instant. Lin Moyu had wiped out all distracting thoughts in an instant and began to truly control the Hurricane battleship. Come on! With a thought in his mind, the formation roared, and several formations that were not activated were activated instantly. The activated formation increased from 70% to 80%, and the Hurricane warship released a brilliant light, and an extremely complex pattern appeared in front of the ship. The pattern contained a great way, which was extremely mysterious. After seeing it, the Daozuan in the warship groaned and felt a splitting headache. All people below the 7th realm could not bear the pressure brought by the pattern. If you force yourself to watch it, your soul power will be consumed in a very short time. The pattern suddenly enlarged, covering the sky and the sun, and then a powerful warrior in golden armor flew out of the pattern. The golden armored warrior waved his sword, and the brilliant attack illuminated the world. In the light, countless complex patterns emerged, and then a golden road appeared. Shouts, groans, and screams rang out. On the Hurricane warship, a large number of Daozuan could not bear the afterglow of this attack, and many Daozuan fell on the spot with horror on their faces. This attack broke the sky and the earth, and it was extremely terrifying. The dark clouds were shattered by the swordlight, revealing the true appearance of the Zerg in the clouds. This Zerg warrior who had evolved into the 4th form screamed and waved his sharp feet to collide with the swordlight, and was blown away. 2 of the 4 pairs of sharp feet were directly broken, and the other 2 pairs were also covered with cracks. The aftermath spread out, and the space of thousands of miles was shattered. The 2 9-realm Zerg mothers who were chasing were blown away by the aftermath. The next moment, Lin Moyu controlled the Hurricane battleship, instantly increasing the speed to the extreme and flying towards the distance. Lin Moyu did not kill them all. If he continued to control the formation, he could indeed kill a few bugs. But in that case, the Zerg and Lufeng Chamber of Commerce would inevitably become mortal enemies. This kind of thing naturally had to be decided by the 3rd ancestor, not him. The most important thing for him to control the Hurricane battleship was naturally to break through the siege and return smoothly. During the rapid flight, Lin Moyu continued to observe the surroundings. With the help of the formation of the Hurricane battleship, his vision was dozens of times stronger than usual, and his perception was also greatly improved. He deeply felt that the Hurricane battleship should be an extremely powerful military combat weapon, and should have some relationship with the Divine Talisman Army. The golden armored warriors summoned by the formation just now are not much different from the Divine Talisman Army. In addition, the formation contains divine talismans, so the Hurricane battleship may also be related to the Divine Talisman Army. Half a day later, the Hurricane battleship finally flew away from the Zerg territory. Accompanied by waves of Buddhist sounds, they have entered the territory of the Buddha clan. Lin Moyu returned the core of the formation to Lu Fengyao. I have fulfilled my mission. Lu Fengyao smiled. Thank you, little brother. I am really amazing, and my attainments in formation are so high that few people in this world can compare with me. Lin Moyu smiled and said, I am still far behind. The predecessors who set up these formations are the real masters of formations. Lu Fengyao said, have you ever heard a saying that excessive humility is pride? Lin Moyu smiled and said, then consider me proud. I want to stay here for a while. Some formations need to be maintained. Just now, the formations were running at full capacity. Several formations were overloaded and needed maintenance. Add some origin crystals and the like. If there is a lack of formation, it also needs to be supplemented. Although the lack of formation maintenance will not affect the normal operation of the Hurricane warship, it is difficult to exert full power when encountering the enemy. This kind of work is not done by ordinary people. In Lin Moyu's opinion, only the 7th level formation master can fully restore the formation. Lu Fengyao said, this kind of thing can be handed over to the formation master of the Chamber of Commerce after returning. Why should I do it myself? Lin Moyu said, this matter was caused by me. I should do these things. Besides, I can learn while maintaining the formation. Lu Fengyao smiled. Well, you can slowly repair it. Sister, I won't accompany you. Lu Fengyao obviously trusted Lin Moyu very much, and directly handed the core of the control array to Lin Moyu. Whoever controls the core is half the master of the Hurricane battleship. If it is not complete trust, Lu Fengyao would not have done this. Why is it half the master? Because the core of the Hurricane battleship is in the lower third layer. Only the three ancestors can enter there, and no one else can. Only those who control the lower third layer can be the real master of the Hurricane battleship. After Lin Moyu took over the core, his soul power moved, and in an instant, his soul entered a vast world. The perspective became a bird's-eye view, and the body of the Hurricane battleship, including everything around it, was clearly presented in front of him. His eyes looked through the dark clouds and saw an extremely hideous and terrifying insect. This insect seemed to be a mother insect, but it was not quite the same as a mother. It had 8 huge insect legs, which were full of serrations, and the 717 at the front was extremely sharp. The moment he saw it, Lin Moyu felt the danger. It seemed that it could hurt the Hurricane battleship. Compared to it, the 2 9-realm insect queens that followed behind seemed less dangerous. Lu Fengyao's voice rang in his ears. This is the 4th combat form of the Zerg. This insect queen has evolved the 4th combat form, but it has not yet evolved completely, only halfway. But it has already surpassed the Dao Zun realm. You have to be careful. The Zerg has 3 forms. The first is the normal form, the second is the combat form, and the third is the ultimate combat form. These 3 forms are more powerful than one another. When they evolve into the 3rd ultimate combat form, they can be said to be invincible in the same realm. Only the Dragon Clan can fight against them, and the winning rate is not high. Now the insect in front of him has evolved into the 4th form, with stronger combat power. Although it has not evolved completely, it has surpassed the 9th realm of Daozuan. If it can evolve completely, it is undoubtedly the Pseudo-Dao realm. Lin Moyu took a deep breath, and his soul power burst out, quickly communicating with each formation. With his understanding of the formation, coupled with his soul power far exceeding Lu Fengyao, he directly increased the power of the formation by 1 level. The same formation is running 70%, and the combat power that the Hurricane battleship can exert is far greater than before. At this moment, Lin Moyu felt the power of the Hurricane battleship, and he felt that he had underestimated it. If 70% of the formation is activated, it can compete with the Dao Zun 9 realms. If 80% of the formation is activated, it can surpass the Dao Zun 9 realms, and 90% of the formation is enough to compete with the Dao realm. As for the full activation of the formation, Lin Moyu suddenly found that he couldn't do it. There is a formation that is not under his control. He can sense that this formation is very powerful, and this formation is the center of all formations. Through that formation, all formations in the Hurricane battleship can be controlled. The person who set up the formation is very skilled and has a deeper understanding of the formation than himself. Lin Moyu instantly figured out that the control of this formation is in the hands of the 3rd ancestor, and the formation is not in the 2nd layer, but in the 3rd layer. As long as the formation is still there, the absolute controller of the Hurricane battleship is the 3rd ancestor, no one else. However, Lin Moyu could also roughly judge that if the formation was fully activated, the Hurricane battleship could probably fight against the Dao realm. However, some formations are one-time and need maintenance after use, and their continuous combat capabilities are not as good as those of the Heavenly Dao realm. All thoughts appeared and disappeared in an instant. Lin Moyu had wiped out all distracting thoughts in an instant and began to truly control the Hurricane battleship. Come on! With a thought in his mind, the formation roared, and several formations that were not activated were activated instantly. The activated formation increased from 70% to 80%, and the Hurricane warship released a brilliant light, and an extremely complex pattern appeared in front of the ship. The pattern contained a great way, which was extremely mysterious. After seeing it, the Daozuan in the warship groaned and felt a splitting headache. All people below the seventh realm could not bear the pressure brought by the pattern. If you force yourself to watch it, your soul power will be consumed in a very short time. The pattern suddenly enlarged, covering the sky and the sun, and then a powerful warrior in golden armor flew out of the pattern. The golden armored warrior waved his sword, and the brilliant attack illuminated the world. In the light, countless complex patterns emerged, and then a golden road appeared. Shouts, groans, and screams rang out. On the hurricane warship, a large number of Daozuan could not bear the afterglow of this attack, and many Daozuan fell on the spot with horror on their faces. This attack broke the sky and the earth, and it was extremely terrifying. The dark clouds were shattered by the swordlight, revealing the true appearance of the Zerg in the clouds. This Zerg warrior who had evolved into the fourth form screamed and waved his sharp feet to collide with the swordlight, and was blown away. 2 of the 4 pairs of sharp feet were directly broken, and the other 2 pairs were also covered with cracks. The aftermath spread out, and the space of thousands of miles was shattered. The 2 nine-realm Zerg mothers who were chasing were blown away by the aftermath. The next moment, Lin Moyu controlled the hurricane battleship, instantly increasing the speed to the extreme and flying towards the distance. Lin Moyu did not kill them all. If he continued to control the formation, he could indeed kill a few bugs. But in that case, the Zerg and Lufeng Chamber of Commerce would inevitably become mortal enemies. This kind of thing naturally had to be decided by the third ancestor, not him. The most important thing for him to control the hurricane battleship was naturally to break through the siege and return smoothly. During the rapid flight, Lin Moyu continued to observe the surroundings. With the help of the formation of the hurricane battleship, his vision was dozens of times stronger than usual, and his perception was also greatly improved. He deeply felt that the hurricane battleship should be an extremely powerful military combat weapon, and should have some relationship with the Divine Talisman Army. The golden armored warriors summoned by the formation just now are not much different from the Divine Talisman Army. In addition, the formation contains divine talismans, so the hurricane battleship may also be related to the Divine Talisman Army. Half a day later, the hurricane battleship finally flew away from the Zerg territory. Accompanied by waves of Buddhist sounds, they have entered the territory of the Buddha clan. Lin Moyu returned the core of the formation to Lu Fengyao. I have fulfilled my mission. Lu Fengyao smiled. Thank you, little brother. I am really amazing, and my attainments in formation are so high that few people in this world can compare with me. Lin Moyu smiled and said, I am still far behind. The predecessors who set up these formations are the real masters of formations. Lu Fengyao said, have you ever heard a saying that excessive humility is pride? Lin Moyu smiled and said, then consider me proud. I want to stay here for a while. Some formations need to be maintained. Just now, the formations were running at full capacity. Several formations were overloaded and needed maintenance. Add some origin crystals and the like. If there is a lack of formation, it also needs to be supplemented. Although the lack of formation maintenance will not affect the normal operation of the hurricane warship, it is difficult to exert full power when encountering the enemy. This kind of work is not done by ordinary people. In Lin Moyu's opinion, only the 7th level formation master can fully restore the formation. Lu Fengyao said, this kind of thing can be handed over to the formation master of the Chamber of Commerce after returning. Why should I do it myself? Lin Moyu said, this matter was caused by me. I should do these things. Besides, I can learn while maintaining the formation. Lu Fengyao smiled, well, you can slowly repair it. Sister, I won't accompany you. After this battle, there was a lot of chaos on the hurricane warship, and many people were in panic. They didn't breathe a sigh of relief until the hurricane warship arrived at the Buddha's territory. The people of Lufeng Chamber of Commerce did their best to maintain order. Apart from the initial chaos, there was no big trouble. Lin Moyu maintained the formation. In the process of maintaining the formation, he also took the opportunity to carefully analyze and learn the formation. There are several formations in the hurricane warship that retain the ancient atmosphere and are prehistoric formations. Prehistoric formations are of great research value to Lin Moyu. Last time, I just sensed and understood. This time I did it myself. Lin Moyu took out pieces of origin crystals and replaced the origin crystals that were more than half consumed. In the complex formations with different levels and nested with each other, a large number of origin crystals are needed. Some nodes require low-level origin crystals, and some nodes require high-level origin crystals, which Lin Moyu happened to have. This short battle also brought Lin Moyu a lot of gains. The process of manipulating the formation brought him great insights. Using the formation, he attracted the avenue, and then borrowed the power of the avenue to evolve various powers. The way of formation, ever-changing, inspired Lin Moyu. Especially the moment when he looked down at the world, he felt very wonderful. And what brought this visual perception was a formation called the universe formation. This formation can observe the sky and the earth, and patrol the universe, which is useful for manipulating the entire battle situation. Lin Moyu felt a sense of sudden enlightenment, and his understanding of the way of formation has taken another step forward. After maintaining the formation, Lin Moyu left from the lower 2 levels. 3 days had passed, and the warship had already docked in front of a Buddhist country. In the Buddhist territory, the Hurricane warship would dock many times, and it would take about 10 days before it really left and entered the Boundary Sea. After Lin Moyu came back, he continued to teach Xiaomei, and at the same time integrated his gains in the past few days. Lu Fengmiao has been very busy these days. When she was about to leave Shizhou, she came to find Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu was drinking tea in the room, enjoying the scenery outside the ship, and listening to the Buddhist sounds in the Buddha clan. It must be said that the scenery in the Buddha clan is very beautiful, with green mountains and green waters everywhere, and the Buddhist sounds are peaceful and can calm people down. Lu Fengmiao came over in a hurry, sat down carelessly, and drank 3 cups of tea before she let out a long breath. "I am so busy." Lin Moyu smiled. "So busy?" Lu Fengmiao snorted lightly. "How can I not be busy? The third ancestor arranged a lot of extra things, and I am so busy. Unlike the other warships, they are busy in panic." Lin Moyu smiled. "The third ancestor knows about this matter." Lu Fengmiao hummed. "Of course, I sent the matter back as soon as possible." The third ancestor gave a reply 2 days ago. "From now on, we will completely cut off contact with the Zerg and no longer do business with them." Lin Moyu said, "It's me who affected the business of the Chamber of Commerce." Lu Fengmiao didn't care. There's not much profit from the Zerg originally, so it doesn't matter if we don't do this deal. It won't be a loss for the Chamber of Commerce. The real loss should be the Zerg. Some of their materials are hard to get. But if we don't do it, other chambers of commerce will naturally do it, but they may not be able to get those materials. The materials that the Zerg want are very rare, and it's difficult for ordinary small chambers of commerce to get them. Lin Moyu said, "Then you can tell those small chambers of commerce to ask Lu Feng Chamber of Commerce to buy materials and let them make a profit from the price difference." Lu Fengmiao whispered. The third ancestor was a little angry this time, so the third ancestor has decided to cut off contact with the Zerg, and it is estimated that there will be no cooperation in the future. It can be seen that the Lufeng Chamber of Commerce really looks down on the Zerg's trifles. The key is that this matter is not giving face to the Lufeng Chamber of Commerce, which is actually a slap in the face of the third ancestor. The third ancestor is a great Dao realm, and he will definitely not swallow this slap in the face by the Zerg. Because of the special status of the Zerg, the third ancestor will not personally take action to destroy them, but can only cut off contact with them, which can also be regarded as teaching them some lessons. If the Zerg loses those rare materials, both evolution and reproduction will be much slower. Lin Moyu asked, "This time the Zerg evolved into the 4th form, what do the 3 groups have to say?" Lu Fengmiao chuckled. "You really got it right, the third ancestor really said it. The third ancestor said that evolving into the 4th form is inevitable. This is the ability in their bloodline, but there won't be too many Zerg that can evolve into the 4th form, at most 2, and it will take a long time. After the Zerg reaches the 9th realm of Dao Zone, it will evolve into the 4th form, which is equivalent to the Pseudo-Dao realm. Having 2 Pseudo-Dao realms is already very powerful, and the Dragon Clan now has only 1 Pseudo-Dao realm. If the Zerg has 2 Pseudo-Dao realms, the Dragon Clan will be in trouble. But it seems that I don't need to worry about this matter. By the way, the third ancestor seemed to say something, but it was too light and I couldn't hear it clearly. Lin Moyu asked, "What did you say?" Lu Fengyao said, "The third ancestor should have been talking to himself at the time, saying something about time, change, and preparation." "Brother Lin, do you know what it means?" Lin Moyu shook his head, "I don't know." Lu Fengyao did not ask further. "Thanks to Brother Lin this time, Sister replaced wine with tea. Thank you, brother." Lin Moyu was a little uncomfortable with Lu Fengyao's sudden politeness. "Sister Fengyao, let's not talk about this between the two of us, and I was the cause of this incident." Lu Fengyao said, "You can't say that. No matter what the reason is, as long as you get on the ship, you are a guest of our Lufeng Chamber of Commerce. We can't hand over our guests. It has nothing to do with your identity." The two chatted for a while, and Lu Fengyao continued to do her thing. Lin Moyu drank tea slowly, murmuring, "Time, change, preparation." What the third ancestor said should be the drastic changes in the world. Could it be that the change of the Zerg to the 4th form is related to the drastic changes in the world? Or is it because the world has changed that the Zerg can no longer have the 4th form? That's right, the third ancestor regards this as a sign, so the third ancestor must make preparations. The 4th form is an ability in the blood of the Zerg. It has not appeared before, which does not mean that they do not have this ability. It is just because of certain restrictions that they cannot show the 4th form. However, the third ancestor can be so sure that the Zerg will have at most 2 4th form Zerg queens, and it will take a long time. Can it also show from the side that he will have a certain judgment on the drastic changes in the world? The third ancestor must know more than the Demon King, but it is impossible for the third ancestor to say it with his tone. Lin Moyu guessed secretly, like an experienced hunter, guessing the result from clues. Finally, before the warship left Shizhou, Xiaomei completed the mastery of the first-level formation. Xiaomei can already merge the first-level weapon formation and the first-level talisman formation together. It's just that the success rate of fusion is not too high, only about half, and a lot of practice is needed in the future to improve the success rate. Lin Moyu was quite satisfied with the result and began to teach Xiaomei the second-level formation. Lin Moyu could clearly feel that as his relationship with Xiaomei became closer and closer, the luck he shared from Xiaomei gradually increased. The road is fair, how much you give, how much you can gain. The warships are flying on the Boundary Sea. From Shizhou to Nanzhou, the Hurricane warships will fly on the Boundary Sea for about 30 days. In fact, with the speed of the Hurricane warships, it will take less than 10 days to reach Nanzhou if they fly at full speed. But it is obvious that the Hurricane warships have other tasks, so they are not flying very fast. According to Lu Fengyao, they will pass a small island halfway. The island is called Basian. They will go to Basian Island to collect 10 special shells and take them back together. This kind of shell is raised on Basian Island by the Lufeng Chamber of Commerce. It is usually taken care of by the people of the Sea Clan. The Lufeng Chamber of Commerce pays for it. The shells are very special and can only survive on Basian Island, so every time the Hurricane warship returns from Shizhou, it will go there. The Boundary Sea looks no different. Whether it is the environment or the scenery, it is almost exactly the same. But Lin Moyu still feels some differences from it. He has an inexplicable sense of familiarity with this sea area. His battle for the Boundary Sea was once carried out in this sea area. The sea boundary struggle only takes place in the sea boundary between West Continent and South Continent. No matter if the cultivators are from East Continent, North Continent, or South Continent, if they want to fight in the sea boundary, they must come to the sea boundary. The Sea Clan has allocated a huge sea area for the sea boundary struggle and divided it into 100 small sea areas. Each small sea area is managed by a heavenly venerable to maintain the most basic fairness. The specific area of this sea boundary struggle is relatively close to South Continent. It is said that the Buddha clan also fought in the sea boundary struggle, but later the Buddha clan offended the Sea clan and was banned from entering the sea boundary. From then on, they had no place in the sea boundary struggle. The hurricane warship will also pass through the sea boundary struggle area this time. Lin Moyu looked at the sea boundary outside the ship's side, with memories in his eyes. He once set out from this sea area and was led by the Heavenly Venerable Jishui to South Continent. I don't know if the Heavenly Venerable Jishui is still there now. I think it should be. Hundreds or thousands of years seem like a long time, but for Jishui Tianzuan, it may just be asleep. Jishui Tianzuan is very special. He has lived for too long. He once said that he has lived longer than the king of the Sea of Boundaries. At that time, Lin Moyu did not understand the concept of this sentence, but now Lin Moyu understands the meaning of the words. Although Jishui Tianzuan is only a Tianzuan, he has lived from prehistoric times to the present. If I have the opportunity to come back this time, I can go to Jishui Tianzuan, chat with him, and bring him some wine. The wine I gave him should have been drunk after so many years. After sailing in the Sea of Boundaries for several days, the hurricane warship slowly stopped. Under the warship is a small island with a diameter of only 1,000 miles. 1,000-mile island is not small for ordinary people, but for cultivators, it is just a small place. The water of the Sea of Boundaries hits the small island, revealing a large reef. On the reef and the beach, various colors of light are shining. Each point of light is a shell, and the light of the shells is different. Different lights represent different properties of the shells. And there are clear lines on the shells, which represent the age of the shells. Only when they reach a certain age will they be useful. The people of Lufeng Chamber of Commerce left the warship and went to collect shells with special tools. At the same time, the hurricane warship opened the formation and did not allow anyone to leave. It was not that Lufeng Chamber of Commerce was stingy, but to avoid trouble. Fortunately, all the Daozuan were very obedient and no one made trouble, otherwise Jifeng Chamber of Commerce would not be vegetarian. Xiaomei watched the people of Lufeng Chamber of Commerce collect shells with curiosity in her eyes. Teacher, what is the use of this shell? Even if she had memories of the past, even if she had reached the 9th level of Daozuan, Xiaomei still didn't understand too many things. Most of her time was spent on cultivation. She, who was at the 9th level of Daozun, knew less than Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu smiled and said, "This kind of shell is called Keixinbai. Different colors have different properties. 100-year-old Keixinbai is a refining material for Daozun, and the shell meat is the best material for alchemy. If you can find 1,000-year-old Keixinbai, it is a refining material for Daozun above the 4th level. A 10,000-year-old Keixinbai is a material for Daozun above the 7th level." Xiaomei said, "It seems to be quite precious." Lin Moyu said, "It is indeed precious, but it is not easy to get. This Basian island is isolated in the depths of the Boundary Sea. There are often sea creatures coming around, and the colorful fairy shells are often eaten before they grow up." Xiaomei wondered, "Why don't you set up defenses?" Lin Moyu smiled and said, "This is the territory of the sea creatures. Do you still want to set up a formation to prevent the sea creatures from eating them? Colored fairy shells are not only food for some sea creatures, but also what they need for growth and evolution. So, this should be a place shared by the 3 ancestors and the sea creatures. There are gains, but not too much, depending on luck. But at the same time, it can also create the characteristic of rare things being expensive, and the price of colorful fairy shells will go up, and the 3 ancestors will not lose money." Xiaomei has understood, so that's the case, the 3 ancestors are really a businessman. Lin Moyu laughed, "Indeed, he is the biggest fox on the Origin continent." Xiaomei laughed, and then said seriously, "But Xiaomei thinks that the 3 ancestors are not as smart as the teacher." Lin Moyu narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at Xiaomei. "It seems that you are itching for trouble, and dare to make fun of your teacher." Xiao Mei stuck out her tongue. Teacher's heart is whiter than the sea, and he will definitely not blame Xiao Mei. Xiao Mei has the memory of her previous life and the age of this life. Sometimes she is mature and sometimes cute. Lin Moyu has already gotten used to it. When she returns to Dongzhou this time, I think Xiao Mei will be able to get along well with Xiaoye and the others. Thinking of Xiaoye and the others, Lin Moyu said to himself, "For crazy girls, you can make up 10 mahjong tables." Xiao Mei opened her eyes wide. "Teacher, what mahjong table are you talking about?" Lin Moyu said, "A game that requires 4 people to play. When you return to Dongzhou, the teacher will teach you, and then you can play with Xiaoye and the others." Xiao Mei already knew about Xiaoye and the others. She looked expectant and said, Okay, I'll play with you then." The hurricane warship stayed for a day before setting off again. This time, the warship flew a little low, only about 100 meters above the sea. After flying for only half a day, a silver light appeared in front. When the silver light appeared, 10 rain rice nets appeared under the warship. One end of the big net sank into the Boundary Sea, and as the hurricane warship flew, the big net bulged backwards. Then the warship accelerated and rushed into the silver light. In an instant, silver light dots appeared in the sight, countless silver lights, like a sky full of stars, extremely gorgeous. So beautiful. Xiao Mei's eyes were shining, looking at the silver light outside the warship. The silver light and the warship's formation light intertwined together, making it more gorgeous. Lin Moyu said, "These silver lights are called silver light fish. They are an excellent alchemy thing. Although their realm is not high, their blood contains the avenue, and many elixirs need it. And there are so many of them that they can't be caught. This net will catch at least millions of them." Xiao Mei exclaimed, "I know silver light fish, but I have never seen it. It turns out that silver light fish is like this. The third ancestor is really good at making money. I remember that silver light fish is not cheap, brother." Lin Moyu said, "It's really not cheap, otherwise how could Lufeng Chamber of Commerce become the first Chamber of Commerce? Just this silver fish can make them earn a lot of money. Except for Lufeng Chamber of Commerce, other chambers of commerce have no qualifications and ability to come to the Boundary Sea to collect materials. Many materials are exclusive to Lufeng Chamber of Commerce, so it can naturally become bigger and stronger." The hurricane warship collected materials all the way and sailed in the Boundary Sea for more than 10 days, and its speed suddenly slowed down. Lu Fengyao's voice sounded, "The front is the territory of the Golden Water Beast. There may be a fight. Please don't panic."